Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and our closed caption for our hearing-impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. Would everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Schlotman.
Present.
Vice Chair Terry.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Trowbridge. Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Moody.
Here.
Commissioner Toussaint. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and to appeal and review that process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. If you need a copy of the agenda or the rules of conduct, they are to the right or the left of the half walls on each side of the dais. Number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made on this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard under this portion of the agenda? Please come forward. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. Moving on to for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of May 9th, 2017.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion to approve the Planning Commission meeting minutes of May 9th, 2017.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. For possible action, any items from the Planning Commission staff and or the applicant that wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward at this time. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, items 24 and 25, GPA 69220 and ZON 69224. This is the second request for abeyance. The applicant would like to request this to be held in abeyance of the September 12th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Items 26 through 28, the applicant has requested to be withdrawn without prejudice. Items 29 through 31, the applicant has requested these items be obeyed to the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 32, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission. Item number 33, the applicant has requested withdrawal without prejudice. Item 36 and 37, the applicant has requested the abeyance of this item to the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission. And items 55 through 60, the applicant has requested that these two projects be held in abeyance to the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. One second. We have a, there you go.
There we go. All right, Chairman, Commissioners, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive. Pleasure to be before you. I'm here tonight on the development agreement for Badlands agenda item. On behalf of those I represent, and there'll be others coming to speak before you as well, we're going to request that this item be obeyed, and we think it should be obeyed for at least 60 days. Part of this is that we have recently received the development agreement. The development agreement, as we've seen, changes, and we understand that there are still changes being made. We're not even getting red line versions. Do you know how difficult it is to go word by word to try to find every change that's contained within it? The city and the developer applicant have made numerous abeyance requests at their convenience for their reasons. This is the first request on behalf of those that I represent within the Badlands on this item for Queens Ridge. And we think it's imperative, given the importance of this document and the number of people it affects who live in that community and the interest that they have and the property interests they're trying to protect. And it's not that they're against development. They want to have the time to understand this and be able to negotiate reasonably with the city staff. and
Mr.
with
Garcia,
so we'd ask for it to be obeyed.
at this point, I don't think that we are willing to obey this item since it was noticed to be heard at 9 p.m. And so therefore, if you would like to come up and request this item to be obeyed at 9 p.m., that would be okay. But I don't think we could actually take action on that at this time since you're not the applicant.
Thank
But
you.
I do appreciate your comments. If anyone else wants to be heard, please come up. We have 3 microphones.
I wanted, in reference to item number 19, special use permit 70228.
Yes,
name is
sir.
Charles Martin.
Could I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Charles Martin, 1048 Tam O'Shanter.
Thank you.
I wanted to submit a letter of support from the Lakes Business Park. I apologize that it didn't get into the original packet, but the business park is the overlaying body of the 26 building association that this building resides in, and they are in support of Ohad Japanese Steakhouse occupying it and operating.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I wanted to ask that for the commission for approval with final action today, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Shauna Hughes. I'm an attorney representing the Queens Ridge HOA. And while I appreciate the comments you just made to George Garcia, I would like to add that while I disagree with your decision, I think if you take into account the number of people who are being prevented from coming tonight because of the time that this has been noticed for, it's more
I'm
important.
just going to go ahead and say right now, and I'm not being disrespectful at all, but
understand.
I cannot go ahead and just move to have this be put into abeyance without having the applicant coming forward and saying that they want it held in abeyance. We stayed here until like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning at certain times, and so unfortunately, we have to hear this item as it has been placed on the agenda. We posted this on the website. We posted this in our agenda and at City Hall. So for us to do this and then have other people show up at 9 p.m. thinking they're going to be heard, that's doing a disservice to everybody that's in Queens Ridge that's going to show up and then find out that they showed up for no reason at all. So for that reason, I'm just going to go ahead and have this item be heard tonight. And if we decide to hold this in abeyance, then we'll decide that after 9 p.m. But I won't have this held in abeyance before 9 p.m. since it was already noticed that we wouldn't hear this until 9
So if I understand you correctly, you'll hear the abeyance argument then.
I will definitely hear
time.
your abeyance argument,
All right,
and I
thank you.
appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Todd Bice, I'm legal counsel for a number of the homeowners in Queens Ridge. On this issue, my only additional notation, I appreciate what you're saying, and I can appreciate the difficult position that you're in. But here's the problem. Under the Nevada Open Meeting Law, this scheduling of item 82 at 9 p.m., when you're scheduling items 36 and 37 that involve the exact same property in the exact same impacted neighborhood, and then telling these homeowners, many of whom are elderly, you have to be here at 6 o'clock to address these other
Sir,
items.
this is director's business,
Yes.
which comes at the end of the meeting. It comes at the end of every one of our meetings, and that's why it's at the end of the meeting.
I understand.
We could have
Sorry.
we couldn't just had people show up at 6 p.m. and sat through the entire agenda, but we didn't want people to show up and sit through the entire agenda.
I can appreciate that, except for the fact that and I can quote you right out of the Nevada Open Meeting Law Manual from the Attorney General if you would like, that says that if you are scheduling matters that require people to sit for an hour and a half, you've got these items separated now. There was nothing that precluded item 82 from being heard at 6 o'clock. That
Okay,
was the decision, that was the
Brad
decision that
Jervik,
you all made.
Would you
and
please comment on this?
The open meeting law requires.
Sir,
oh, my
one second.
apologies.
No, please stay here. Could you please comment on this?
We have a new microphone, so I'm trying to get used to this here, so forgive me.
Understand, Brad.
I understand you say there's items 36 and 37.
No, he's talking about the director's business being held till 9 o'clock and not being
One,
heard
it's
in
my
RS.
opinion, there is no open meeting issue here. One, if this were normally heard, and we did not tell people it would not be heard before 9 o'clock, people would come at 6, and it still wouldn't be heard before 9 o'clock. So this was a courtesy to the neighborhood, so people didn't have to wait for 3 hours. And I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't understand the open meeting argument.
The open meeting law argument, Mr. City Attorney, is that under the open meeting law manual, more notice is required than the minimal amount when you have matters of significant public interest. Here, in this particular case, you've got these items separated, in this case, by at least 3 hours. The open meeting law manual gives an example of separating items by an hour and a half is not consistent with the spirit of the open meeting law. And here, you're separating them by 3 items. If the city, and the city knows that these are all impacting the same
Can I ask what
property
items you're
owners and the
referring to
same
in addition?
parties.
In addition to item 82, what items are you referring to?
I think it's 36 and 37, Mr. City Attorney.
You are aware that both of those have been requested to held in abeyance until July 11th.
What's that?
Those have both been requested to be held in abeyance until July 11th.
Right, and now, and as of today.
So they're not being separated. They're going to be different agendas completely. And they're not going to be separated by an hour and a half tonight.
Then this item ought to also be held until that date, at a minimum. And
With all due
that's the
respect, Mr.
reason,
Bice, I disagree.
that's the reason that we're here, talking about this, is this, again, giving notice,
Sir,
telling people.
the item that you're talking about and the director's business are two different items. And so therefore, I mean, this item was requested to be held in abeyance, and so we're not going to discuss this item any further tonight.
Which item, sir?
But if you would like to have a few comments on it, I mean, I think I did open up public comment. If you want to have a few comments, I'll give you a few minutes to talk about that.
No, my point is that the open meeting law here is not being complied with. And the separation of these items out, and the city attorney can disagree with me all he would like. I'm simply noting our objection to proceeding in this fashion, where items get then postponed on behalf of this applicant when it suits the applicant's interest. Other items then get spread out hours later and don't. That's not consistent with the open meeting law requirements. I've made my objection. If you're on notice, if it proceeds, we'll have to do whatever we think is appropriate. So I
Sir,
thank you for
so-
your time.
If I can, Mr. Chair, I'd
I
like to make a
appreciate,
bit of a record on this real quick.
Brad, please
If the
comment.
argument were to have the meaning that I think Mr. Bice intends it to have, the Kalita project, which is not part of the Badlands project, it's a completely separate project across the street from the Badlands project, but potentially draws similar protests from similar people in the same neighborhood. And I think the argument would be is if you were to take that item and hold it at 6 o'clock and have another one held at 9 o'clock, you're separating them on more than an hour and a half, and this would be in violation of the manual that the Attorney General has put out. I can say if that's not the case here. They're not being separated by an hour and a half or 2 hours. They're being separated by an entire meeting because Kalita has requested this entire item be moved to another meeting. And so I don't think there's any issue at all.
And Mr.
Thank
City
you.
Attorney, and when did all the neighborhood get notice of that the items were going to be held?
Sir, a lot of times things get held at the last second. So
So if somebody wanted to be here at 6 o'clock for this item and find out.
this
it's been
happens all
held,
the time,
their
every
option
meeting.
is-
Sir, I'm going to ask you to sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your
Thank you,
time.
sir. Moving on. Moving on to housekeeping items.
Need a motion on, I think we asked if anyone wants to speak on these items. Did you?
All right, so earlier I opened up the public comment for all the items that we're holding in advance, and seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Through the chair, I make a motion to approve the housekeeping items number 24 and 25 to be held until the September 12th, 2017 Planning Commission. Item 26, 27, 27, and 28, a withdrawal without prejudice. Items number 29, 30, 31 to be held until the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 32 to be held in advance to the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item 33 to be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 36 and 37 to be obeyed until the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item 55, 56, 57 to be obeyed until the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. And 58, 59, and 60 to be obeyed into the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Moving on to consent agenda items. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or applicant so desires. Are there any items that any members of the Planning Commission or the public would like to be heard on items 7 through 10?
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll be pulling item number 17, please.
Okay, we'll do that in one motion, one vote.
I'm sorry.
We're talking one,
All right,
about 7 through
I was getting a little
10.
ahead of myself.
No problem.
Sorry.
Okay, seeing none, can we get a motion, Vice Chair?
Through the chair, I make a motion to approve items number 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 7 through 10 will be final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days.
Thank you. Moving on to the one motion, one vote. The following items that may be considered in one motion, one vote, they are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing and non-public hearing items will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have the item removed from this part of the agenda. Starting with item number 11, ZON 70234, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for rezoning from R3, medium density residential, to PO, professional office, at the northeast corner of Adams Avenue and C Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Item number 12, VAR 70218, applicant owner, Veterans Village 2, LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0 additional parking spaces where 36 additional parking spaces are required for parking impaired development at 50 North 21st Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Related item 13, SDR 70217, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,551 square foot community center, private accessory, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 14, SUP 70226, applicant, Las Vegas Valley Water District, owner, United States of America, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed utility installation other than listed use at the northeast corner of Centennial Parkway and Pulley Road, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, SDR 70227, applicant, Las Vegas Valley Water District, owner, United States of America, for a proposed utility installation other than listed at the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Pulley Road, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Item 16, SUP 69858, applicant, Waffle Bar LLC, owner Great Wash Park LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,832 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment use and a 1,141 square foot outdoor seating area with a waiver to allow a 141 foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 410 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 120, C2, Ward 2, beers. Staff recommends approval. Item number 17, SUP 69983, applicant Lings Massage, owner Weingarten Nostad Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,934 square foot massage establishment with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from parcel zone for residential use, a 70-foot distance separation from a church house of worship, and a 358-foot distance separation from a school and an individual care center where 400 feet is required at 1291 South Decatur Boulevard, Suite 190, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 18, SUP 70128, applicant owner 1908 Cedar View Circle LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for the conversion of an existing accessory structure Class 2 to an accessory structure Class 1 casita use at 1908 Cedar View Circle, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Number 19, SUP 70228, applicant Z Gang Wong, owner MRA LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,167 square foot restaurant with alcohol use with a waiver to allow a 75-foot distance separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 8991 West Sahara Avenue, Ward 2, beers. Staff recommends approval. Item number 20, SDR 70254, applicant owner Brixton Alto Rainbow LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development review for an existing 4,340 square foot general retail store with a waiver to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the west and south property lines where 8 feet is required at 501 South Rainbow Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Related to item 21, SDR 70256, applicant owner Brixton Alto Rainbow LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for an existing 26,364 square foot health club with a waiver to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the south property line and portions of the east and north property lines where 8 feet is required at 601 South Rainbow Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Related to item 22, SDR 70258, applicant owner Brixton Alto Rainbow LLC, for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a portion of an existing 251,223 square foot shopping center with a waiver to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the north property line where 8 feet is required at 731, 737, 739, 741, 771, 805, 813, 815, 817, 821, 825, 827, 833, and 837 South Rainbow Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Item 23, SDR 70240, applicant Caprock Emergency Holdings LLC, owner Northwest 95 LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2-story, 28,118 1,000 square foot hospital with a waiver to allow a 4-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the south project boundary where 8 feet is required at the northeast corner of Oso Blanca Road and Durango Drive, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, I apologize for
Commissioner
waiting, but
Quinn, go ahead.
I'd like to pull item number 17, please.
All right, we'll
Thank
pull
you.
item number 17.
Thank you very much.
do any members of the public or any of the other planning commissioners want any of these items to be pulled in staff?
Mr. Chairman, Public Works would like to make a point of clarification on condition of approvals for item number 15.
Thank you. Good
Yes,
evening.
Public Works, Bart Anderson, Las Vegas Public Works. On item number 15, SDR 70227, we'd like to clarify the condition number 9 to amend the final sentence of that condition to read as follows: construction and maintenance of this site shall comply with dust control requirements.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here on item number 15, and we concur with the revised condition read in by staff, and we appreciate staff working with us on the condition.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard, please come forward. And we have a few microphones, so if anyone else wants to be heard, please come forward right now. Good evening, ma'am.
I'm not sure. Good evening. And it's
Could I have your
pleasure
name
being
and
here.
address for the record?
My name is Charlene Odell, 5317 Rebecca Road, 89130.
Thank you.
And I don't see, there's a, it's called a foot massage that's going in where our church is. And I don't see the number on here. And it said on the window that it was tonight at 6 o'clock.
Are you talking about the item located at 1291 South Decatur Boulevard?
No, it's Ann Road. I
don't
have a number,
remember
SUP
seeing that one.
70205.
Okay, so
I do see
the
it.
item is 7830 West Ann Road.
Right, and there's, our church is,
That's
Yes.
item 76, so
yeah.
unfortunately, you're going to be here with us for a few hours.
Oh, okay, so you go through all of them before.
Yes, we
Like I
will-
said, I've never done this before, so
Oh,
I wasn't
that's
sure how it
perfectly
worked.
fine. Glad to have you here.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we'll hear you here in a couple of hours.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, and I just want to make a disclosure on item 12, Veterans Village number 2 LLC. I live within the notification area, but this won't have a greater or lesser impact on me than any of the other people that live within the notification area. So I feel that I have an independence of judgment on this. I'll be voting on this matter. Thank you. All right, so could we get a motion on the one motion, one vote items?
Through the chair on the one motion, one vote items, noting that we're pulling item 17 and the additional condition on item 15. I'll make a motion for approval on 11 through 16 and 18 through 23.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Trowbridge. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 11 will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017. Items 12 and 13 will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017. Items 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23, those items are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 17, SUP 69983, applicant Ling's Massage. We already read this into the record, so I'll go ahead and ask staff for their staff's report.
Mr. Chairman, subject site is a well-established shopping center with no direct access available between the residentially zoned property, religious facility, and school and individual care center, and from the subject site. Staff finds the proposed use can operate in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding commercial residential uses and is recommending approval of the request with conditions. Please note additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Frida Chu, address 3311 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite number 131. I'm here representing Links Massage
Thank you.
for item 17.
Okay.
And,
Do you have any comments?
well, we do receive that the planning agenda memo that we actually approve for this item.
Okay. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing item. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Due to the fact that there's a zoning in place already for residential, it puts your establishment at a 0-foot separation from a residential use. And with that being said, I'd like this to go on to the city council so our councilwoman can meet with you and take a look at it, and we have the opportunity to visit your property, because being that it was on the one motion vote, with no disrespect to you, I'm sure it's a fine establishment, we didn't have the opportunity to come and visit you there and to look at it. So with that being said, that's why.
Okay.
Thank you. I would like to say that I looked at this particular project, and you know, even though there is a 0-foot distance separation from residential, if you look, it looks like
The entrance
the close,
of the...
excuse me, the closest you know, entrance into a neighborhood is literally like 3 blocks away.
Yes.
So it's over 3,000 feet away. So I can understand it being the 0-foot distance separation, but it is separated by a wall, and it is separated by, you know, probably at least 3,000 steps from, you know, this particular space into the neighborhood. So I could support this item. Could Vice Chair?
Through the chair, question for the applicant. Have you had another establishment like this in the valley?
For the applicant, no. This was be the first one.
First one. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Can we get a motion?
Yeah, thank you. With that this evening, due to the fact that I received a letter from the school nearby and multiple neighbors, my motion tonight will be for denial and to send it up to city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's denial. Thank you. Sorry.
So there's a motion for denial. A yes, no is for denial.
Oh, excuse me. I know I made a mistake. My motion is for approval. I meant approval. Thank you.
Okay. If everybody can withdraw their votes. So there's a motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to public hearing items. Item number 24, abeyance GP. I am sorry, that was held in abeyance again. Skipping to item number 34, abeyance SDR 69618 for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a mini storage facility and outdoor vehicle parking with waivers to allow a 3-foot perimeter landscape buffer on the north property line where 8 feet is required on the west side of Rancho Drive, south of Cheyenne, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct an additional parking lot to service an existing truck rental facility. The truck rental use is a permitted use in the CM zone, hence the withdrawal of the SUP. The parking lot will meet the minimum standards of Title 19 with the exception of a waiver request of the landscaping along the northern boundary. The waiver requested is minor in nature and will not adversely impact the adjacent property of the north, and staff supports the request. A condition of approval has been added to prohibit automobile rental and repair at the location, which are conditional uses in the CM zoning district, and motor vehicle sales, which is prohibited on Rancho Drive between Vegas Drive and Craig Road. Staff is recommending approval of the request with conditions.
Thank you. Director Perigo.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick note. We have these temporary microphones, and I don't know about the rest of the folks up here, but it's a little bit hard to hear. And so, and I'm getting a nod from the clerks. So what I'll ask from staff and from folks speaking at the table there, if you will sort of either lean in or speak a little louder, because these mics do not pick up your voice quite as good, so that the clerks can take the minutes. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And you're the first person that I've been able to hear all night, so. All right. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Jolene Thompson, 2727 South Rainbow, representing the applicant. Staff's pretty much said everything that, I'm going to say. Applicant has read the conditions. They do agree with the conditions. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a problem with this, and if there's no discussion, I'm going to make a recommendation for approval following staff's conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to item 35, advance re-notification SDR 68686. Applicant owner, Market Street Summerlin RE LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 72-bed convalescent care facility nursing home with a waiver to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 8 feet is required on the north property line and a 2-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 8 feet is required on a portion of the west property line, a 6-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 8 feet is required on the east property line, and a 10-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 15 feet is required on a portion of the south property line at 7540 Smoke Ranch Road, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. And before we asked for the staff's report, I was just going to see if the applicant, I think it's Tony, is here yet, or if this item needs to be trailed.
Well, it depends on what we want to do with Mr. Celeste. My partner Tony is supposed to be here, but he has another meeting that he's...
Should we hold this, trail this item until a little bit later in the meeting, or would you like to represent?
I could kind of babble through it if you wanted me to, but there's a part of me that would love to have you hear it and have it approved so that I could say, Tony, I don't need you. But there's another part of me that if I make the presentation and I don't do well enough and we don't win, that Tony will say, why did you...
Okay, we'll go ahead and trail this item, sir.
Okay, you want to do that? All right. That's not as much fun, but let's do it that way.
Unless if you want to take it up.
All right, no, let's go ahead and trail it.
Okay.
But just please, when he comes here, give him some grief, okay?
Okay,
All right.
will do. Thank you. We're going to trail item number 35. Moving on to items, related items 38 through 44. Item number 38, ZON 70263, applicant BDR Cascadia LLC, owner BDR Cascadia LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a rezone from R4 high-density residential to C1 limited commercial at the northwest corner of Lewis Avenue and Maryland Parkway, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Item 39, VAR 264 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 307 parking spaces where 364 spaces are required. Ward 3, Coffin, staff recommends denial. Item 40, VAR 70265 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot front yard front and corner side yard setbacks where 10 feet is required. A 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and a 5-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. Ward 3, Coffin, staff recommends denial. Item 41, Item 41, SUP 70266 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a mixed-use development, Ward 3, staff recommends denial. Item 42, SUP 70267 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a lounge bar use with a waiver to allow a 70-foot distance separation from a church house of worship and 80-foot distance separation from a school where 400 feet is required. Staff recommends denial. Item 43, VAC 70268 for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a portion of a 20-foot wide public alley, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 44, SDR 70269 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 15-story mixed-use development containing 193 multifamily residential units and 28,817 square feet of commercial space with waivers to allow 0 feet of landscape buffering along portions of the east, south, and west property lines where 15 feet is required, to allow 0 feet of landscape buffering along portions of the north property line where 8 feet is required, and to allow 0 perimeter trees where 34 are required. Ward 3, staff recommends denial.
Through the chair, if I may, my company is working with the applicant's architect on a project, so I will be abstaining on this item.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed rezoning is not consistent with the vision for this area outlined by the downtown master plan. This area is envisioned to retain its current low-intensity office and multifamily character and serve as a transition from the Founders and Fremont East urban hubs along Maryland Parkway, which are intended to have a more intense commercial and mixed-use character. The proposed C1 district would also allow for certain uses and development standards such as unlimited building height that are too intense for this location. Access to the parking garage would be from 11th Street. There is concern that vehicle queuing could be an issue from this narrow residential street into a 307-space garage. However, the feasibility of this access will have to be determined by a traffic impact analysis. While mixed-use development is generally encouraged within the downtown core, the scale of the proposal is inappropriate for an area predominantly developed with residential, professional office, and other low-intensity uses. The need for setback variances and landscape waivers indicate that the site is being overbuilt and not appropriate for this location. In addition, there are 2 churches and 2 schools within 400 feet of the proposed lounge bar use, underscoring the inappropriateness of the project in this area. A 15-story tower would be out of scale with the surrounding single-story and low-rise development in the area. Staff therefore recommends denial of all requests. And staff would like to amend condition number 3 of item 44, which is the SDR, to remove the reference to floor plans dated 4/27/17 and 5/30/17. Specifically, the condition should read, all development shall be in conformance with the site plan dated 5/30/17, landscape plan, and building elevations date stamped 4/27/17, except as amended by conditions herein. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the owner and the applicant. Mr. Daniel Reisberg is one of the owners, and will be speaking tonight. Also here is Lance Kirk and Craig Galati on behalf of the architects for this building. When you listen to staff's report, you certainly get the idea that maybe what's happening here is you're trying to put 10 pounds of potato in a 5-pound bag. But the reality is, and as Mr. Riceberg will explain, this is the kind of density, the kind of height that's needed.
Mr. Kemper, could you get a little closer to the mic? I know that you're tall guys, so that's going to be a little difficult.
Okay.
So we can hear you a little better.
I'm sorry. Let's see. What I was saying is that the height is needed to get the density that allows the project to be built. I want you to hear from Mr. Riceberg. Born and raised in this area, there are a lot of places he could develop, a lot of things he could do. He and his partner are successful businessmen and lawyers, and what they have chosen, though, is to come back and buy and build property in an area in which they were born, Mr. Rice was born and lived. And so it's kind of exciting to see somebody wanting to come back and do something special here. We had a neighborhood meeting. There was probably 50 people in attendance. I'm just estimating. I don't recall a single person in opposition. In fact, when he was done, Mr. Riceberg got an ovation for what he was proposing. I've heard from property owners in the area who believe strongly that this is the kind of thing they need to get this area and their properties going again. So anyway, I'm going to introduce Mr. Riceberg, let him speak about his motivation, and I think you'll find, like I did, that this is the kind of gentleman we want and gentlewomen that we want back in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Schlotman. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my project for approval and the rest of the board. Let me start off by saying I heard the height.
Can we start off with name and address?
Daniel Riceberg, 756 South Broadway, Unit 1101, Los Angeles.
Thank you.
I'm the CEO of BDR Cascadia. We currently own these properties. There's 57 units on the properties of great tenants there. I told these tenants they can move back in. I want these tenants, I want the diversity in my new building because diversity is important. And this is what I expressed in the meeting. And I believe by keeping with the height, by keeping the rents attainable, not only will the building be full, we can see this through to the end by allowing the cap rate for my investors to come in and be able to build the project. So the height and the density is extremely important to find that perfect balance, a win-win, making it affordable for the community and at the same time making it a viable project. So that's key.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So my personal motivation.
Those are facts and
Yeah.
figures. I want you to hear from his heart here as to what.
So I was born and raised here. I was born in '79. I grew up on Mount Vista in Russell. We were kind of out there in no man's land back then. And what's great about that area is, it was like a subculture of punk rock and skateboarding and everything, and that's what I grew up in. I wanted more culture. I found culture in that, in those elements. When I went away to school, I went to college in California, and I found culture there. I found diversity that I couldn't find here. So when I was there, I wanted that, and I wanted my friends back here to experience that as well. This is a way to do it. I've been in real estate now as a broker since 2010. I've been a loan officer and a banker since 2003. And this is the way to do it. And I know it might not go in line with what's there now, but it's what's needed. If you want safe, clean community and bringing back the neighborhood, this is the kind of project that will make it happen. Why don't we buy the building next door or properties next door? I think a smaller footprint is even better because it allows other businesses to come in and develop with different ideas. Now, this is good. The 253 units, will allow for maybe 300, 350 tenants, of which will support the businesses down low and up top, and also the surrounding businesses, which is great for the area. What we need is housing. I have 253 units, and Las Vegas, especially downtown, needs housing. It needs attainable housing. So that's what I'm proposing. It's a great project as far as the the look of the project, I'll hand that over to Lance. I won't take up too much more of your time. I know you guys got a busy schedule, but thank you for hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Lance, good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners.
Could you turn on, okay, it's turned on now.
Lance Kirk, 241 West Charleston, Unit 107. So I'll just point out a couple of the features in items 38 through 44 that you may not have picked up on. Of course, it's a 15-story building, commercial space on the ground floor of about 16,000 square feet, healthcare facility for the community. Both on the ground floor there is a community recreational space and a healthcare, both intended for the residents and the community. So Daniel's trying to bring the community together and offer services that are needed in the community there. There's also on the 11th floor, there's a lounge up there for the community to use. You'll notice on some of the elevations there, there's a kind of a vertical red shaft, that's the elevator, open to the public to come up and use that space and kind of be able to socialize in the community. And then on levels 2, 5, and 7, there's actually communal spaces, social spaces, so the community can come together, and I think Daniel's even offered in communication with the center next door, they'll be able to use some of these facilities in the pool area.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole design of the property is community-driven to create engagement. We want to be open to the public. The first floor will be inviting, not only to the LGBT center, but to the surrounding communities to come in, and we'll have public facilities there that the neighborhood can use.
And a couple of other items, this unit property has 193 units. Of those, there's 120 that are two-bedroom, about 950 square feet. One-bedrooms are 630. Again, attainable housing is the goal on this that Daniel has. Something I wanted to point out as well, on the graphic here, there was kind of the point that was brought up about these hubs, and hopefully you can see this overhead. You've got the Founders Hub, the Humphrey kind of area, Charleston, and Maryland Parkway there, Fremont East Hub. And so, we've always kind of seen this as a connector to this, and you're able to take advantage of the future Maryland connector corridor here, and the connector, how it takes you up over into the Symphony Park area. So we see this as a mass transit. So that's a driving force as well, as we recognize that we anticipate that many people, the residents here, are actually going to be using mass transit more in the future. So this building is really looking to that as its parking reduction.
Yeah, and as far as the design of the property, I think Craig and Lance at LGA have just been terrific. The design of the property is set to, again, create engagement. I can't pound that in enough. We want people to talk. We want people to run into each other. Again, bringing back the neighborhood is the biggest thing. So.
Thank you.
Well, Chris Kemper again. First of all, with regard to the appropriateness of the zoning, is that on the overhead or no? This, what you can see here, everything in brown is R4. So the only reason this is C1 is because we have some commercial uses that are being utilized and the height. So we're taking it higher than the R4 would normally allow, and we need some of the commercial uses that drive this connectivity and community that Daniel is so interested in achieving. Now I know that some people, when they look at this, they see too much. I look at it and I see energy and excitement. I see new building in an area that hasn't seen new building in a long time, with someone whose heart is in doing something special here. Now, he said, we want him back. Here's what he said at the neighborhood meeting, and I'm sure he will confirm it, that those people there now who are being, quote, displaced by this project so often, and I've represented many, many developers who, where there's an existing project, they say, we'll give them notice of their lease being terminated, that's it. Not Daniel and his partner Ben. 3 months free rent before they leave, a $5,000 relocation fee, and when they come back, they come back at the same rent that they have now. Now, we're talking about just his present tenants, not obviously anybody else who moves in there. But this is somebody who is concerned about his community and the people who live in his community. So I'm excited about it. We accept all of staff's if approved conditions, and we just think this is something that, a vision that he has that hopefully you can see it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. One last quick comment. Out of the 47 tenants that will be displaced, 21 of them have cars. Most of them don't have cars. And I said they can move into property number 2, which is where we're asking for the biggest reduction in parking spaces. So there's only 21 cars there. And furthermore, I have my rents by the 4th. I have 90% of my rents there. These are really good people, which is why I said, I want you back, I need you back, and for the same exact rent that they're paying right now. So I promised them that, and I mean it.
All right, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing item. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask the applicants to go sit in the front row or step back so we can allow other individuals to come forward. Good evening, sir.
No need to step back. Benjamin Childs, my address was 318 South Maryland Parkway, so I'm the building directly to the north. And so if you can put one of the plats up, I'm in the L part. It's like an L shape. Property number 1 is an L shape, and I'm the one in the middle.
All right, so we're on the overhead if you want to point.
This is my property here.
Okay.
And I've been there since 2000. So I've been here since 90. I'm a local attorney, and I've always been within that 2-block area the entire time. So I'm very familiar with this area, the people. Okay, I've been there a long time. And so I'm just of the opinion that the whole downtown area needs to go more vertical in order to make the mass transit make any sense. So they can have walking distance. Supposedly the light rail is going to go right in front all the way. You're going to be able to take the light rail from my office to the airport. UNLV, Sunrise Hospital, and apparently part of this location is that there's going to be a light rail stop there. And so I don't know if anybody can confirm that. And then they were saying they're going to design their building so you can, similar to a big city where you get out and you have a stop, you can go right in a cafe or some area right there. So I'm 100% in favor of it. I participated and I had to sign off on vacating this alley here because my building is here, and I did sign off on that immediately. And so I want to make sure that that's not a permanent thing. In other words, if the building doesn't get built, that they cut the alley off. So I don't know how that works out, but I want to assist in getting this property built. I talked to Dan about possibly using some portion of my building as the pre-leasing office because it's right next door. It just makes sense. And so I'm all in favor of it. Do you have any questions for me? Or?
No,
okay.
Not at this point, but thank you for coming up.
Yeah, and I did go to the neighborhood meeting last week, and they're telling the truth. There were a lot of residents there, and it is a legitimate thing that's happening.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And we do have 3 microphones, so I'd ask everybody to come up as quick as possible. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mel Green, 353 East Bonneville, live in New Jewels, Unit 513. And I, too, support this project because my wife is from New York, and I lived in China for 2 years, so we like that the community that we're starting to generate. We have Greens and Proteins downstairs, Jules. We have a grocery store just opened. We have a small nightclub, and we have a Vietnamese restaurant. I also designed the Eclipse Theater, so now we're starting to get a community downtown, And again, I definitely support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Braystead. I currently live in the area of interest. I'm 1103 and 1101 Lewis, and I did go to the neighborhood meeting, and as they explained, it was well received. I've got questions for it. I'm going to miss the lawn in front of it. I did ask for a zip line between the two buildings, and I see that they didn't come forward with that. But I'm also drive around there, and a lot of the apartments took advantage of money for grass. So it's all rocks around a lot of the apartments, and I feel bad for the people that have to raise kids in a place that has all rocks around it. So I'm new to this planning game. I encourage you to look at it and see if there's some adjustment and continue to work with them. I don't see how you're going to bump that up. One of the big questions that came up in the meeting was, well, why don't you go on Fremont Street and build there? Because that's where a lot of people, and the comment is Fremont Street has been billed as a bar crawl. The individual that put that all together and all, they got special waivers so that you could have bars on top of each other. And that's good for them, but for a community, I think it has some merit to it. And I encourage the Planning Commission to take a look at it. And I know there's a lot of variances they're asking for, and there's a lot of conditions, but I think smart people will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there's anyone else that wants to be heard that's not walking forward, please walk forward at this point. Good evening. Could you give us 1 second? Could you turn on that? Okay, the mic's on.
Hello, sir. My name is Chris Schleman. I live at 406 South 11th Street. I live in an apartment at one of the buildings that'd be slated to be demolished. I've lived there for 23 years. And my first comment is I think this is a very worthwhile project, but I think it's the wrong location. I think it's out of step with the neighborhood, and the comment that there needs to be culture and diversity. I think that's being said by a person who lives in LA. I lived in the area for 23 years, and there's quite a bit of diversity and culture in the area if you live there. Like I said, it's a good project, but the wrong location. I think there's too many variances, for the schools and the churches, which need to be respected. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If anyone else wants to be heard, please come forward.
My name's Stephen Smith. I live at 715 East Mesquite Avenue. I'm sure it's a really nice project. I do think it's the wrong location. It's too close to churches. It's too close to the schools. And I'd just like you to know how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm closing this public hearing. Turning this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you. I'm fairly familiar with the area down there, and I look at what's being proposed here with the very generous offer to relocate the current tenants. I think that's just sets a standard that I think that all other developments should follow. Also, the proximity to the mass transit lines. I think that certainly offsets the request for the waiver for the parking. I think that's fine. The addition of a healthcare facility for the neighborhood as well as the residents of the development are a major plus. I think the addition of some of the social space as well as the swimming pools are offering the types of things that are really needed in that area, and for people that are living in an apartment style that they often aren't going to have at the rates that you're talking about charging these people. There's no question that we need the affordable housing in the area, and the vertical development downtown is appropriate, I believe. So with the ground floor retail, making it easy for people with limited mobility, having access to those types of things is great. So without going on and on, I think you're going to see my support for the project. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Commissioner Toussaint.
I'm very familiar with this area. In 1953, I lived right across the street where this building is in the fourplex. Lost my tortoise in the windstorm. I love downtown. I'm excited to see downtown growing the way it should be. Without a viable downtown, we don't really have a big city. I mean, we really do need downtown. We need people to want to go downtown and live there. And you'll see my support on this because I love this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Toussaint. Commissioner Moody.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So George Canning once said, in matters of commerce, the fault of the Dutch is offering too little and asking too much. The French are with equal advantage content, so we clap on Dutch bottoms just 20%. And I'm not saying you're not offering enough. I think what you're offering is very generous. But because this does not comply with the downtown master plan, the height of this building just seems too much to me. If you were coming in at 5, 6, 7 stories, I think I could support it. But it just doesn't seem harmonious in this neighborhood to me. So as much as I like it, I just think it's too high for that area. So I'm having a hard time supporting this. I apologize.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Quinn? I've been torn on this project because I love, getting more residential and more high-rise and properties in downtown. And even though Fremont Street is a pub crawl and that's what people think of it. I built 2 communities on Fremont Street, and my communities are not a pub crawl sometimes, but not all the time. But I think, this is a 15-story, apartment or condo project on Maryland Parkway. There's nothing of this size anywhere in that general area. If this was on one of the major corridors, Fremont or, on Las Vegas Boulevard, or if it was, around Newport Lofts or Soho Lofts or the Arts District or Neckett City or any of these other areas, we're almost encroaching upon, well, not almost encroaching upon, we're encroaching upon like 2- and 3-story buildings within this neighborhood. And I think it just overpowers everything in there. And one day, maybe with the redevelopment of downtown and with everything coming to downtown, and once more and more high-rises get built. But I would agree with Commissioner Moody in what he said. I don't think this actually fits within the new downtown master plan that's being approved right now. I think we have certain areas where we're looking at putting high-rise, and certain areas where we're looking at putting mid-rise, and certain areas where we're looking at keeping it smaller scale. But I would say, if this was a 4-story or 5-story or something along those lines, I could definitely support it. I think that would be great, but it just towers over everything within 10 blocks of it. So I don't think I could support it being as tall as it is.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Mr. Galati would like to say something.
Okay, I'll give him a minute.
Okay, and I also wanted to add with regard to the variance, remember the uses that to which the distance separation is an issue are 11th floor and 15th floor, so it's not like they're on the same level as the church or school. You have to go up to the top of the building in order to be affected by that. So anyway, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been many years since I sat in your seat, Mr. Chairman. But I just wanted to bring a little bit of context because I was on the Planning Commission when we approved Fremont Street East. And Fremont Street East was very controversial. And there was a lot of people came out in opposition of having that many bars together and having that many things together. And as planning commissioners, we struggled with that, just like you're struggling with some of the issues on this project. But we went forward with it, and we approved it, and then subsequently the council approved it, and things happened. And now we look at Fremont East as the beacon of our downtown, as a place that has changed the character for the good, has brought tourism and brought a lot of things into the downtown. At the time that we approved the Fremont Street East district, there was concern that there was going to need to be other things that would make that work. And the biggest thing was housing. And I think we all have talked about that. But downtown has needed housing ever since 15 years ago when we approved Fremont Street East. And housing is very difficult to develop in downtown, as I know you know, and many on the commission know. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to find property that is affordable enough to build enough to try to keep rents at a reasonable place where actually you can have people live there. And downtown is still not the place where everybody's going to flock from Summerlin or from Green Valley to. And so we need to provide these other amenities. There's a lot of other things that are in this project. There's a lot of green space. There's a lot of open space that happen to be on upper floors. There are places where the community can engage and come together. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context as you deliberate this, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, and I just wanted to make a comment before, and then I'll let you speak. But I agree. I mean, we need more housing. We need more residential units in downtown. I mean, you were there when the Fremont East was approved. That was about 12 to 13 years ago. I started building 12 to 13 years ago in downtown. I was the first person to take a step out in downtown and start building when the downtown cocktail room and the Griffin and the beauty bar just start building in the Fremont East. I broke ground at the same time as them. I agree we need more residential. I just think that 15 stories, I mean, I think it's a little excessive. I mean, I think we could make this work with 4 or 5 stories, and just because we have a property and we want to entitle it for 15 stories, and you know, if it does get entitled, then hopefully you build it, and I'd love to see people move downtown. But I mean, honestly, I do feel that it's gonna, you know, tower over everything down there, and I think it could be built on a scale that matches that neighborhood and matches our new downtown master plan. And so, Commissioner Crew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this submittal. I think it's a great project. I think we need more density downtown. We've businesses to come downtown. They're going to be looking for density, looking for rooftops, and looking for nursery rooftops. We're looking for people to support those businesses. One of the issues, though, that I do have is the waiver for the churches and the school with the bar. How do you wrap your hands around that? And it's not like it's 400 feet separation and it's 300 feet or 350. It's 70 feet and it's 80 feet. That's kind of tough to handle, kind of tough to deal with. And so from a perspective of how do we wrap our hands around that, I would love to hear specifically if there's a way to remedy this situation.
Well, one way you can remedy it by getting rid of it, but we don't really want to do that. But the other thing is, normally we're talking about some kind of horizontal distance. When you read that, you're absolutely right, Commissioner. You look and say, whoa, 70 feet where 400 is required. But the bar itself is on the 11th floor of property 1, and the restaurant is on the 15th floor of property 2. So when you add the vertical, it's substantially further away from the church. So it's not, the concern always is these places are placed right next to a church or near a church or school, and that's not anywhere close to what we have because of the height. And Mr. Chairman, could I also respond? Remember
Yes.
when Queensridge, and I hate to mention those words right now, the towers went up. People went through the roof saying, what are you doing putting those towers in the middle of a single-story community like that? Are you nuts? And now it's the most iconic, one of the most beautiful places that there is in our.
Do you guys know how many stories Newport Lofts and Jewel and some of the other high-rises downtown are? How many stories they are?
I don't know exact, but it's similar, right? I think they're even a little taller, yeah? They're like
Correct, yes. There would be one guy who would know, who's not here, he's probably listening in the back. But maybe Mr. Green can, I'm just trying to get a,
Jewel is 14
want
stories.
to introduce yourself again for the record.
Mel Green, 353 East Bonneville, Unit 515. The Jewel is 14 stories, and also there's a portion that's roughly 7 stories.
Thank you. So it's not necessarily out of the realm for this to go up. Some precedents have been set for your project. Right, moving forward, I mean, are you securing your financing with this, and you wouldn't be here, I'm assuming, if you were not prepared to move forward.
So far altogether, we spent about $1 million. If I can get a cap rate of 4.5%, 5%, I have the investor to go forward. I have a few guys, they want to see signed leases, they want to see lease agreements signed, pre-lease agreements, so that sort of thing. So there's a lot of work to be done. But yeah, if I can get that cap rate there and people sign on the dotted line, we can do it.
And you're still going to be living in Los Angeles? Your business is based in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Okay.
I own a brokerage called Shuplup Inc., and we're based there, but I do everywhere.
Right. It was perceived that you were a local. I mean, you were here, but you do not live here.
Yeah, I don't live here. I'm staying with my parents right now.
That should be fun. Great. I am in support. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn.
I was just going to say, if there's nobody else going to talk, I would be ready to make a motion.
I just wanted to ask Public Works a quick question, and maybe it's for Planning Commission, but some gentleman got up here earlier and was asking about the vacation and what happens if this project does not go forward. Will that vacation not be recorded, and is it not allowed to be recorded until the project moves forward?
I am the guy who signs off last on vacation saying it's ready to be recorded, and I will commit that I will not let it be recorded unless we have an actual project with building permits ready to be issued. If the Planning Commission would feel more comfortable with a specific condition to that effect, I would be amenable to proposing one, but I can tell you that I will not let it record until we have an actual. Now, if they pull the permits, we release the recording, and then they don't build it, I don't know what we can do, but I can certainly make sure that they don't record it until they've actually got permits ready to be pulled.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to say I don't have any problem with your project or the bar or the distance separation or any of those issues, because this isn't a PT's pub right across the street from the school, and that's a private school, the Smith stuff, and I don't think that's an issue. I just think it's a little bit too tall, but we'll see. I'll ask for a motion and see where this goes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 38, zoning 70263. My motion is for approval and to follow all staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 39 is the variance 70264, and again, my motion this evening is for approval following all of staff's recommendations.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 40, variance 70265. My motion is also for approval following all of staff's recommendations this evening.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Thank you. And then regarding item number 41, which is the SUP 70266, again, my motion will be for approval following all of staff's recommendations.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you. Regarding item number 42, SUP 70267, my motion is for approval following all of staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Regarding item number 43, vacation 70268, my motion will be again for approval following all of staff's recommendations.
Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you. Regarding number 44, SDR 70269, my motion is for approval following all of staff's recommendations.
Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items I'm sorry.
I am sorry. On the last vote, item 44, we'll be noting Vice Chair Cherry's abstention, not a yes vote.
Mr. Chairman, items 38 through 44 will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. I won't let you guys down. Speak good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Moving on to items 45 through items 50. Item 45 is ZON 70273, applicant owner BDR Cascadia LLC, for possible action on a request for a rezone from R4 high-density residential to C1 limited commercial at the southwest corner of Lewis Avenue and 11th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. 46, VAR 70275, for possible action on a request for variance to allow 77 parking spaces where 153 spaces are required. Staff recommends denial. Item 47, VAR 70280, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 5-foot front, side, and corner yard setbacks where 10 feet is required, and 5-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Item 48, SUP 70281, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for mixed-use development, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Item 49, SUP 70284, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a restaurant with alcohol use, with a waiver to allow a 230-foot distance separation from a church, house of worship, and 240-foot distance separation from a school where 400 feet is required. Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Item 50, SDR 70285, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 15-story mixed-use development containing 60 multifamily residential units and 8,014 square feet of commercial space, with waivers to allow 0 feet of landscape buffering along the portions of the east and north property lines where 15 feet is required, to allow 0 feet of landscape buffering along portions of the south property line where 8 feet is required, and to allow 0 perimeter trees where 19 is required. Ward 3, Coffin. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, similar to the previous request, this portion of the downtown master plan is planned as a transition between the more intense Fremont East and Founders District mixed-use hubs, and the intensity of uses allowed by the proposed C1 district would not be appropriate for this location. Given the existing residential zoning districts surrounding the property, rezoning to C1 in this location would also constitute spot zoning. Although mixed-use development is generally encouraged within the downtown core, the scale of this proposal is inappropriate for an area predominantly developed with residential, professional office, and other low-intensity uses. A 15-story tower would be out of scale with the surrounding single-story and low-rise development in the area. The requested self-imposed setback variances and landscape waivers indicate that the site is being overbuilt and not appropriate for this location. In addition, there's a church and school within 400 feet of the proposed restaurant with alcohol use. These are uses protected by Title 19. The proposed development would be more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood if the existing R4 development standards were utilized rather than the proposed C1 standards. Staff therefore recommends denial of all requests, and note that there are additional approvals and protests received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Could you talk a little bit closer to the microphone, please? And can we start with Vice Chair?
Through the chair, if I may, I'll be abstaining from this application as well, being that my company is working with the applicant's architecture firm.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as you could see, if we go to the overhead, the properties are just across the street from the other. They were intended to be one project, but because of the street separation, they have to be filed as two. All of the comments I made relating to the previous project actually incorporated some of the discussions with regard to this one, such as the restaurant on the 15th floor. So I would just incorporate the same comments that I made in the previous application to this one, and I'm sure the same is true with Mr. Reisberg and Mr. Galati and Mr. Kirk, so that you've got a very busy schedule. You don't need to hear us repeating things.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. And I'm not going to wait on people to come up here. If you want to be heard, please come up and line up.
I'm in favor of it too. I appreciate Benjamin Childs, 318 South Maryland Parkway, and I appreciate you bringing up about the vacating the alley. That was my issue. This is essentially catty corner to my building, so I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Long time.
Yes.
Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. One comment about the spot zoning. Spot zoning usually refers to a piece of property that's an infill in the middle of the street, that's meaning that there are no other adjacent or close proximity to other kinds of like-minded uses, zoning uses. But that should be looked at. I am in favor of the project. It looks good, and the town is desperately in need of density and paychecks and people to come down here and share the fun with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Michael Conkle, 408 South 11th Street, property south of their proposed development. I want to thank the staff, and I concur with their denial of the request for the reasons they listed, especially the downtown master plan. As an adjacent neighbor, I object to the request under their cause by not following all the city variances and zoning regulations, since I am directly affected by that, being right next to them with a zero variance and no setbacks. My direct and personal concerns are I have a elderly disabled sibling with health issues, respiratory in particular, and I'm concerned about the construction project with the demolition and construction as it's being built, that it might affect her in this building that is directly south of that. Also, I'm concerned, since my building is a 1950 style house built, I'm concerned about the foundation or actual framing of the building, since that building is quite big. Vibration or anything else that might cause damage to my property. Along with that, the noise level that it's going to create for me and my sisters. I'm sure the operation is going to run for a few months or a year. I'm not sure the direct operation for that. And then something you mentioned too, Mr. Chairman, overpowering the neighborhood and myself. If you look at the map, I'm the small building directly to the south of that property. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Yes, sir. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. I'm just going to say that I really am torn, because I really do like to see more residents come downtown, and I do think it's a beautiful building and with great design. And if it was another 5 or 6 years down the road where we start seeing more of these coming closer to Maryland Parkway. But just my decision is just being made solely on, is it harmonious and compatible with that neighborhood? And being on Maryland Parkway is the only thing over there. And I know this might be a block off, but I would like to see this built, but I just can't support it due to the fact that it's just going to stick out. So,
Can I say something?
You can, but we're going to have the same comment. So,
Yeah, so
I heard a comment earlier that because of the year that the houses were built, that there's no streetlights in the neighborhood. It's very rare. So one thing, about making the neighborhood better, the residential area, is we are going to have security. It will be well lit. We will make the neighborhood safer, cleaner by having both those buildings there.
I agree. Thank you. Looking forward to having a motion. Commissioner Trowbridge.
I'll take this batch.
Thank you.
In regards to item number 45, zoning 2273, rezoning public hearing, make a motion for approval subject to all staff as approved conditions.
Thank you. A motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. We're on a brief hold for Commissioner Quinn to come back. Please post. That motion carries.
In regards to variance 7275, make a motion for approval subject to all staff's, if approved, conditions.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. The motion carries.
In regard to variance 70-280, make a motion for approval subject to all staff, if approved, conditions.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
In regards to the special use permit 70-281, make a motion for approval subject to all staff, if approved, conditions.
The motion carries.
In regards to special use permit 70-284, make a motion for approval subject to all staff, if approved, conditions.
The motion carries.
In regards to site development plan review SDR 285, make a motion for approval subject to all staff, if approved, conditions.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries. Congratulations.
thank you very much, all of you. Appreciate it. Appreciate all your comments.
Mr. Chairman, items 45 through 50 will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
Moving on to item 51. VAR 70236, applicant owner, Rainbow Dreams Educational Foundation et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow 51 parking spaces where 57 parking spaces are required at 950 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. And item 52, SDR 70237, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 3132, for a proposed temporary development to add 3 modular buildings to an existing private school, primary, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing the addition of 3 modular buildings housing 4 classrooms for an existing private school. Title 19 allows for temporary development for a period not to exceed 3 years, with the opportunity to extend the approval for an additional 3 years. The additional classrooms generated by the modular buildings will result in a parking deficit in which no additional on-site parking will be proposed. As there's no physical deficiency in the site that would warrant a variance, the hardship is self-imposed, and staff therefore recommends denial of both the variance and the site development plan review. Note that additional support documents were received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Melvin Green with KME Architects, 5588 South Fort Apache, Unit 110. Have with me representing Rainbow Dreams Foundation, the actual founder, Diane Pollard.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Diane Pollard, 1860 Jasmine Joy Court.
Thank you.
We would just like to address a couple things with the with staff's recommendation. We do feel that we should be able to allow for the 51 parking spaces as is. Right now, there's only about 27 staff members at the school itself, and then this is a neighborhood charter school. So most of the students are dropped off by their parents as well. We're requesting the actual additional classrooms because it serves a need in the community, and Mrs. Pollard can actually give you a little bit more in-depth information on why the classrooms are required.
Thank you. Again, Diane Pollard, 1860 Jasmine Joy Court. As we are celebrating our 10th anniversary this year, and we have a school where we grow as our students grow, we started K through 2nd grade in 2007, and we've added a grade each year. We halted for a period of time because we had to purchase property and things of that nature in order to have the space where we could put a modular unit on. So we did that, and we've been acquiring additional property because of that. Our parents, our teachers, and the community are welcoming our school, our charter school. It's a public charter school, and we have many of our parents and some of our students that are here. We are a K through 8 school, and we're asking for consideration on that. I can say also that we are one of the highest scoring schools with the ASVAB test on the west side. So our school is needed, and we'd like for you all to consider our proposal.
Thank you.
With that in mind, we respectfully request your approval of the variance. Thank you.
All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in full support of this. You know, the school is such a shining beacon in our community. Dr. and Mrs. Pollard, who founded the school, have worked tirelessly to ensure that our school in the 89106 is successful. I don't think that the burden, the perceived burden of the parking is an issue. Students are going to be dropped off. Some people take the bus to school. So I don't see a need for that much parking, additional parking. And then with the temporary modulars, I did go by and take a look at it. One of those modules is a restroom, and then the two fit well within the space that has been allotted. So I don't see an issue with that. And plus, I trust the Pollards to ensure that things are going to be done right over there, because I know they are distinguished Nevadans, also the Nevada System of Higher Education, and they are not going to let that down by doing something wrong. So I am in full support of this. And
Commissioner, I think it's a great school, and I think it's a request that I can support, and I'd be looking for a motion if you're ready.
I am ready. So agenda item 51, VAR 70236. I recommend approval with any staff conditions.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Trowbridge. And that motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 52, SDR 70237. I recommend approval with any staff conditions.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Great.
The motion carries.
Congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, items 51 and 52 will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 53 and 54, starting with 53, VAR 70253, applicant Family Dollar Stores, owner Union Local 872, Laborers International, for possible action on a request for variance to allow 34 parking spaces, where 48 parking spaces are required on the south side of Bonanza Road, west of Lamb Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Item number 54, SDR 70251, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 8,320 square foot general retail store with a waiver to allow a non-coherent design where consistent detail and finish is required for all sides of the building, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a retail store with a request for a variance for the parking, an exception for parking lot landscaping, and a waiver to allow the building facade of a building not to be coherently designed and treated. Staff does not support a reduction of the required minimum parking lot landscaping or a waiver that will allow three sides of the building to lack a consistent level of detailing of finish as required by Title 19. Also, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the parking variance has been presented. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of these requests.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Seth Floyd, 4270 South Decatur Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. Just a couple of comments to address some of staff's concerns on the elevation issue. My client is more than willing to work with staff if you'd like to put a condition in on addressing the elevation concerns on the east and west elevations. I don't think the front elevation was the issue. It was the east and the two sides of the building. There wasn't sufficient relief of the materials and the architectural elements on the side. So we are prepared to address that concern. Otherwise, I would point out that in this area, there are several vacant lots on this area that are ripe for redevelopment. I think this is an appropriate one for the area. And we mentioned in our justification letter, we do expect a fair amount of pedestrian traffic along that corridor. I think there's a new McDonald's across the street. There's also proposed redevelopment. The Laborers Local 872 own all the way to the west, to the next corner on the other side of Lamb. So there's going to be some redevelopment on those properties as well, and I think this will be consistent with that. So I'd ask for your support of this item.
Thank you. I appreciate this. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. I'll go ahead and start because you have keynotes number 1 and keynote number 5, and your plans are quite blurry, and I couldn't read the plans. So could you just kind of explain what the back and the two side, the materials that are going to be used on the back and the two sides?
Yeah, so on the back and sides, it's just block material. If you can look at the front, in fact, the visual that's up right now, as you can see, there is a block relief material here on the bottom half at a smooth surface above it. We can continue that concept around the back and the sides. That's what I was referring to as a way to address staff's concern on the elevations. There are also, you can't see it on this picture, there are pop-outs about halfway up that separate those two materials. We can carry that around both sides of the building.
Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Vice Chair?
Through the chair, I appreciate the applicant offering that. I feel, though, that there was probably sufficient time to come back so we could actually see something at the meeting. And I think for me, I'm going to stick with staff's recommendation, and maybe between now and City Council, you'll have something to offer the City Council to address that to visually see. So that's where I stand.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, if I may, through you to the Vice Chair, if you look at, there is a photograph of a standard floor plan for these in color. Yeah, this picture here. You can see exactly what I'm talking about. You can't see the side of the building, but it would be exactly the same carried around to the side. So that would be that's how it would address the relief issue on the sides of the building.
Thank you for pointing that out.
All right, if there's no other comments, could we get a motion?
I'll make
Commissioner
a motion. Sure. Regarding item number 53, the variance of 70253, my motion this evening is for approval, just because I think it'd be fine. So, following all of staff's recommendations.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman. And regarding item 54, SDR 7251, I'm also going to offer this evening staff's recommendation for approval. And good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, these items will be heard, 53 and 54, will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
All right, we're going to go back to item number 35, advance re-notification SDR 68686. Applicant owner, Marcus Street, Summerlin RE LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 72-bed convalescent care facility nursing home with a waiver to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 8 feet is required in the north property line, a 2-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 8 feet is required on a portion of the west property line, a 6-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 8 feet is required on the east property line, and a 10-foot perimeter landscape buffer where 15 feet is required on a portion of the south property line of 7540 Smoke Ranch Road, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Quinn.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, you and I met, and it was a nice meeting, but it was a preoccupied meeting with a few different subjects that overshadowed your item.
Yes, ma'am.
With that being said, I don't feel like I spent enough time with you on the landscape, and I hope it's okay, but could we hold it, please?
That would be, yes, I guess that would be
Thank you so
advisable
much.
at this point.
You know, it's such a big piece of property and such a great project. It just, I didn't spend enough time on the landscaping with you, and I think I need to.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Celeste.
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
So my motion this evening regarding abeyance SDR 68686 is going to be to hold till the next meeting. Thank you, sir.
So to restate, the motion is to obey items 61, 62, 63, and 64 until
We're on item
Excuse me,
35.
Brad,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry,
we
35.
trailed-
The screen's got something else up, so
we
sorry about
trailed
that.
number 35, sir,
That's
because
fine.
Mr. Celeste wasn't here.
And that's to the July meeting?
if that's okay. Thank you, sir.
So motion's on the floor to hold this item to the July 11th, 2017 Planning Commission hearing. And that motion carries.
All right, thanks. See you guys in July.
Moving on to item 61, VAR 70397, applicant owner Sam BG Las Vegas LLC et al. For possible action on a request for variance to allow a 10-foot tall wall and the front setback area where 5 feet with the top 3 feet being 50% open is maximum allowed at 200 East Ogden Avenue, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends no. Relating to item 62, SUP 70395, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 44,133 square foot liquor establishment tavern use with a waiver to allow a 34-foot distance separation from an existing liquor establishment tavern where 1,500 feet is required. Staff recommends approval. Item number 63, SUP 70396, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed nightclub use, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. And item 64, SDR 70398, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 8,074 square foot commercial recreation amusement outdoor use, the conversion of an existing security building to a 1,918 square foot cafe tavern, and the conversion of the first floor of an existing parking garage to a 34,141 square foot hotel meeting room and fitness center, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to convert an existing structure into a tavern, a surface parking lot into an outdoor entertainment venue, and the first floor of an existing parking garage into a private fitness center, meeting rooms, and venue space for the downtown Ground Hotel and Casino. This request also includes a variance for a 10-foot wall within the front setback. Staff is recommending denial of the variance as no evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the request has been presented. Staff does support the proposed fitness center and meeting venue space, as well as the special use permits for the tavern and nightclub. The site is within the downtown casino overlay district, and the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding properties. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Kirk.
Before you begin, I need to disclose that CIM is the owner of the Downtown Grand Casino, which my advertising firm has done work for in the past. We currently do not do any work for them now, and I spoke with the city attorney, and I don't feel that there's any conflict, so I will be voting on this. Thank you.
That's fine.
Vice Chair.
Through the chair, my company has ongoing relations with the applicant's contractor, so I will have to abstain again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the time this evening. Bradley Aronson, representing the applicant CIM Group, 4700 Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. My colleague Todd McBrayer with Breslin Builders, who's acting in this instance as our architect of record. We appreciate all of staff's time on this and agree with everything that they have said. One aspect, a couple additional details as it relates to some of staff's concerns regarding the denial of the variance request for the 10-foot wall. This is to act as the back of an outdoor stage concept for this outdoor urban park. And in addition, we also, at staff's recommendation, pushed that wall 5 feet inboard of the property line in order to add the requisite 5-foot landscape setback in order to soften that wall. So we hope that that softening of that facade on that side with the landscape and the concept of this wall being the backside of the stage, in concert with the idea of having it be decorative in some way or have signage and be additive to the casino center streetscape, sways the commission this evening to agree to allow us to add the 10-foot wall there.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. If there's anyone else that would like to be heard, please start making your way down to the podium. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a great-looking project. Seems to take care of that unused space properly, and welcome to the neighborhood. This would be a definite asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Quinn.
Just a brief comment. I love this project, and you'll see my support this evening, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Trowbridge.
No further comments. I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, in regards to variance 70-397, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff, if approved, conditions.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries, noting the abstention of Vice Chair Sherry.
In regards to the special use permit 70-395, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
In regards to special use permit 70-396, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
The motion carries.
In regards to site development plan review 7398, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. The motion carries. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Items 61 through 64 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 65, VAR 69628, applicant owner Jeffrey M. and Michelle D. Mule license, you'll have to correct me on your name, for possible action on a request for variance to allow an existing accessory structure, Class 2 carport, to be in front of a primary structure where such is not allowed. A 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required, and 0-foot separation from the main dwelling where 6 feet is required at 1320 Maple Grove Circle, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance to permit an existing carport that does not meet the minimum setback requirements. This case is the result of a code enforcement case. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the request has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there is an additional letter of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Mullison, 1320 Maple Grove Circle, and my wife, Michelle Mullison. And we looked at we're trying to get a variance for an existing structure because we received erroneous information initially by the person who built it. So now we're trying to see what we can do with what we have because we're still in debt paying for this one. And I know that money is not considered a hardship, but I wanted to put that out there in the stead. As far as the setback enforcement on the side of the house, if we move the supports from that to meet those guidelines, then the support would be right in the middle of our gate. So it would create an inaccessibility to the backyard of our property. So that's why we're asking for that part. The reason that it's as close as it is to the gate, or the wall, exterior wall, is noted in our justification letter, is we've had our house broken into, and the police cited that was the reason that there were people walking our wall, and that's how they accessed our property. So we were trying to create that as a security barrier as well. So we talked to the people around us and everyone in our neighborhood, and we had no issues up to that point. But apparently, I was told that if it was bolted to the concrete, that it didn't need permits, which obviously is wrong now. I know it's been a steep learning curve for me, but that's where we are today. I noticed in one of the statements that the gentleman wrote against ours, he said that it was bolted to the concrete, but it survived the 80-mile-an-hour wind that we had a while back when quite a few trees went down, and it didn't move, and the distance that it is from our house didn't change, and no damage was done anywhere around. So I don't know what additional information you'd like for me, if there are any questions or comments. I'm still learning what to do.
All right, thank you.
I'm learning with him. So.
Awesome. Would you like to give your name and address for the
Yes,
record?
Michelle Muleisen, 1320 Maple Grove Circle.
All right.
I'm also applicant with my husband, and yeah, I don't think I have anything to add. Pretty much, yeah. I was amazed that, So anyway, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. This was noticed as public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, come forward. State your name and address for the record.
So my name is Norm Som, and I live at 1324 Maple Grove Circle, and I just want to speak in favor of the variance. It adds to the beauty of the neighborhood, and so I'm just asking that the commission would vote in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Just a quick question. Jeff, did you buy the house? Was this built when you bought the house, or did you build it?
No, it was built later.
Okay. So with that, you'll see my approval this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Creer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you built this yourself?
No.
Not myself, no.
So
I
you
don't
had a
have the capacity
contractor?
to do it. Yes.
So you paid a contractor
Yes.
under the impression that the contractor was going to get all permits and
Yes.
the whole nine. So
Because one of the things that's put into the thing we have from the contractor, and it states the dimensions of the building to be produced, and it says on there, no permit. So
Yes.
So you said you have something from the contractor that
No.
says
Well, yeah, I have something that
no
from the
permit is
initial-
required?
Right, it said no, yeah.
So is there any liability with the contractor? I don't know if this board is in a position to enforce that, but
Yeah.
it seems as though the contractor,
Should have known and would have told us, because we asked them about it, and he said because they were bolting it in, it was not a permanent structure, that we did not need a permit. So we're like, okay.
so then code enforcement came over and said that you didn't
That
need
we
a
do.
permit.
And we're like, okay. And so we'd already had it built, and so we like to keep it to protect our property. I even chose the color to match the house so it would blend in. Aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, I feel bad for you guys. That's not right.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. And because of that, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion, if there's no more discussion, or if there is discussion. Agenda item 65, VAR 69628. I make a recommendation for approval with any staff recommendations, staff conditions, I'm sorry.
There's a motion for approval on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 65 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
All right. Moving on to item 66, VAR 69668, applicant owner Angela Murillo, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 2-foot rear yard setback and a 4-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover at 5663 Foxglove Field Street, Ward 6 Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this item is before you as a result of an open code enforcement case. The request is a result of a self-imposed hardship that would have been mitigated by the submittal and review of a building permit. As such, staff recommends denial of the variance request. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cesar Godinez. I'm a son of my father and my mother.
Address, please.
5663 Foxglove Field Street, 89130. Actually, so we received a notice while they were building that we needed permits for the patio cover. So we, that's when we submitted to get the permits, but results of the contractor who built it, I guess they said it was fine according to them. So we went with it, followed all the variance requests for this, so here we are now trying to get this approved. As far as the side setbacks, what I did notice though, it says 4 feet where 5 feet is required, but we were just following the house. The house was built there, the wall was there, so we didn't add the property wall, so we just followed that through. It's 5 feet to the outside of the perimeter wall, but not to the inside, if that makes any better for the side setbacks.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion, starting with Commissioner Moody.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I ask the applicants, have you spoken to your neighbors?
Yeah, actually we have. A few of them actually came through and said that it was, they liked it. We made it existing to the house, so to try to match the aesthetics of it, we followed the stucco all the way around with the same paint as well. All the neighbors seem to like it. We haven't had any complaints as far as that goes, and that's directly around us.
You do have one letter that came in after the final agenda was submitted, one in favor, one in protest. So you got at least one neighbor that...
Okay.
And I'm not saying they're a close neighbor. They could be, several homes away.
Sure.
I agree you did a good job matching the house. It certainly ties into the house. It's just... it's so close to that wall. There's not a lot of room back there in the first place. So
yeah, so that's...
I'm sympathetic. I can see what you were trying to do. I'd like to hear from my other planning commissioners.
Thank you. You can hear from me.
Question,
Mr.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
sorry. Go ahead. Oh, thank you. Oh, I just wanted to say that you did a great job matching the house, the color, the structure, the stucco, the whole thing. The fact that it's resting close to a street versus a neighbor right on top of it, right there, you'll see my support this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chair, through you.
Yes.
Did you built this yourself, or did you have a contractor?
No, we had a contractor build it for us.
So the contractor, once again, did not pull the proper permits necessary for...
I was the one that actually did the plans to submit for this, because that's when we found out that he, I guess, built it without it. He said that we didn't need a permit or anything because it was a, standalone or something.
And this contractor is a licensed contractor, or is it someone who's
No, it was
who
someone
works
that
in a
we hired
contractor?
first to do our concrete throughout the perimeter of the house, and they were licensed for that, and they said they're licensed for the patio stuff too. So we said, okay, yeah, if it's okay, then.
Yeah, I think you guys got bad advice also, unfortunately. I do concur with my colleague, Commissioner Quinn, that since it backs up to the street instead of to someone's neighborhood, then it's not quite of an impediment as it would be if it was
in
the back of a neighbor's home.
Got it, makes sense.
You did do a very good job. I see your intention of what you're trying to do. I will support it. I think you should have a conversation with your contractor.
Oh,
and,
yeah,
I'm not an attorney, but there could be some remediation or something.
Yeah,
there.
we're looking into that.
But I'm not an attorney, so I'm not telling you what to do.
I'm just going to say, every person that's here for a variance tonight is going to get up here and tell us that they had a contractor, and that, just because they heard the first person say it and the second person, and everybody's going to come up and say they had a contractor. If you had a contractor and a contractor went out and built a project without a permit, then you're either hiring an unlicensed contractor that doesn't know what they're doing, or you need to turn them into the contractors board, bottom line.
Definitely.
I mean, why are you up here paying $1,400 or whatever you paid?
Yeah.
Because you hired an unlicensed contractor or you hired a licensed contractor. It doesn't matter if they're licensed or unlicensed. Turn them into the contractors board. And I'm going to direct the city to, start reporting these people.
That's what I-
Hopefully we can have, the contractors that you and everybody else has hired. And if it's your friend or if it's not your friend or whoever, they'll get turned into the contractors board.
No,
and
we
we
are.
can start getting around these issues. I will agree with Commissioner Quinn that this backs up to a street and it's on, the side. I don't like it when people do stuff prior to, getting the appropriate permits and the appropriate variances, but since it does back up to the street, I'll agree with Commissioner Quinn on this and look for a motion.
I'm ready to make that motion, Mr. Chair. Item 66, VAR 69668, my motion is for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. We've been going for a little over 2 hours now, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess.
Yeah.
This commission hearing is called to order. Moving on to item number 67, VAR 70086, applicant owner Guerrero and Maria Diaz for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 13-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required for a proposed single-family residence and a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed accessory structure class 2 casita at 1721 South Tioga Way, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a new single-family residence with accessory structures on a vacant lot. As proposed, it does not comply with the minimum setback requirements for the front or side yards and will result in a site that is overbuilt. The structures could be redesigned or reduced in size to comply with the requirements of Title 19. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the request, staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Guerrero Diaz. I'm the 2173 South Lisa Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. We are planning to build a dream home in this part of the city. The reason why we are applying to reduce the 10 feet setback on the side of the casita garage is because if we can get the approval for 5 feet, that will accommodate the use of the driveway for the main house and to the garage, in the casita garage actually, because that will move the garage to the right and will show a better use for the land. I went and spoke to my neighbors, and there should be a couple of support letters in the Department of Planning. If I can show you pictures here of what I'm talking about, you got it in records there, but
All right, we're on the overhead.
okay. This is the main house here, where the driveway to the main garage is to the right of the property. And we got proposing 20 or 22 feet for the driveway. And that driveway will be accessible to the two-car garage for the casita in the back. And to access the two-car garage in the back, the 5 feet that we are asking, and instead of the 10 feet setback in here, we'll move the building to the right and making the access to the rear garage more convenience. Also, in the same neighborhood, in the same cul-de-sac, my neighbor at the 1701 South Tioga, this house is being built not too long ago, and they don't have 10 feet here. They got about 10 feet, about 5 feet setback, and this is a detached garage similar to the one that we are proposing to build. Moving on to the other request for the front of the house. The foundation of the house will be about behind the 20 feet requirement. The only thing that will be obstructing the 20 feet is the encroachment that is the overhead. It is a deck that is not accessible and a roof above the deck that is going over the 20 feet, and we need the extra space to make the entryway of the house more convenient. That's the reason why we are asking for this setback. to be reduced in here. This is the footings, this will be the footings of the main house. We are behind the 20 feet requirement. This is kind of the fascia that goes, the roof that goes over the deck, the one that is stepping out a little bit, which will be this section in here. This is the deck, and this is the roof that kind of goes out over the 20 feet. But in reality, the foundation of the house complies with the 20 feet requirement that the city has for this particular property. This is my family dream house that we want to put together in here. We've been working for a very long time and saving every penny, and for over a year and a half, putting together this floor plan that we like. And we also noticed that no one within the development or the neighborhood in there is negatively affected by our request. So we try to do our best and put a valuable house for the neighborhood and for everybody around there. We try to improve the area. We are the kind of people that like to bring good buildings into the area there. So I will ask you to please consider this request.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz, what a great presentation. You did a really nice job. And here's an example, I think the chairman would agree with me, of doing it right. You've got your plans, you've went to the building department, you pulled a permit, and now you're in front of us. So congratulations, and I wish you a lot of luck with your home. You will see my approval tonight.
Thank you.
Depending on my commissioner's comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I agree. It looks compatible with the house and harmonious, so there's no other comments. Could we go ahead and get a motion?
You sure can. Number 67, the variance 70086, it's my pleasure to make the motion tonight for approval. Wish you a lot of luck in your new home. Thank you, sir.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item 68, VAR 70118, applicant owner Michael and Marcia Vendetti for possible action on the request for a variance to allow a 2-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed attached patio cover at 10411 Liliac Square Avenue, Ward 6 Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a new patio cover attached to the rear of the existing residence. As proposed, it does not comply with the minimum setback requirements for the rear yard pursuant to the Cliffs Edge Master Development Plan design standards. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the requested variance, staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to everybody. My name is Mike Vendetti, 10411 Lilac Square Avenue. I have to start off by saying that I'm totally humbled by that last presentation. I have a stick figure situation here. It's relatively straightforward. My wife and I moved to Las Vegas about 7.5 months ago. We bought a resale. We're on a corner in an area called Providence in the northwest part of the city. This is Breakfast Hill Street here. The front of our house faces Lilac Square Avenue. We have a very nice neighbor to our rear and to the side here. We've spoken to them. We have their full support. We also have the written support of the HOA in terms of the project. The challenge that we're facing is that the usable depth of our backyard is 11.5 feet. So a 10-foot setback would preclude any kind of a construction at all. It just wouldn't make sense. If we were to be granted a 2-foot setback, It would provide a relatively very nice shade area for us to enjoy the backyard, as well as making the house a little bit more cooling efficient by protecting the windows and the glass door that are there. We have chosen a contractor, Bella Patio. They're fully licensed and insured. They will secure all the necessary permits required should we be granted the variance. They'll build it according to city code. They'll start construction immediately, and we will meet all the conditions set forth by the city.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion, possible action, starting with Commissioner Moody.
Thank you for doing your homework on this. The fact that you've spoken and obtained the approval of your neighbors as well as the HOA goes a long way with me, so you'll see my support. Thank you.
Can we get a motion?
My motion is to approve item 68 VAR 70118. My motion is for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item 69, VAR 70190, applicant owner, Kobe Jake Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 4-foot side yard and 7-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 5-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required for a proposed accessory structure Class 2 recreational room at 7421 Mystic Stream Street, Ward 6 Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this request is in response to a code enforcement action. The applicant is requesting that 2 existing accessory structures be allowed to remain as they are within the required side and rear setback areas. The shed structure also does not meet the minimum separation from the main residence. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the request, staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hello, Carlos Hernandez, 2966 San Lorenzo Court, Henderson, Nevada, 89052. The owner of the property asked me to come here today. They were called out on a personal matter yesterday, so I showed up on their behalf. But I'm not sure about an existing condition. This is a recreational building they have not built yet.
Okay. Anything else to add?
Just that they would hope that the variance would be approved, but
okay.
He was talking about an existing building that was due to code enforcement.
We'll get to that here in a minute.
Okay.
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion, possible action, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Moody, and maybe you could address the gentleman's question that he had.
Yeah, while city staff, through you, Mr. Chair, while staff's looking up the answer to your question, okay. I want to ask you, have you spoken to your neighbors? Do you have neighborhood approval as well as HOA?
I believe they have. I can't verify that right now. Again, they were asked to go out of town on a personal matter yesterday and asked me to show up on their behalf today.
Okay. My understanding was when I did my homework on this, I was told they did have neighbor support as well as the HOA, which is why I'm inclined to support it.
I appreciate that.
I would like to hear from staff.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I did look at the wrong item. So for 69, this is not a request based on code enforcement. It is a proposed structure. They are asking for side and rear yard setback variances to allow for this proposed structure. Staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship.
Okay. That doesn't change my opinion. You'll see my support.
Thank you.
And just a real quick question for staff. The patio that's in the rear yard, is that just a concrete patio? That's not a separate accessory structure?
Mr. Chairman, on this one, the structure is not there yet. It is a proposed structure at this point.
Yes, but it says new 20 by 20 patio separate permit, and then it shows another structure in dash line and says 460 square feet. So I'm just wondering if the patio is just a concrete patio without a structure, or are we putting two accessory structures on this property?
If I could answer that, the answer, you're correct. That is a concrete structure. It's not a...
There's no roof?
No. There's
Okay,
no roof.
all right. I'll go ahead and look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, my motion on item 69 VAR 70190 is for approval.
Thank you. Please cast your vote.
Vicky?
And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 69 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 70, VAR 70289. Applicant George and Sherry Brinkman, owner Brinkman Family Trust et al. For possible action on the request for a variance to allow a 4-foot side yard setback and a 5-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is required for an existing accessory structure, Class 2 detached patio cover, and a 1-foot separation from the primary dwelling for an existing accessory structure, Class 2 shed, where 6 feet is required at 7520 Stone Lake Street, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this request is the result of a code enforcement action for existing structures that do not meet code requirements for separation from the primary residence and setbacks from the side and rear property lines. Both structures were constructed in 2002. However, staff was unable to locate permits for either structure. There is no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property, and therefore staff recommends denial. If denied, both structures must be made to conform to Title 19 requirements. Note that there were additional approvals and protests received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. My name is George Brinkman. I'm 7520 Stone Lake Street. The items that are in question were built in 2002 by a licensed contractor that we ran everything through the ARC committee for our HOA. The HOA approved it, and the final straw and the approval was the president gave me a handwritten letter that if I painted the structure the same as the house and tiled the roof as the roof on our house, everything was in compliance with them. This is, like I said, since 2002. It's been there, it hasn't done a thing, no wind, no nothing has blown it over. We had a disgruntled neighbor that reported this to the commission and that stuff, and that's why there's going to be several houses that will be coming forward here to discuss it.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Starting with Commissioner Moody.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a question for staff. What are the Title 19 requirements that the applicant would have to conform with should this be approved?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if the variance is approved, the as-built conditions are what they would have to conform to. Code standards for the residential plan development for patio covers, I believe, is 5 foot to the footing, from the footing to the property line, 3 foot from a roof overhang to a property line. And then the accessory structures, today's standard would be 10 foot from the rear and side property lines and 6 foot from the principal dwelling.
And sir, again, through the chair, your immediate neighbors are in support of this?
Yes, sir. I had the signed documents when I built it and that stuff that both supporting did. and also the one across the street also.
And I think you said the HOA signed off on this.
Signed off on it, and the neighbors, and the president gave me the final letter if we complied with the painting and the tiling of the roof.
All right, okay. You'll see my support on this, thank you.
Would you like to turn those documents in for the record?
Yes, sir. Okay. That's the request, there's the approval, and there's the president. Yes. That's fine. That's fine.
Through the chair, if I may.
Please.
Just a question for the applicant. Are you aware that if this does get approved, you will need to have the necessary building permits to come back?
Yes, sir. I was told by, I believe the gentleman's name was Steve, that once we got the structures approved, we'd have to have the jacuzzi and the gas lines that are back in that area, the permits submitted. There's nothing in the shed.
Thank you.
And so I'll look for a motion, and if there is a motion for approval, I would say to give a timeline of 90 days to get permits and get them in place, or something, if the motion is for approval. If not, then no need to amend.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make the motion on item 70, VAR 70289. My motion is for approval, subject to all if approved conditions. And how about we give them 120 days?
Sounds great.
To get that approval.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that would be amending condition number 2 to read as follows: all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspection shall be completed in compliance with Title 19 and all codes as required by the Department of Building Safety within 120 days.
Very good. That's my motion.
Okay. Thank you. Motion's on the floor. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 70 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Item 71, VAR 70196, applicant owner Ronald Yashimitsu, Hirahara Trust, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an existing 8-foot tall solid wall with 2 feet of razor wire along the south side, the south and rear property lines where maximum height of 8 feet is allowed at 800 West Bonanza Road, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to allow an additional 2 feet of razor wire on top of existing concrete block perimeter walls, varying in height from 6 to 8 feet. The razor wire was installed without prior entitlement or permit. Title 19 states that razor wire is unacceptable as perimeter wall material in any zoning district unless approved as part of an overall development plan. As there's nothing unique about this property that would justify a deviation from Title 19, staff has concluded that the hardship is self-imposed and therefore recommends denial. Removal of the existing razor wire would bring the walls into conformance with code. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Scott Jacobs at 4045 East Post Road. I represent the owner. And the property itself has, like he said, has walls between 6 and 8 feet, CMU walls. The reason for the need for this razor wire is this area is plagued with, with homeless problems, people breaking in. The property is owned by a man and is leased by a landscaping company, and they've had a very difficult time keeping people out. The razor wire has been up. I have not been able to get a precise timeline, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 years. What we propose to do, and we've proposed to staff and others involved in this, is if we lower the razor wire, because at some point, at some place you can see some of these pictures. I don't know if you can see this or not, this picture right here.
Yes, we can.
The razor wire is actually sticking partly above the wall and partly below. By lowering the razor wire, what we propose and have proposed we'd be willing to do, the issue is that if we remove the razor wire, the current tenant has already indicated that he will move, he will leave, and I believe due to the environment, the place where this business is located, it's very, very good for a landscape company. However, if they can't secure their property and can't protect their equipment, and also consequently people breaking in, deter people from getting in, then people get injured on the equipment that's there and whatnot. I've been there 4 or 5 times, and every single time there is police there forcefully removing people from the property. By removing the razor wire, removing the only deterrent that's really there, it opens this up. By lowering the razor wire, like I said previously, below the level of the wall, we actually can accomplish both things. You won't see it from the outside, and yet it's still a deterrent. I ask for your support in this.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close. Well, we have one person. If anyone else wants to be heard after this gentleman, please come forward.
Mike Yanson, 1100 South 6. I'm in support of this gentleman securing his property in this area. It's in need until the homeless issue either is deterred or whatever is done with it. I think a person has a right to reasonably secure their property. And in this neighborhood, this looks reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I have a question for you. So you're trying to get approval of what is there currently. I drive by this. I live around, 5 minutes from here, so I drive by here often, very familiar with this site. You just want to get approval of what's there? I'm unsure of what you're saying about lowering the wire.
Well, actually, right now the wire on the wall varies. You've got 4 sides. The side here and here and here have between a 6 and an 8 foot CMU wall. The rest of it's chain link. But then right now, this was actually an enforcement issue. Somebody came out, saw it, said, "Hey, you can't have razor wire." So that's the reason for this application. We want to leave the wire that's there, has been there for many years, there, but we're willing to comply with, because we realize we're trying to improve the value of this property. I think everybody recognizes that if you move tenants out and it's now an empty lot, it actually degrades. So by lowering the wire so that you can't see it from the outside, technically, to the level of the wall, you still get the same. You're going to get the best of both worlds, we believe. That way, you can't see it from the outside, but yet it still acts as a deterrent.
So it'll be layered on the other side on the inside of the wall?
On the inside, yeah. It is now. This one right here actually is a pretty good picture of this deep. I don't know if you can see that or not. But it basically, the wire now is mostly below the level of the wall. It's up above, in some places, 10 to 12 inches. We're willing to bring it down. We'd like approval to bring it down or to modify it. That way, like I said, you get the best of both worlds.
I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, so we'd love to leave it right the way it is, but if needs be, we're happy to lower it down so it's below the level of the wall.
Yeah, but it seems as though you haven't had people, it hasn't worked, because you're still getting robbed. So that's not the root of your problem. Well,
I'm talking in terms of the neighborhood itself. There's just people everywhere down there, and with people there, it's been okay as long as it's secured.
So I'm not trying to make, but I see what you're doing, and from an aesthetic standpoint, if I drove down Bonanza and saw that would be more appealing to me. But I don't want to make it where you're compromising the safety of your equipment or so by doing this. And I'm not here to tell you if it's on top of the wall or if it's on the other side of the wall is better, because I don't know. Which one would you prefer?
Well, we would prefer basically to leave it the way it is. Right now, the way it is, people see it, and it's going to stop them. But the issue has been having, because it's inside the wall now. And we want, I mean, we want this to be they're wanting to really improve the value of the neighborhood, or at least the look of the neighborhood. And I recognize, it's the razor wire doesn't probably help that.
No, it doesn't.
But it
It's like a
does
prison.
keep people out of the yard.
All right, I would love to hear from maybe some of my peers that are in the construction industry might have some insight on it.
Commissioner Greer.
Thank you.
If the gentleman's willing to put it on, I guess a question for staff, if the gentleman's willing to pull the razor wire down and have it on the inside of his wall, I don't think we have anything against having razor wire on the inside of your wall that you can't see. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, well, it's basically a hidden booby trap at that point, so,
Well, I mean,
there's that consideration, but it eliminates the need for the variance as the overall wall height would be 8 feet. It would just be a permitting issue, and if Building and Safety was inclined to approve that, that would be, the
Right.
result would be the approval.
Well, it gets down to a liability issue for the gentleman, but I really don't like the look of concertina wire, going around the top of fences.
So would I apologize, Mr.
No, go
Chairman.
ahead.
So would
Go ahead.
he have to go back with this to business and code enforcement and see if that's right and then come back to us, or he might not even have to come back to us?
Are you asking me, or?
I'm asking staff right now.
Through you, Chairman, if the applicant is requesting that they're going to keep it below the existing wall height, then there is no variance for the wall height to exceed the code
Right,
requirement.
right.
Then the barbed wire is only approved through a development plan, and in this particular case, it would be done through building permit.
Right. You understand what we're saying?
No, I understand that. Like I said, it's, for us, I mean, the security helps having it above the wall, because people see it and go, okay, I'm not going to go up there. But by lowering, we're trying to meet the best,
Is there a substantial cost to you to lowering that?
Well, yeah, of course, it would require a contractor to come out there, and there's several hundred feet of this. It would be a fairly substantial cost to take care of it. In terms of a permit for the razor wire, it's anchored with typical brackets that are easily justified for what they're doing.
Sir, Pete.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, another option would be to hold the item and then have him explore the options with Building and Safety, and then come back to see if it's a viable option at that point.
Yeah, if it needs to come back. I was going to suggest that we hold this item for 30 days. You have an opportunity to go to Building and Safety and get their approval, and you can make determination if it makes sense for you to do that. I mean, I would prefer to not to have the wire along the top of the wall. I live there, I drive by there all the time, my wife works there, and so I would prefer that. But with that said, I think it'd be wise for you to go back, you hold it for 30 days, go back to building permits and see if that would get approval, and then make a determination if you want to come back to this board or not in 30 days.
Are you talking about getting approval to actually to keep the razor wire in there?
No, you would go and speak to building about moving the wire on the inside of the wall, like you suggested. If you decide that you don't want to do that, then you would need to come back to this board and get approval, or to get a approval from this board to get the wire on top of the wall.
To be honest, I have spoken to the building department. That was the first place we went. They don't have a problem with it at all, even the way it is now. It was planning and zoning that had the issue, and that was the reason we requested the variance in the first place.
I'll let Pete speak to that. It seems as though...
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, well, if the applicant's request is to increase the wall height, that is where the variance is needed. If Building and Safety is going to permit it and the applicant is still holding to his initial request, then the commission should take action.
All right, well, I would like the request, I would like...
Well, Commissioner Kerr, Vice Chair Cherry has a couple of questions and comments.
Through the chair, are there any other security things you do out there with lighting or alarm systems in the yard that help deter? And I say that because I hear people still breaking in. I see the backup where there's a blanket thrown over the razor wire, which is an easy indication someone's trying to get to that point.
Right.
I just feel like if this was my yard, I'd be looking for other ways to achieve, security in this point. And that's why I do have a hard, I don't like the razor wire. I think it should go away. And if you could do it on the inside through the building department, I would say good luck to you. But I know if it was my yard, I would look for other measures to help deter people in this area. And I know it is a tough area to work with, but I personally think we should hear the item, and that's where I stand.
I would agree. I don't generally like to see razor wire on concertina wire on top of fences, and I think there's other alternative security measures that can be put in place. And ultimately, if we hold this item, we're basically just wasting this gentleman's time, because if he can get a building permit now, or he can get a building permit without this variance. So either way, the building department's either going to let him do it or not do it, regardless of our decision. So personally, I don't like it on the top. So therefore, he wouldn't need that variance if he decides to keep the concertina wire and put it on the inside. But I'll look for a motion, and we'll see where that goes.
Well then, what I'm going to do then, I'm going to recommend to go staff recommendation for denial, and then you can go back and talk to the building or put it in the other way that you suggested.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 72, SUP 69672. Applicant Fremont Food Emporium, owner HS Family LP, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,015 square foot tavern limited use at 310 Fremont Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Related items, item 73, SUP 69674, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,869 square foot liquor establishment tavern use with waivers to allow a 80-foot distance separation from an existing liquor establishment tavern and a 1,158-foot distance separation from an existing church house of worship, where 1,500 feet is required. Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item 74, SDR 69675, applicant Fremont Food Emporium, owner HS Family LP, for possible action on the request for a site development plan review to add 6,869 square feet of floor area to an existing 7,488 square foot commercial space with facade improvements at 310 Fremont Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this project is located in the downtown casino overlay district within Fremont Street Experience. The applicant has proposed to construct a second-story rooftop deck addition to an existing 7,488 square foot building. The ground floor would be operated as a restaurant and tavern limited establishment, while the rooftop deck would be operated as a tavern. At the time of submittal, the Fremont Street Experience had issued an approval letter to the applicant for all proposed exterior signage and aesthetic modifications. However, subsequently, Fremont Street Experience rescinded its approval. This site development plan review, therefore, acts as an appeal of Fremont Street Experience's determination under Title 11. Waivers may be requested for a reduction in the required separation distance from similar uses for properties located within the downtown casino overlay district. In this case, the use will be located in close proximity to similar land uses within the pedestrian mall and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with these uses. Staff therefore recommends approval of all requests. If approved, the condition will require the applicant to execute and record a reciprocal easement agreement for the shared water line between this property and the one to the west, as an above-ground RPDA cannot be installed within the existing alley. Also, if approved, staff wishes to add a condition to item 72, SUP 69672, stating all alcoholic beverages shall be consumed on the premises and no patron shall remove alcoholic beverages from the premises. Note that there were additional approvals and protests received after publication.
Thank you. Through the chair, my company has ongoing business with the applicant's architects. I will have to abstain.
All right, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant. We very much appreciate staff's recommendation of approval this evening. This property, as was mentioned, is located on Fremont Street. It's just to the west of 4th Street. Oop. There we go. Sorry, the microphone's in the way here. 4th Street's located right here. This is the property located just to the west of 4th Street at 310 Fremont Street. The property currently is the El Portal, I hope I'm saying that right, souvenir and gift shop. It's been a number of things through the years. I know originally at one point it was a theater, a movie theater, and then it's been a gift shop, as well as I believe it was a luggage store at one point. As was mentioned, in February of 2017, prior to even submitting this application, we did go to the Fremont Street. My client went, submitted the plans, and obtained an approval letter from Fremont Street of the exterior aesthetic review. We submitted that approval letter with the application and the use permits that are before you today. Subsequent to that, in April, a couple months later, we received this revocation letter indicating some concerns with what I believe was the uses that are proposed. And I think they're here this evening and can express those concerns to you. With respect to the actual application, this is not the best board, so I apologize. This is what the exterior is proposed to be. It should be a very nice new addition and renovation to the overall Fremont Street experience. The concept is a food emporium on the bottom floor with 4 food and beverage tenants on the bottom level, and the top level a restaurant and tavern user with outdoor dining that can look up and watch the pedestrian mall show on the Fremont Street. Also, there's an exterior LED sign that could, in theory, be coordinated with the pedestrian mall show if allowed to sync with that show. The tenants on the bottom floor, as I mentioned, will be food tenants. There is one Tavern Limited proposed on the bottom floor, which is for an evening call. Evening call is a daiquiri bar that's located on the Strip. There are a couple of them, I believe 4 or 5 on the Strip, and this would be the first in the city of Las Vegas. Mike Villione is one of the owners of that business and is here tonight and is very excited to be a part of the city of Las Vegas and the Fremont Street experience. The tavern on the top floor has not yet been determined, but Barry Moore is here, who is also a tavern owner and may be the end user on this top floor. Again, local business most likely will be up here with food and beverages and enjoyment of the overall Fremont Street experience. I brought some pictures.
Your microphone turned off.
Sorry.
Thank you.
The El Portal has changed over the years several times. The facade has changed. These are some of the initial pictures. You can see it actually looks very similar to what we're proposing here with the 4 columns out front and the sign along the frontage when it was a theater. It then changed, the sign changed pretty significantly here to more of an LED type sign, or neon sign, excuse me, and the El Portal located here. What we're proposing, we understand there's some historic sentiments on this property, and the property owner is happy to donate this sign that's currently on the property if there is a historic society that would be willing to take that, or if the Neon Museum would be willing to take that. So we're happy to work with them if they'd like to take the sign on the property. Also, there's a historical plaque that currently exists that we're happy to incorporate into the plans here, whether it be in the floor or on one of the walls. We're happy to do that so that the memory of the El Portal remains. As far as compatibility, this is in the staff report. If we could just zoom in a little bit. The red dots are all of the taverns and tavern limiteds in the area. Fremont Street is known for the taverns and tavern limiteds up and down Fremont Street. So from a compatibility and harmony standpoint, the uses are appropriate, and we very much appreciate staff recognizing that from a zoning standpoint and recommending approval of the application. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. We have several microphones, so please line up. Good evening, sir.
Evening. Ryan Arnold, 2620 Regatta Drive, here tonight representing Fremont Street Experience. All of you are by now familiar with me, and I hate being up here opposing applicants, and I do want to first point out that I do have a bit of a history of actually supporting. We did support a neighboring use for their limited tavern. I believe that was sometime last year. So when we see a good project that all of our members can get behind, we are going to be up here to support it. On this one, however, the two uses that are challenging for us is the tavern use itself and what comes with that. We have a long history under the canopy in the mall area of not supporting additional taverns unless they're part of a hotel resort. I'd like to point out all of our members pay significant dues monthly, yearly to support not only the maintenance, the parking structure, but as well as just promoting the destination and the live activities down there. But finally, the most important is the security. We have been here before you time and again talking about liquor uses. And we spent lots of time working with you and the staff in trying to pass and successfully passing new ordinances to address this. We're concerned that if we start down this path of approving a tavern, these people are great people. It's not them, it's the use. We're concerned that if we approve this, it's going to start the dominoes, just like we have encountered with packaged liquor. So with, again, all respect to the applicant, we just ask that you consider this and our concerns here and deny the tavern use. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Erin McMullen on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation, 6465 South Rainbow Boulevard. Similar, we're a member of the Fremont Street Experience, so I don't want to reiterate anything that Mr. Arnold said, but I would just like to highlight that we have had a long history of opposing this type of specific use relating to taverns, and obviously the City Council and as well as the Planning Commission has also been over this numerous times before, and obviously the proliferation of packaged liquor, so I think that's our main concern. And I think specifically I just wanted to note in the staff report that it said that in this neighborhood, this is the type of use that is encouraged in the downtown overlay district, and I think prior to this, we've seen a different history coming from the City Council and from the Planning Commission as it relates to taverns and the use of packaged liquor, so I just wanted to put our opposition on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Heidi Swank. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Preservation Foundation, and we are here to oppose, not the SUP itself,
Ms.
but
Swank, could we get your addresses, please?
Oh, my apologies.
Yes,
330 West Washington Avenue. We're not here to oppose the SUP per se, but more we would like to see a more thoughtful redesign of the facade. As many of you know, the El Portal was built in 1927 by architect Charles Alexander, and I'm going to butcher his last name, McNelledge. He's the same architect who designed Scotty's Castle in Death Valley, and it was really a big success and socially a big part of Las Vegas. And contrary to what the applicant says, the design that they're proposing is not in keeping with what the design of the building was at one point. There have been a lot of changes to the building, but they have all been in keeping with that kind of hacienda Spanish-style architecture. And the new design really just erases all of the history and the story of the El Portal as an important building in Las Vegas history. We would like to see a more compatible design that at least evokes the history of the site and somehow incorporates the El Portal name and marquee elements back into the design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Michelle Laramie. I'm also with the Nevada Preservation Foundation at West Washington Avenue, 89106. And I'm also a downtown resident. I live and own a home in the 89104 area as well. So speaking on both of professionally and personally, I'm also here to oppose the application. Again, it's not so much the special use, but the design that's been put forth. And I obviously agree with my colleague that it will actively destroy the history and character of the El Portal building. And with it, also a part of the historic Fremont Street and some of that existing character that's still here today. Losing our historic properties is really starting to become a problem for downtown. And something that I thought was important to bring up tonight is that the new Vision 2045 plan, which was adopted in the last year, does emphasize downtown's history as an important resource for our community. The staff does report that the project meets the requirements of the Centennial Plan, but it does not acknowledge the Vision 2045 plan. And I personally believe this project conflicts with the goals and recommendations that were put forth in that plan. Some specific things that I would just like to point out is that one of the 3 key fundamentals driving the growth downtown, as mentioned in that plan, and I quote, is the funky charm of downtown's historic building stock and gaming legacy. And that can be found on page 8. And the proposed design really destroys some of that historic charm that is still down there in Fremont Street. In addition, one of the big ideas driving the vision plan is the need for economic diversity, and it does list cultural tourism as one of the key industries in a successful, diverse economy. And preserving our old buildings does directly support cultural tourism. And in addition, the plan also focuses on creating vital places downtown and specifically calls out historic preservation and adaptive reuse of our historic structures as points of emphasis in helping to build some of these vital places moving forward. It very much mentions downtown's legendary history and numerous historic assets, which are part of telling the story of Las Vegas's history, and specifically attract tourists and help establish local pride in our community. And I would just like to point out one more thing. I know I'm getting a little long-winded, but on Goal 8 on page 145, which focuses on tourism, arts, and culture, the plan specifically says, and I quote, "The changes in downtown's environment is refreshing. However, these changes also put downtown at risk of losing connections to some of the colorful characters and places that make up its history. Promotion of historic preservation and expansion of historic districts with creative reuse of old buildings could help strengthen downtown's historic character." So with that, I would just like to ask that you keep that in mind and please oppose this application and ask that a new design be put forth before any approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rosalie Ledard at 1309 East Bridger Avenue, so a resident of Fremont East. Thank you for the opportunity to speak against the proposed alterations to the El Portal Theater building. This issue is important to me both personally, again, as a resident of Fremont East, but also professionally. 2 years ago, I moved from Philadelphia to downtown Las Vegas specifically. I did this cross-country leap because of my work in heritage tourism, and I was inspired by the growing success of Las Vegas heritage tourism, specifically in the way of the Neon Museum and Mob Museum. Since relocating, I've earned my certification as a Las Vegas tour guide. As a tour guide, I often bring tour groups to the spot of the El Portal, where tour groups can learn about the El Portal as Vegas's first public building with air conditioning, which was then known as manufactured weather. Even though the building is no longer a theater, tour guests appreciate the facade with its Spanish features, and many remark that they are happy that this unique structure has survived amidst the city of implosions. This is why I'm here. I'm concerned that my neighborhood's character is quickly disappearing. Please consider revisiting the design of this project and save the El Portal facade.
Thank you.
Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm in favor of the project. I like the architecture. And the idea is that these people own the property and they have a right to do that. And the other idea is the preservation people have the right to come up here and speak. But the other problem I'm having is it's a dangerous precedent where we are caving in to the preservationists. The Mob Museum pays no property tax. And now they're selling liquor there, competing with other businesses. And so the idea that the preservation mentality at the taxpayer expense, we have the Hunt Ridge that has received millions of dollars but still sits where it is today and still begging for more taxpayer money. I don't mind the idea that these buildings are being cared for, but they should be cared for by the private sector and not the public. And the idea that these people possibly will be impinged upon their dream, they should be able to carry forth with it because it is their property and they have the right to do with it. And especially with the Fremont Street Experience people, you can go look at the renovations of the D, the Golden Nugget, and the other structures along there, that they've all been brought up, and it'd be nice to have some refreshing look in the community, and let's make it new with neon. And the El Portal had a run, and we'll all remember it. But that's that, and now it's today. So I'm in favor of these people being able to do what they want with their property, and not be impinged upon by the preservationists. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission. Stephanie, if you want a minute, I'll give you a minute to kind of go over a few things.
That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, just briefly, first of all, we appreciate the Fremont Street. We've met with them a couple of times, talked to them as the process went on, obviously, and we will continue to do so. The applicant wants to be a good neighbor if this gets approved and to be a good contributing member to the Fremont Street Experience. He's offered to pay the dues that the other business owners down there pay and to be a part of that overall association, I guess, if you will, to make sure that it is a safe place and that it continues to be secure down there. We won't have packaged liquor, so I just wanted to put that on the record. That's not something that we plan to have or would like to have. So if this commission's inclined, we'd be happy to accept a condition that we have no packaged liquor at the property. As far as the Nevada Preservation Foundation it goes, we just found out yesterday that they had concerns. We're happy to sit down with them. We do have some ideas, as I mentioned on the record, to incorporate some of the history of the property and donate some of that property and listen to what they have to say if they've got ideas. We're happy to do that between now and City Council because we are sensitive to that and we want to make sure that the property has that charm and actually improves the Fremont Street Experience, which we think this project does. We think it's a nice new face and new renovation to the Fremont Street Experience. So one thing I would just say is that I think from a zoning standpoint, competition is not something usually that this board or the City Council considers, and I think some of the undertone here is the fact that there's competition, and if all of these other businesses with the red dots are allowed to operate on Fremont Street, I don't know why our client wouldn't be allowed to operate the same and have that same opportunity. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we'd ask for your approval tonight.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and start just by saying that maybe you can get with Ms. Swank and the other lady that come up to talk about the facade and see if there's any interest in doing anything. I know that you might want to have a more modern facade, but at least the sign that's up there, this historic, at least at minimum trying to get that into the Neon Museum or doing something along those lines.
Sure.
But as far as having a bar on Fremont Street, totally different. I have a totally different opinion than when we voted on this a couple of years about packaged liquor. The packaged liquor, you could go in, get your Mad Dog or your liquor and walk straight outside and drink. I mean, I didn't agree with it 100% because the casinos were selling packaged liquor themselves. But to have a bar, a standalone bar, casinos have the bars. I don't think this is going to take away from Fremont Street. I think it'll add to Fremont Street. And those are my comments. Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with Barry Moore on the phone. He called me directly, and in all fairness, I've known Mr. Moore for many years. We do not socialize, but I think the world of him and his family and his wife. It's been a few years now, but when we approved the bar that was upstairs, I won't say it here, it flew by me, and with no disrespect, Barry, there was no elevator for my son Stephen to go upstairs. And it was really sad because he had gone there with a few fighters and they couldn't even carry him up the stairs of this certain bar. So through you, Miss Allen, Mr. Moore, there is an elevator, correct?
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I didn't see it on the plans, and I didn't want to lie to Barry and then blow it out of the water and say this. So with that, I'll be supporting the project tonight. And thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, Miss Allen.
I've got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hurt.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that if you go down Fremont Street Experience, there are other taverns on Fremont Street Experience.
Correct.
Correct? And they are tavern limited, correct, where you cannot take alcohol from the facility out, technically out onto the canopy area,
So
correct?
if I,
I mean,
if
if you, I'm
I could show
looking at
you.
this map.
Yeah. The
Go ahead.
map, the triangles are all, if we can kind of zoom in, the triangles are the taverns and the, I guess, octagons, or I don't know what those are the tavern limited. So there's a mix of taverns and tavern limiteds all over Fremont Street.
And it's my understanding that the opposition had issues with it being a tavern instead of a tavern limited. Is that still not, maybe Mr. Ryan can answer that question.
That'd be great. I haven't heard that directly, but,
Ryan Arnold for the record again. Our issue is that the taverns you see under the canopy are in resort hotels. So if you go to East Fremont, those are limited taverns. And we're just simply asking that we follow the same model.
That it'd be tavern limited.
Correct.
Okay. Would the applicant be accepting to it becoming a tavern limited versus a full tavern?
if the commission's so inclined, I think we can make that work, but the preference would be to have the upstairs. The upstairs is the part that's the tavern, so I believe his concern, and I could be wrong, I don't want to put words in Mr. Arnold's mouth, is people taking alcohol onto Fremont Street. So with this particular plan, with the tavern upstairs, for the most part, they're not going to take their drinks and take them all the way outside. They're going to sit there and watch the show and enjoy their lunch or their dinner and have a drink. And there's other differences between taverns and tavern limited. So, but if the commission's inclined.
So then technically, it wouldn't, if it is a tavern limited, it wouldn't necessarily affect the business operations of the upstairs tavern as much. Seems like it'd be a fair compromise.
It's the gaming component would be the big difference. There would be the gaming component.
Now, there is going to be gaming. I was under the impression that there is not going to be gaming.
So gaming is proposed, but as, you know, we talked about, and, you know, that's something that we can consider if that's how the commission feels.
Well, personally, I would not support gaming in that facility. I think that it would be really in competition with our main industry, and not that competition is bad, but I think that once you start with 15 games there, then there'll be 15 games down the street or next door or whatever. So I'm not in support of supporting gaming, but I would be in support of having a tavern limited license for them to serve alcohol and have the facilities there.
Okay.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
Do the other properties along East Fremont that have the Tavern Limited, do they have gaming?
No, tavern limiteds do not have gaming.
So that's what we're dealing with. So, okay, I too would support the Tavern Limited with the understanding that it would not permit gaming and it would not allow people to buy their drinks and take them off property. You know, I've been to New Orleans and seen what happens, and it really is a downgrade, and I just can't support that type of thing.
Okay.
So I'll support you with the Tavern Limited.
Just a question for Commissioner
Can
Trowbridge.
I finish my
Yes.
thought here?
Yes.
I'm absolutely
happy that you're willing to pay the dues into the Fremont Street Experience. I think that should be a trend that all those businesses on East Fremont do. The second is that I'm just not going to be able to get away without saying this. I congratulate the representative from the Preservation Society that's only been here for 2 years that can pronounce the name of the El Portel the proper way. My wife worked there for 40 years, and I've heard it pronounced El Portel. You know, it's just like Nevada. You know, it's one of those kind of things. But thank you.
And just a question for Commissioner Trowbridge. You do understand this is not in the Fremont East Entertainment District. This is in the Fremont Street Experience, and the Tavern Limiteds are in the Fremont Street Experience. I mean, Fremont East Entertainment District, and almost everything in the Fremont Street Experience is the tavern. So, anyways, I would support this as a tavern, but I'll let somebody else make a motion. Commissioner Moody.
Yeah, I have a few more comments, if that's okay. I'll try to be brief. I have no problem with the first SUP, the Tavern Limited. I also have no problem with the site development plan review, but I am persuaded by the saturation of the tavern uses, and so I can support everything but the tavern use.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kerr.
If there's no more discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
Item 71, VAR 70196, which is a request for a variance to allow existing 8-foot tall solid wall, 2 feet of, oh, excuse me, wrong one. The Tavern Limited, item 72, SUP 69672, I make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Quinn? Commissioner Kerr?
I voted. Commissioner Slavin?
Yes.
Just saying.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 73. SUP 69674, just for point of clarification for staff, if we were going to add in the Tavern Limited, this would be the correct place to do it, correct? Well, for 73 it says for tavern use.
Yeah, we just approved the Tavern Limited in 72.
All right, well,
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Director, please.
The dilemma that we have here is that I don't know that we have noticed something as a tavern and then determined that a Tavern Limited would be a lesser use so that it is something that could be approved in place of a tavern. I think that's the discussion that staff is having.
all right.
I don't know if they've resolved that dilemma or if maybe we could trail this item and give staff a chance, or maybe take a quick recess. We could talk it over with the city attorney and kind of decide if we could do this or if we would have to potentially
Renotice it?
Obey this item or change it as we go forward to city council and maybe obey it and let Tavern Limited SUP catch up. I just don't know for sure. I don't know if you guys have a good path forward on this.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just a suggestion, you could potentially condition the tavern to have no gaming and no off-premises consumption of alcohol. I think it would get us to the same place, pretty much, unless staff thinks otherwise.
Would that be a temporary condition, or would that be a full condition?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that would be a full condition on there. The license that would be applied for would still be the tavern license, which has the associated cost built in for those accessory, for the value of having the accessory gaming. They would be paying for a higher license origination fee, but not be able to have the gaming and/or packaged liquor element have it permanently based upon the conditions, unless in the future those are reviewed and removed.
Well, plus it'd be a lot cleaner, so that there's no ambiguity to come back and say, well, we approved it for a tavern, and then you come back, but we can't, there are conditions on it. So, since you get it approved, you can always come back a couple of years from now maybe and ask for the conditions to be waived, since there's, there's an argument to be made. You can say, well, they approved it as a tavern with conditions. We want to get the conditions waived at some point. And then there's an argument to be made that they didn't have a problem with it being a tavern. So I'd rather have it clean. And if it's a tavern limited, it's a tavern limited.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that is definitely a possibility that could occur, and as having conditions on an application that could be reviewed in the future. Having it as a tavern limited has direct policy consequences for staff that have not been considered, and that is one of the reasons that we need to deliberate a little bit about either amending the application or requiring a new one.
Mr. Lowenstein, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Director Perrigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just sort of talked over a little bit with the city attorney, Mr. Jerbick, and our thought is if you're headed in the direction of going forward with the motion regarding tavern limited versus tavern on item 73, I think since this will be going to City Council on July 19th, that will give us the time to kind of sort this out and make sure we're clear and we're handle this properly. So if that's the direction you were going to head, then I guess carry on.
Well, then I'm going to recommend denial then of item 73, SUP 69674. And then you can review it at City Council, because it's right now it's zoned for a tavern.
Commissioner Creer, I don't think you understand what the director was just saying.
So, yeah, maybe I can clarify. The question is a tavern limited a less intense use than tavern? And I think in almost all regards it is, although we've never really had an item where we've done that. And so we just want to make sure that that's the case. And right now I'm saying is between Mr. Jerbick and myself, we think that you're okay if you were to reduce the use to a tavern limited from tavern for item 73.
Oh,
that would be okay. It's a lesser intense use.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
And then we'll have time between now and City Council to reconsider that. And if we do, we can deal with it at City Council. But if that's where you're headed, I think you're okay doing that.
Okay, so then make approval for item 73, SUP 69674, as a tavern limited and not a tavern.
Mr. Chairman, there would be a condition added on. The approval of this special use permit shall be limited to a tavern limited use only.
Okay, and does the applicant agree with that?
I understand and appreciate it. Thank you.
But that's a condition. It's not necessarily the use.
The condition, through you, Mr. Chairman, the condition would limit the approval of the use permit only to a tavern limited.
Okay.
If I could, please.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I don't want us going down the wrong trail on this, where we would require an applicant to buy and maintain a more expensive license, and at the same time deny them the use of that license.
We're not. We're giving them a tavern limited.
Making it clear. I don't want to. That's a game that's not right.
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 Thank you. Well, the motion's on the table. So let it be written.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Agenda item 74, SDR 69674. I move for approval.
Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate everyone's help and deliberation, and I think this will be an exciting project for Fremont
Thank you.
Street.
Mr. Chairman, items 72 through 74 will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 75. I'm going to turn this one over to Commissioner Quinn, Vice Chair Cherry. Can you vote on this item? Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Cherry. Due to the fact that I bid a project for Mitch in North Las Vegas, which we did not work on, and I think we were asked to bid this particular project here, and I don't know what happened to that. So out of abundance of caution, I'm just going to go ahead and abstain on this matter and turn it over to Vice Chair Cherry.
Thank you. Item number 75, SUP 70160, applicant owner MW LLC for possible action on a request for a major amendment to approve special use permit SUP 55272 for a waiver to allow one proposed freestanding sign that exceeds 30 square feet maximum allowed at 1112 South Commerce Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the applicant is proposing to install a 173 square foot freestanding sign in addition to the existing 30 square foot sign on the building. Staff does not support this request as the proposed sign does not conform to Title 19.12, which is the signage standards associated with medical marijuana dispensaries. The sign area and height are not compatible with the adjacent land uses. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this request.
Thank you. Can we have your name and address for the records, please?
Mitch Britton, 1112 South Commerce Street. I appreciate the report. While the title that we're under currently does only allow for a 2 foot by 15 foot for the signage, our street frontage to our current sign is 368 feet, which makes the sign nearly impossible to see from the street. So that's why we brought this sign up for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments on the application? No? Okay, now I'll open it up for a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this item? Seeing nobody, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Any comments from our fellow commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, we heard an application very similar to this about, I can't remember if it was a month or two ago, but I know how I voted. I can't remember how the commission voted, but to remain consistent, I can't support this.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments? Do I have a motion on the application?
I'm happy to make a motion. My motion on item 75, SUP 70160, is for denial.
Thank you. The motion on item number 75 is for denial. Please cast your votes. Thank you. The item does not pass.
Mr. Chairman, item 75 will be heard at City Council on July 19th, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to item 76, SUP 70205, applicant Structura Body Therapies, owner Centennial Day LLC, excuse me, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,360 square foot massage establishment with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 0 feet from a church, house of worship, and a 66-foot separation from a residential use where 400 feet is required at 7830 West Ann Road, Suite 140, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a proposed massage establishment. The proposed use does not meet the minimum distance requirements of the 400-foot separation from a church, house of worship, or residential use. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial as the use is not compatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson. Sorry about that. Good evening, Chairperson, Commissioners. My name is Gerson Vargas. I live at 2702 Tropical Sands, North Las Vegas, Nevada, 8901. I'm here with my wife, who lives there as well. Also, Nancy Prince from Ogden, Utah. We're here seeking support for the approval of the two waivers for the location at 7830 West End Road, Suite 140, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89149. We agree with any staff recommendations, conditions for this special use permit. And while we've been going through this process, we've been going through it as a massage establishment. We are more a clinical therapy than massage. Our focus is therapy instead of relaxation. So we focus on sports therapy, athletic performance, mobility, injury recovery, and pain management. I'm an amateur athlete that's been living here for 20 years, and I enjoy Las Vegas and the outdoor sports. One of the issues that we've come across is injury during sports, and it's been challenging to find a location that can take care of this issue. But we found something in Structura Body Therapies in Ogden, Utah. They're very effective, and we would like to bring this service to Las Vegas. We have a lot of friends and neighbors that can take use of this service, and that's why we're looking for the special use permit at this location in order to be able to provide that. What I'd like to do is pass over, give some time to Nancy Prince, the co-founder of Structura Body Therapies, so she can give us a little insight into what we do.
Good evening, Chairperson, and this is my first time in front of commissioners and that, so I apologize if I'm not politically correct in that. No but I'm excited to be here with you this evening. As Structura Body Therapies is a therapy that my husband and I have been doing for over about 19 years now. And it's a very effective and life-changing. And to give you a really good summary, because I could sit here and bore you all night and I can tell you all want to go home and go to bed. So if I may, I don't know if you can zoom in, I have a 1-minute little clip that explains and lets you see what our company's about, if you're okay with that.
I'm okay with that, but could you give us your name and address?
Oh, I apologize, yes. No, it's Nancy Prince, 1499 North Main Street, Farmington, Utah.
Okay, great.
We have video on a phone, so we might need to zoom down with the camera.
Well, I'll put it right there. If more than anything, I want you to hear it. There you go.
That's good.
People come to Structura because they're looking for answers that they haven't been able to find in other places.
I had been suffering from plantar fasciitis. We've gone through a series of injections and oral steroids, some of which helped a bit, but none of which helped a lot.
People want an answer for pain without the drugs and medication. We've been able to answer that by releasing the muscles and the tissues to be able to get them back to the things that they like to do.
The benefits that I've had in coming here are associated with relieving the pain and have this plantar problem go away.
So I've been to chiropractors, I've been to physicians, but the Structura therapy actually seems to provide better results for me.
I have mobility issues as far as flexibility, and so through their process, she's been opening up my shoulders specifically. I PR'd my overhead squats by 20 pounds last week, and again, that's just because of range of motion and what I can hold.
Here at Structura, we focus on the body's soft tissue known as fascia. It is literally what forms the shape of your body. It is a sensory organ, and so pain can originate in it.
So one of the unique therapies that we do is called structural integration. It's a 10-session recipe, very holistic. We're creating balance within the muscle muscle system and the connective tissue. No other therapy does that.
Thank you.
My apologies, that was a little rough.
I think we should add music to all of our planning commission meetings. It'd be a lot more exciting. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and then open this up for, if this was noticed as a public hearing, anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Good evening.
Charlene O'Dowell, 5317 Rebecca Road, 89130. My concern here is, it sounds great, but why foot massage? Why is it put under a title like that? I go to the church that is 0 feet from where they're going to be. Plus, there's also a dance studio there that has many children coming and going. So my concern is this actually going to stay like this? Is the hours going to be what I've read on the internet? Our pastor did sign off for them to be able to come and present this here. But I am concerned, and I just wanted to make sure that it can't, or why it has to be under foot massage. Why does the sign on their window said foot massage, and I immediately got concerned, and then
I think it actually says a proposed 1,360 square foot massage establishment. So it's talking about this square footage of the actual massage establishment. It's not a foot massage establishment.
Right, I know, but that's what the sign said, and anytime you put massage in this town, especially, you get concerned.
Yes.
And I saw the sign and then was approached by Adam from the pizza place, and he was very upset, and he said, foot massage, he mentioned happy endings, which at my age I'd still never heard. I mean, I've heard happy endings, but whatever, he was talking about in context of massage parlors and whatever. So
I do understand, and
why they chose
your
a
concerns.
spot so close to a church.
Yes.
I
appreciate that.
And I did go online and listen to go on their site, and it looks great. And I have a husband who's suffering from back pain, which would be great, but hopefully that's exactly what it's going to be.
Probably would have been a little easier to understand if the city would have put a massage establishment that was
it's more
1,370
like chiropractic or something like
square
that.
foot.
I
square
would
feet.
think chiropractic or whatever they put chiropractor under. Do they put that under massage?
Got it. Yes.
So
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
I would say it makes it difficult for them either, wherever they would go. So.
Well, I appreciate you coming up and expressing your concerns. Go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion. Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm imagining over 1,000 people with square feet going down to get a foot massage. I appreciate that the applicant has been willing to work with the church, the local church, which is in a kind of a non-traditional setting. And I think you understand why we try to protect churches from different establishments. I'm convinced, I like the presentation, this is much more of a clinical type massage than what we might consider a traditional massage place. So you're going to see my support on this. Thank you. And I don't know if anyone else has any more comments.
Yes,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Toussaint.
From someone who suffers from back pain, I think this is a great project, and you will have my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moody, could we get a motion, please?
Yeah. My motion on item 76, SUP 70205, is for approval, subject to all, if approved, conditions.
Yes, we approve.
Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, this is... Oh, please, square feet, you're killing me, Mr. Commissioner, sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, this is final action unless appealed to the Planning Commission within, I'm sorry, to the City Clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Do you take insurance?
Moving on to item 77, SUP 70219, applicant, Post Poc Tacos LLC, owner, the Hassan Sotani Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit to allow an existing open-air vending taco trailer to be located 72 feet from a residentially zoned property, and to allow hours of operation from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 1468 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to operate an existing open-air vending use within a commercial development. Conditional use verification was approved for the site, although it was less than 150 feet from a residential development. The applicant was notified that a special use permit is required to continue operations. The applicant is also requesting at this time to operate until 10 p.m. Staff has determined that due to the distance to the residential development and the proposed hours of operation, the use is not compatible with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Hempel, 2328 Bristol View Court. My brother and I are the owners of the, well, not yet until we pay for it fully, but we like to ask for your approval and your support on this because we did everything right till the moment we received the letter saying that it was an error. The permit was an error. The permit that was approved was an error to us, and we asked to consider us because we have put everything all our savings into this, and for us not to be able to have this will really set us back quite a bit. We have received a very positive, from the community. They all come forward and like us to be there. The owner of the place is, very supportive of us. Everybody has helped us quite a bit. The customers that we now have, we build relationships with them and they love our food. They have Yelped us and we have 5 stars in our food. Our place is clean and quiet. We have no issue with any of the neighbors. We want to be there. We establish a relationship with people there. The people that are at the store, we're right next to a store. I personally have gone knock on doors, and the closest neighbors that we have, that is, let me see, 1108 South 15th Street. I've talked to them, and that's like a closest residential area, and they said they have no issues with us. Everybody has come forward and support us in every way, wrote letters. Some of them have email letters, they said. We've gotten a lot of signatures, and we just ask for your support.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask you all to step back.
Hi, my name's Jonathan Starkey. I live at 1231 South 15th Street, less than 1,000 feet from where they operate their business. And it's a nice, clean place, and they're really good, friendly people, and we would like them to stay there. It's also nice to have them at the, the corner of your street. It's, it's like extra eyes watching out, and they're no trouble at all.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
My name is Nancy Stockey, 1231 South 15th Street. I eat there quite often, and I love their food. Their prices are very reasonable. It's really great to have a place that you can eat at that has affordable prices. Again, that truck is spotless. They're very friendly. And I really want them to stay. And they've built up a clientele, and it would be a shame for them to have to leave at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action.
I just have a quick comment. Mr. and Mrs. Stuckey, how nice of you to come down here this evening and stay to speak about this project. It was very nice of you, and I appreciate it very much.
I live in this neighborhood and I see this truck. I've seen this truck in the past and never had an issue with it. So if there's no other comments, I'd like to get a motion.
Through the chair, I'm prepared to make a motion on item number 77, SUP 70219. I'll make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 78, SUP 70244, applicant Lawrence Lovelife, owner Thomas and Yolanda Mason, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 2323 Palomino Lane, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's request is not compatible with the goals of the Rancho Charleston Land Use Study, as it encourages the protection of the existing residential neighborhoods from any additional encroachment by commercial and/or office uses. Furthermore, the proposed short-term rental use will not be compatible with the surrounding residential uses due to the existing short-term rental that is currently licensed on the adjacent property to the east. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of the application. Please note additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Lovelife. Address is 2961 Sammy Davis Jr. Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89109. And I accept the staff's conditions of approval to include the waiver from Title 19.12, which would allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use. A few points addressing areas of concern include, of the 56 reservations I've hosted through Vegas B&B, a licensed City of Las Vegas business since December 2016, Vegas B&B has never received a complaint from any neighbor. Strict house rules, which include absolutely no parties and restricting the number of guests per reservation, 24-hour surveillance cameras, and my constant interaction with my guests during their stay are the reasons why I have not received any complaints. To date, I have a 92% 5-star rating through Airbnb. Just going to read one of my comments from one of my most recent guests. Lawrence is a great host. His place was clean, equipped, comfortable, secured, quiet. I would recommend his place if you want to have access to Strip within 10 minutes and have a good place to rest during the night. In the spirit of entrepreneurship in Las Vegas, I ask that I be given a chance to once again prove myself as a respectable business owner by being allowed to operate my business at 2323 Palomino Lane. I want to keep the integrity of my business by continuing to license each of my rentals, and that is why I'm here today. Allowing the operation of 2323 Palomino Lane as a short-term rental property will be a win for the city because it will generate even more room tax revenue for the city, of which $1,270. My business has already paid $1,279.19 toward room taxes in the last 5 months. And per Mr. Edwin Mays, we need this money for the stadium that we're building. And I'd like to continue to contribute to that. It'd also be a win for the Mason family because it would allow them to keep their home, which is also their investment. It'd be a win for the neighborhood because the home will be occupied with non-partiers, and a win for tourists visiting Las Vegas looking for a great vacation rental. I'd just like to read an excerpt from an article in the Las Vegas Sun. Over 340,000 visitors stayed in Nevada through Airbnb last year, and per Mehmet Erdem, an associate professor of hotel operations and technology at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, people who come here for a bachelor's party, they're going to stay at an integrated resort. But if I'm driving to Las Vegas for a soccer tournament and I try to make it a family vacation, I'll probably check Airbnb. That's it.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, come forward.
How you doing?
Okay, quite a few people, so I'm going to ask y'all two gentlemen to step back.
Okay.
What's that? Good evening.
Good evening. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing great.
Rick Truesdale, 808 Trotter Circle. I'm here this evening representing myself, my wife, my grandchildren that are all, I live 6 houses from this location. There's an existing short-term rental there, and I hear all this thing, you know, everybody's talking about, oh, be able to save the house, and residential values are skyrocketing in this area right now. There is a shortage of housing in this immediate area west of the new medical district. It's the main pedestrian route for children going to Wasden. They cross the street, I see them every morning, and have them suddenly have to deal with a tourist business, and their parents and family that walk them to school deal with a tourist business is inappropriate. There's already one there. I disagree with the idea that if somebody's coming to Las Vegas for a bachelor party, every time I hear from people, they go, we want to rent a house so we can do what we want. The hotels aren't going to let them do what they want. And I don't want whatever they want to do in my neighborhood. So I think if you look at right across the street from this residence, I know Commissioner Quinn's seen a house that was formerly one of the Binion family has gone through a total renovation. The house right next to this house has gone through a total renovation. People are spending money. They're investing in their homes. We don't need our neighborhood to invest in motels. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi.
Hello.
Jody Hefner, 3001 Colanthe, Las Vegas, Nevada. The rule is 660 feet. Let's abide by it. No SUP.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Loei Chang. I live in 2426 Palomino Lane, and I live across the street from this property. I'm extremely worried about having strangers in my neighborhood. I live with my family, with children, and an elderly mother-in-law. And I haven't had good experience with other short-term rentals in the area. It's a beautiful, historic neighborhood. We're family-oriented, and we would appreciate it if you denied this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Judy Santelman. I live at 2550 Palomino Lane. I've lived in that neighborhood since 1959, basically. My husband and I bought that home in 1976. I am extremely upset about the short-term rentals that are moving into this neighborhood and several of the other neighborhoods in our area. They turn into party houses. What the gentleman said about people wanting to come and just have a nice quiet area is wrong. We have had terrible parties, terrible problems in our neighborhood. Lots of loud noise, trash, prostitutes brought into the area. It is absolutely not compatible with our beautiful historic neighborhood. So I hope you please deny this request, especially since it is only 2 feet from another one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul McKellar. I live at 1712 Adra Court. It's my wife Cynthia. We live in an adjacent historical neighborhood, and we also have this condition. They have short-term rentals moving into our neighborhood, and they do party all night. I have witnessed that on many occasions at 4 in the morning. and I ask that you deny this request.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody keeping their comments pretty short, so thank you.
My name is Gerald Duncan. I live at 1716 Adra Court. I'd like to speak against this because of the 660-foot rule. Somebody must have realized that there's a negative side to these things when they put a 660-foot rule in to begin with. Otherwise, there would have been no limit, and they would have simply thrown open our neighborhoods to have these things. They must have known that it was not a good thing. It's not. We have some near us. They're noisy, and I would ask that you deny this request.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Candace Whitfield, 7401 West Washington Avenue, Las Vegas, 89128. As someone who has utilized Airbnb in the past, I am a proponent of the proposed motion from Mr. Lovelife. I know that with Airbnb, they have strict rules, and so they're able to weed out any unwanted guests or any guests that may violate those rules, as well as withhold security deposits, and things like that. So I am in support of Mr. Lovelife's proposed action. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Grogan, 2121 Silver Avenue. I think you've learned by tonight of all the outpouring from the neighbors that they do not want short-term rentals, but I have to make the impact that the 660-foot area being zero lot line, you're very much aware of the law and how that works. It's interesting to note there are 9 other houses that are legalized short-term rentals that fall within the 660 feet around the city, and they need to be checked out on why they were given business licenses when they were less than 660 feet. I think this is a real concern. The other thing you need to take into fact is the applicant is not the owner of the property, and it would be interesting to hear from the owner of the property because it's up to the commission to perhaps down the road consider suitability of the owner and the applicants in this manner. So I stand opposed to this.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jessica Saylor, 1208 Charmast, 89102. I am in opposition to this bill, to this SUP. Not only does the gentleman not live in our neighborhood, he does not own the home. It is also zero distance, as everybody else has said. But I would also like to talk to you on another level in that, you know, what is happening with short-term rentals is really tearing apart the fabric of our community. It is also tearing apart the American dream, which is to own a home, to live in a home, and to be able to feel safe and secure in your neighborhood. And by having short-term rentals in our neighborhoods where there are tourists coming in and you don't know who they are, and you have somebody who is not a licensed property manager trying to manage the properties, you are now tearing apart the fabric of our society. So I hope that you will vote in opposition of this and not let this bill, this SUP go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
My name's Celine Roveno, 2808 Mason Avenue, McNeil Estates. I oppose this. This is one of our sister neighborhoods. We help each other with everything. Coyotes, crime, lost animals. And we are all heartbroken by what is happening to our neighborhoods. I have a party house 2 houses up from me all weekend long. Big trucks parked all over our sidewalks, trash everywhere. We have, I don't even know how many illegal STRs on our street. Something has to be done, let alone to have 2 in a row. You know, where's the safety for the residents? Where's knowing your neighbor? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to talk, I would suggest coming and lining up at the microphones.
Eric King, 2601 Pinto Lane, Las Vegas. I'm the secretary of the Equestrian Estates Neighborhood Association, and our group recommends denial of this. Doesn't meet code. We want party houses out of our neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'll give you 30 seconds for a rebuttal.
I was part of the public hearing.
Oh, you're part of the public hearing on this. Okay. I thought you were one of the applicants, but you can go ahead.
Not a problem. Thank you again for having me and taking the time to listen on this behalf of my family. My name is Ryan Mason, 58066 San Vicente Boulevard, Los Angeles, California. I'd like to thank everybody that came up here and voiced their concerns and their complaints for the reasons why they would not like to have us or issue us this waiver. I'd like to come up here and explain to you the reason and the sole reason why we are asking you guys for this. My family has moved out to this beautiful city 35 years ago. We live at the house that we live now for about the past 15 years, and it has been a wonderful experience. We have loved being a part of the community. We have loved being part of the neighborhood. We have respected the integrity, and we respected just being part of the community. We've never been a problem. We've never been an issue. My parents, Thomas and Yolanda Mason, my mother was here tonight. She is extremely ill at the moment, so due to the air conditioning, she couldn't make it through the night. She's having some sinus infections right now, so I had to take her home just so I can come back up here and speak on behalf of us. We are doing this and asking for this waiver and asking for your kindness right now. We are going through some financial and health issues for both of my parents. Both of my parents are in their late 60s. This has almost come to a last resort. I live in Los Angeles. I have a family in Los Angeles. I have been coming to Las Vegas, I would say every other week for the past 10 to 12 months because we are going through some severe, dire straight family situations right now. We're almost in jeopardy of losing the house. Vegas B&B, the company in Lawrence, we did our due diligence and research for several months to find the best B&B with the highest rating to keep the integrity of our house. We actually care about our house, despite what anybody here might think. We care 110% about our house. We are the only African American family on the street, and we take pride in that, and we want to show the rest of the people here that we do take care of our house and respect our house, respect everybody that lives with us and lives behind us. The person, our neighbor next door that's already did this already, we have no problem with them. If they wanted to ask us, we would have been in support of them. They did not, but they still have our support. We have no problem with that. We want to do whatever we can to, as far as all the taxes and the duties and whatever you guys stipulate that we need to do. I don't want a party house. This is my house. I unfortunately cannot afford this house right now, because if I did, I would be there and we would not be here asking you for this. My mom has one kidney and her kidney is failing. My father has prostate cancer. He's not going to be along too much longer. If they died tomorrow, I would lose the house tomorrow. I have a 16-year-old daughter that I would like to enroll in UNLV when she finishes high school and see if we can come back out here and save our house. But without this right now, we are going to pretty much lose our home. We are going through some severe financial situations. We don't want to disrespect anybody or any of the people that came up here. We respect everybody and respect everybody's decisions. We are just asking for the help as for the severity of our family. We are proud Americans. We are proud to be here in Las Vegas. We've been here for almost 35 years now. We have no problems and no issues. We want to conduct this correctly. I don't want my house to be a party house. I don't want anybody disrespecting my house as a party house. I will not have Lawrence and this company bring anybody into my house to bring a party to my house. We are looking for the revenue to keep our house, just like the rest of these people that have been here and they love being in their house. We'd love to do the same. We are just going through some financial situations. So instead of starting asking people for help, we wanted to help ourselves, and we wanted to do the first things first is respect the city of Las Vegas and do whatever was required on the front end to get you guys approval. We are totally compliant. We want to be compliant. We love being here. And if you like a resident to stay here, we're just asking for a little help to continue living here until we can get our family situation and the two leaders of our family, my mom and dad, their health situation together. It's dire right now, and that's the main reason why we're here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the public discussion and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Love Life, we love our life where we live. I live about 6 minutes from Mr. Truesdale, Commissioner Truesdale. In between us is his young family, kids next door, and there is an ordinance in effect that says 600 feet That's all that matters here. You cannot put another one next door, period. And I'm going to tell you this, and you better listen to me. I don't know, I can drive by it, I guarantee you Mr. King will drive by it, and Mr. Truesdale will drive by it, and you think for 1 minute that you're going to open that place up and do it anyway? You're not. You do not, this does not belong in our neighborhood. There's an ordinance. That's the bottom line. Enjoy your house, sell it, rent it. I'm sorry for your family, but you're making a hardship on our neighborhood. So, sorry, my motion will be tonight for denial. There's nothing to talk about. That you missed the ordinance, 0 feet, come on, are you nuts? No, that's it.
Yes, Commissioner
We're
Toussaint. If you
nobody
please
is
hold your
nuts,
applause,
nuts,
and,
Commissioner
sir,
Lane.
unless
We're
if
just-
somebody has a question, because you weren't the applicant, you've come up during the public comment section, so unless if somebody asks you a question, there's no further discussion. Commissioner Toussaint?
I cannot support this. I am a homeowner, and I have had experience like this where we had Airbnb renting a home in our community, and the applicant said the same thing. There aren't going to be any party houses, and then they came in with the buses, and then they came with whatever. People buy a home because they want to live in the community. They don't want to buy a home in a commercial entity. So you do not have my support on this.
All right.
With that, are we ready?
Yes.
Item number 78, SUP 70244. My motion is for denial.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 79, SDR 70206, applicant owner, Neon Museum.
Hold on 1 second, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We already voted.
Oh, yeah, I realize that, but I think you're looking for a point of clarification, correct? Right?
I wasn't, so it was denied.
It was denied, yeah, but you do have the right to appeal it to the city council.
Item number 79, SDR 70206, applicant owner, Neon Museum, for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a 1,250 square foot addition to a existing public museum with waivers to allow a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer on the northeast and south property lines where 8 feet is required, and 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required at 714 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends a denial.
Mr. Chairman, staff supports the expansion of the important cultural resource and finds the waivers of the landscaping on the property lines adjacent to the rest of the museum complex is appropriate. Staff also supports the waiver of the landscaping along Las Vegas Boulevard, as the Las Vegas Boulevard North Bonanza Road to Washington Avenue roadway project will facilitate the redesign of the street frontage at a future date. As such, staff's recommendation is actually for approval of the site development plan review, and if approved, staff would like to add the following condition of approval. Wall heights shall be limited to a maximum height of 8 feet unless otherwise provided by the Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Kirk Carlson with SH Architecture, 7250 Peak Drive, 89128, here with CEO of the Neon Museum. We agree with staff's recommendation of the 8-foot wall around it, and we'll forego any presentation on it for the sake of time.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, it's nice to see that the Neon Museum is expanding. I can say that the tour is so well organized, I can't remember if there's an existing blade of grass in the entire property now. So it is nice to see that staff is recommending approval. If there's no other discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion on it. Item number 79, SDR 70206, I'll make a motion for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 80, MSP 70249, applicant owner Deer Springs Village LLC for possible action on a request for a master sign plan for an approved 98,359 square foot shopping center at the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Hualapai Way, Ward 6 Ross. Staff recommends approval. And related to item 81, SDR 70252 for possible action on a request for a major amendment of an improved site development plan review, SDR 66447, for site modifications to an improved 98,359 square foot shopping center with a waiver to allow the service area to be located at the front of the property where required to be located at a rear side or internal property location, Ward 6 Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the approved site plan for the shopping center is being amended to accommodate changes prompted by the withdrawal of the property owner to the east from participation in the plan, to make changes to the parking and loading areas for the proposed grocery store, and to add a wireless communication facility. The changes to the site will result in a decrease of 944 square feet of overall floor area in the shopping center. However, shifting of the truck loading area from a location south of the grocery store to the front along Deer Springs Way will prompt a waiver, despite attempts to mitigate the visual impact of surrounding properties. The loading area will still be visible and audible from properties to the north of this site, which are included in an accepted area of the interlocal agreement. These properties, although not currently developed, must not be developed to a density exceeding 3 units per acre. As the proposed configuration of the loading area is not compatible with the adjacent planned residential development, staff recommends denial of the accompanying waiver request and thus the site development plan review. The applicant has also requested a master sign plan for the shopping center that includes 3 freestanding pylon signs as well as wall and window signage. The freestanding signs will have an integrated design that meets Title 19 standards. Interior wall and window signage will also meet Title 19 requirements. The use of a consolidated sign along the southern frontage will eliminate unnecessary sign clutter. Furthermore, the proposed signage is sensitive to future residential development in its exclusion of attention-gaining devices such as electronic message units. Staff therefore recommends approval of the master sign plan, subject to conditions. Note that there were additional protests received after publication.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant and property owner. With me is Mr. Hank Gordon here, if you have any questions for him with respect to the project itself. The first thing I'd like to do is get your attention to the overhead so I can show you an aerial of the property itself. Located here, and you're very familiar with this piece of property, we've had numerous conversations in the past with respect to the Albertsons Shopping Center. This is the 215, which is our property is just to the north of it, just on the off-ramp of the 215 in Hualapai. To the north of us is Deer Springs Way. This property is zoned commercial. That's already crosshatched, which is proposed for the commercial shopping center, which is Albertsons is the anchor tenant. Just to remind you, at one of the last Planning Commission meetings when we were with you, the adjacent property owner, and they have a representative here tonight to speak with respect to the applications that we have before you. The property owner here, this property is zoned commercial. It's not a part of our commercial shopping center. As a matter of fact, the property owner asked that they be removed from the commercial subdivision map, which essentially changed some of the design for the Albertsons, which I will get into with respect to the site development plan review. The first thing I want to mention is on the master sign plan. The application that's been submitted, we had 3 signs. One sign would be located here on the south portion of the property itself, which is near the off-ramp here coming off of the 215 on the Hualapai. We had another sign location located here on Hualapai, and another sign location here on Deer Springs. What we'd like to do tonight with Mr. Gordon is requesting, even though staff is recommending approval of all 3 signs, After further review, Mr. Gordon has decided that the sign that's known as P3 on the plans, that's along Deer Springs, will be withdrawn. We want to withdraw that sign location on the master sign plan itself. And I've spoken with staff, and I believe they have a condition for that if you're inclined to approve the master sign plan, which would allow P1 and P2 on the plan itself. The sign is done very tastefully. As you can see here, the signage that we're proposing, which is compatible to the shopping center itself. The next item that I want to talk about quickly, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, is the site development plan review, and the reason why we're back here making a small amendment to the approved site plan. As I'm showing you on the plan here, this is that 5-acre piece of property that's already zoned commercial. When they withdrew their participation in the commercial subdivision map, what that did is it put the burden on us to move the driveway ingress and egress fully onto our property. But what it also did is it kind of screwed up the circulation that we had for the trucking in the docking area, which was going to be proposed to be located down here. So since then, we had to redesign the application to have a loading dock in this area, as I'm showing you. But I'm going to show you on some of the elevations here of what we've done to essentially sort of enclose the building itself, or the docking area itself. As you can see on the site plan here, you can see where the trucks will be backing into the building itself. Along the east elevation, the building's going to carry out all the way out to the trellis area that we're proposing in here. And then from here all the way to about 20 feet from Deer Springs is a block wall. The purpose of this is to enclose the area along the east property line here to make sure you do not see the truck traffic or the trucks that are backing into the dock area. But there's one additional thing that we want to add tonight also with respect to the design itself, where when these trucks are not located in this docking area, Albertsons will have the doors closed in this area. It's essentially like it's either going to be some remote garage door coming down, so it essentially will be compatible with the side of the building and the architecture and elevations of the building itself. So I wanted to at least explain that to you before I show you the elevation that we're proposing here, which is essentially everything that we've been planning to do, with the exception in this elevation here. If you look closely, you can see this would be what it would look like if a truck is not located in the loading dock area there. So this is the east elevation along our property line. This is the wall that we would be building in addition to, and then in this area here would be the loading dock area when there are no trucks in this area here. So with those, with these elevations and the additional change, we do believe we have a compelling justification for the dock area to be where it's located, but we've done as much as possibly as one can possibly can with addressing the dock area in this location.
Thank you.
And with that, I don't have anything else to add.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. Liz Sorokak, 8965 Southeastern Avenue, Suite 382. Here on behalf of Mosaic Land, if I can direct you to the overhead. As Mr. Gronar showed you, his client, the applicant, is here on this parcel of land that's on the hard corner of Deer Springs and Wallapai. My client is the owner of the 5 acres that is directly to the east. And I'm here to object to the adjacent landowner's continued attempts to proceed with developing his parcel in contravention of the agreement between the parties. And essentially the parties had agreed that the shopping center was to face Deer Springs Way, and Mr. Gronar presented his version of why we're here with the revisions. Obviously we have a difference of opinion as to why revisions to the plan were required. I've been here previously to note the objections to this development, and the proposed revisions, particularly with respect to moving the driveway off of this EULA alignment to slightly further west. It's detrimental to my client's property and negatively affects it because, number one, it's taken off of the EULA alignment, and number two, it limits where the driveway can be placed on the adjacent property here. So with that, we'd request denial of the revisions to the site plan, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, so I'm Bridget Salvi, 7030 North Conquistador Street, 89149. Bob and I have had a long history going back and forth on this property. Bob, could I have your site plan, the one that you have, your 14 by 11? The one in your hand? Because I don't have any drawings. I just did a wedding. My son got married. Thanks. Okay, so I have a couple of points I'm concerned about as we continue to talk about this property. With the parking for a semi, beep, 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 coming back down this line, I live to the north, but I'm still concerned that even though there's a trellis and then there's a wall and there'll be some sound barrier, we've still got semis coming right in off of Deer Springs. Deer Springs is not a very wide road. There will be median restrictions, so that's a lot of semis coming in to feed a huge, however many, 56,000 or 86,000. I'm not sure what the square footage is on this because it's shrunk down, but it's a large, full-size grocery store. So we're constantly going to be having the semis on the Deer Springs side. I'm very hard-pressed to say that it is a self-imposed hardship. It's like I want to see something work. I know that the grocery store is a done deal. It's already been approved. We're just trying to figure out how to footprint it, how to position it, how to orient it, contention between property owners. They can figure that out. I'm concerned that it is, like staff has said, to deny because it's on the Deer Springs side, right opposite what's left of what was the RMP, but now it's just a residential. I think it's R1. And the other problem I have is the pylon signs. This one here, I'm basically putting a finger, that is the larger one. That's off the off-ramp. No big deal. I get that. This one over here, I believe, is still marked as, is it 40 feet or 60 feet? 40 feet on this one here. And I'm thinking about a light pole. And this is the entrance into a very upscale area neighborhood with Providence and the RNP all to the north. We're changing everything coming home with the shopping center already. And the pylon sign is aesthetically pleasing with the brick and the fascia and the way it's designed. LEDs, I get it, they're efficient, they're low volume on electricity, but they're also intensely bright. Coming home to an area that's been traditionally a very low light noise residential area. There's a lot of restrictions in the growth with Richmond and D.R. Horton and the Toll Brothers where we don't have a lot of light noise, light pollution. And we're coming right home into this grocery store with a pylon right in our face. We'll have one on the freeway off-ramp, I get that. But this one here again, LED super bright. I'm very thankful to hear one Deer Springs has been, they're voluntarily dropping it. I'm just concerned that is there a way we can maybe just lower the height? I know 40 feet's pretty tall. Think about your house. Think about a light pole. Can we bring it down? They're talking about having enough space for all the tenant to have a spot. Most grocery store places don't have signs for every single tenant because they get the anchors, they get a few, and then when you get into the plaza, you discover, wow, my favorite store is there. So not every single tenant, I think, needs to have a slot in the spacing on the pylon. Just a thought to bat around, a consideration. I really, really like the cell tower. Been begging for a cell tower, so we're good on that. But yeah, just if you can figure out something with this, trucks, right off of Deer Springs, this is a hard one.
Okay.
So thank you for your time.
I'll close the public hearing. And Mr. Groenhauer, do you need 30 seconds or not? Okay. Commissioner Moody, would you like to start?
Yeah, I would. I agree with staff's recommendations for approval on both items. With the applicant's agreement on the sign, which I believe is on the west, I'd like to see a condition addressing that. And then on the SDR, I'd also like to see a condition relative to the roll-up door. And does staff have a recommendation for those conditions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through you, we do have two conditions that we can amend. And just to make sure I understand, staff is recommending approval of the master sign plan, but denial of the site development review. You had mentioned approval of both.
Thank you. Let me restate that then. I agree with staff's recommendation for approval on the MSP. It is also my recommendation for approval on the SDR. Nevertheless, do you have an if approved condition for the roll-up door on the site development plan review?
I do. On item 81, the SDR, the new condition would be roll-up doors shall be installed in the loading dock area and shall remain closed when not in use. And on the master sign plan, item 80, the new condition would be freestanding sign P3 located on the Deer Springs Way frontage is not included as part of this approval.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant agree with both of those conditions?
Yes, we are in agreement.
I don't know if there's any more discussion, but I'm prepared to make my motion.
Excuse
Commissioner
me,
Tucson.
Mr. Chair, is there going to be a limit or a time limit when they can have deliveries at the Albertson store? And how far away are the homes?
Yeah, first of all, let me show you. So this is the 10 acres that is located right here. This is commercial, actually. So this is the closest is going to be 330 feet. This is already commercial located here. Although this is in a interlocal agreement area, you can come in, change those densities if the city and the county agree along with the neighbors. There's a provision in there that allows you to make changes to the plan that's there. So we feel that based on all the commercial activity, an 80-foot right-of-way on Deer Springs would be appropriate for where we are. The deliveries come at different times, depending on the fresh groceries coming in early in the morning versus there's some other trucks that come in during the day or at night. But for the most part is what we're trying to keep everything inside the building itself.
So it would eliminate some of the noise, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moody.
Yeah, thank you. With respect to item 80, MSP 70249, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval subject to the agreed upon condition on the west sign.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Item 81, SDR 70252, my motion is for approval, subject to the, if approved, condition regarding the roll-up door.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 80 and 81 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Have
Thank
a
you.
good night and a good morning.
All right, and
Oh, very funny, Mr. Gronauer. Good evening, Mr. Gordon. Good evening, sir.
And please say hello to Steve.
I know it's been a long night and everybody wants to get out of here, but we usually give the staff and everybody a break every 2 hours, and we've gone for about 3 hours, and I imagine this next item is going to take more than 10 minutes to get through, so we're going to be in a brief recess.
How's the temperature in here, Ben?
Good evening. This Planning Commission meeting's called back to order. Moving on to Director's Business, item number 82, DIR 70539. Applicant owner, 180 Land Company, LLC, et al., for possible action on a request for a development agreement between 180 Land Company, LLC, et al., and the City of Las Vegas on 250.92 acres at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard, Ward 2. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development agreement establishes the long-range plans for the development of the approximately 250 acres of the property formerly known as Badlands Golf Course. The development agreement explicitly outlines proposed development of 2,169 residential units composed of 2,104 multifamily units and 65 single-family residential lots within 4 development areas. This includes the 435 multifamily units as approved by the City Council in February of 2017 within Development Area 1. The agreement allows for a limited square footage of ancillary commercial uses within the multifamily component, a non-gaming boutique hotel, as well as the potential for assisted living units that will be counted towards the total allowable units. The development standards associated with the development agreement call for the use of a REP construction method to facilitate activated streets with pedestrian-friendly landscape walkways and open spaces. Architecturally, the agreement calls for consistency with Tivoli Village and 1 Queensridge Place to be maintained within development areas 1, 2, and 3. Meanwhile, in development area 4, the agreement calls for custom homes to meet or exceed the existing adjacent Queensridge HOA's design standards. The proposed development calls for the placement of density in areas that are sensitive to existing single-family and multifamily development on adjacent parcels. The content of the development agreement is in conformance with requirements in Nevada Revised Statute 278 and indicates additional development and design controls which increase the sensitivity and compatibility of the new development with existing adjacent development. Furthermore, the development as proposed would be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan that calls for walkable communities, access to transit options, access to recreational opportunities, and dense urban hubs at the intersection of primary roads. As such, staff is in support of the development agreement. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we begin, I'm just going to go ahead and lay out a few ground rules. We're going to go ahead and give the applicant and all the consultants on behalf of the applicant 30 minutes. Then we're going to give the consultants and people representing the opposition 30 minutes collectively. And then any of the individual homeowners that would like to come up will give you 2 minutes. At the conclusion of that, we will then give you 10 minutes for a rebuttal, and then we'll talk amongst the Planning Commission. So the time starts now.
Mr. Chair, before
Yes.
the time starts, I have a quick disclosure.
Okay.
So more than a year ago, I approached the city attorney about potential conflict of interest regarding this application and related applications. I explained that I'm personal friends with Billy Bain, one of the principals for Piccoli, the original developer of Queensridge. I also explained that I'm a financial partner at Hutchison and Steffen, a law firm which, with offices directly north of Queensridge and Badlands Golf Course. I also revealed that Piccoli is a joint owner of my law office, but that I have no personal ownership interest either in the property or the office where my firm sits. Mr. Jerbick provided a written opinion letter dated April 12, 2016, which I will make again a part of tonight's record. And without reading that entire letter, it was, and I believe remains, Mr. Jerbick's opinion that I have no conflict of interest and that abstention is not required. Therefore, I plan to participate in tonight's hearing and vote on the application.
That is correct. I do want to state for the record that the Nevada law requires that the disclosure be made every time, which is why you're hearing it again for probably the 10th time.
Thank you.
Peter,
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Chris Kempfer.
Mr. Kemfer, would you please try speaking into the microphone or project a little louder?
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners Chris Kempfer and Stephanie Allen, here on behalf of the owner and applicant of the golf course property. I would like to just, if I might, give a very brief overview of how we got here and where we hope to go from here. And then Stephanie will take the lion's share of this time in describing where we are. If you will recall, and it seems like it's over a century ago now when we first started this, an issue came up as to whether or not the golf course had to stay a golf course, could be developed, could not be developed. All those issues have kind of now sifted down to the answer that yes, the golf course can be developed. In fact, the City Council has approved a development of 435 residences. This Planning Commission approved 61 homes on 35 acres, and that application goes before the City Council next Wednesday. So that issue is resolved. It can be developed, and it will be developed. Now, when we first brought a proposal for the development of the whole site, one of the most telling and probative things that was said by Commissioner Quinn. She said, "I'm afraid to vote for this because I'm not sure. Essentially, I'm as afraid of this as what might come." In other words, there was an uncertainty that existed, and that really was very probative, very telling, very important thing for her to say. Because what happened is, when the whole plan, did not get approved, it was then approved in pieces. And it was approved at like I said, at the 435, and then 61 homes were approved on 35 acres. And I can honestly say that that's not what I believe to be everybody's desire, that this be approved piecemeal. But the reality is, in the absence of some universal development plan, that's exactly what has to happen. And so we all went back to the drawing board, and we all said, what can we do now to have the vision that we think you as a planning commission wanted, certainly the City Council wanted, and we believe that everybody in the neighborhood wanted, which was one plan. And what is before you tonight that Stephanie will go into detail is this development agreement talks about and describes how this entire property is to be developed, and the protections that are given and the considerations that are given. And the only thing I want to say from an overriding standpoint is where there was 61 homes approved on 35 acres by this planning commission that goes before the City Council. On that same 35 acres, there will be something like 17 homes maximum, because provided under this development agreement is everywhere on that 183 acres of the golf course are minimum 2-acre lots, larger than any other lot in Queensridge. That's the minimum, except in the area around Fontainebleau, between Fontainebleau and Charleston, which, by the way, is where I live, which will be half-acre lots minimum. So we've come a long way, and hopefully now, tonight, we can get to a place where, again, a complete development can be approved, which will put an end, hopefully, to the acrimony that has kind of characterized this whole process. So Anyway, Ms. Allen will take over on describing the agreement.
Thanks, Chris. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza here on behalf of the applicant. Before I get into the presentation, I'd just like to first thank you all, thank staff, thank Brad Jerbick for the tremendous amount of work and time and hours that have gone into this project. At the last hearings, as well as tonight, I'm sure, and all of the meetings you've had with the homeowners and our side, and hours with staff negotiating the development agreement, we very much appreciate it, and we think we have a very, very good agreement before you tonight that is, in fact, the best plan for the property, meaning one comprehensive plan for the overall community that should not only be a good development, but in fact improve the overall Queensridge community. So before I get into it, just a quick reminder as to who EHB Properties is, if I could utilize the overhead. EHB Properties, the principals, have built over 3 million square feet of residential and commercial properties and invested over $1 billion in over 1.5 miles around the Queensridge area, including One Queensridge Place, Tivoli Village, Sahara Center, where the new Sprouts is located, and about 40% of the custom homes within Queensridge. I'm just going to show you a couple pictures. Here's Tivoli, just an example of the quality, a reminder of the quality of product that this particular builder puts out there and the amount of improvements that have been done to this area. Tivoli Village. Here's an example of one of the custom lots within Queensridge. The most recent development is the Appellate Court downtown. One Queensridge Place. And these are just samples of, again, what you'll get with this development agreement, the type of homes that they'll provide and the type of product that we'll bring to this overall community. As Chris mentioned, the property is zoned RPD 7, and should it be developed piecemeal, this is just for example purposes, it's not obviously to scale, but this could be literally hundreds and hundreds of homes over the course of 250 acres. We don't believe that's what's best for this community, and that's why we're here tonight, is to put together a very thoughtful plan that benefits the overall area. So this project is broken up into 4 development areas. Development areas 1, 2, and 3 is at the corner of Alta and Rampart, and this is where the higher density has been placed intentionally to be closer to the commercial center. We have Suncoast on the corner, Tivoli on the corner, Boca Park across the street. This is where the higher density is appropriate, is on this corner. Development area 4 in green is where the large custom estate lots are planned. All of the areas here will have a minimum lot size of 2 acres. So right now, I don't believe there are any homes that are 2 acres in Queensridge. So these are estate lots that will be larger than what currently exists in Queensridge. With the exception of this corner area right here, as Chris mentioned, the minimum size here will be half-acre lots, which again is larger than the homes to the north of it, which are about half-acre lots. Over the course of this 250 acres in the development agreement, there's about 100 acres of landscaped area, parks, and recreation areas between the multifamily development and the custom homes along the golf course. This is kind of the meat and potatoes of the agreement of where we originally started almost 2 years ago and where we are today. We've had a couple versions of this agreement. Initially, there were approximately 3,080 units. 3,020 were the luxury multifamily, with 60 within development area 4. We then changed that around with a version that came before you that had 2,400 luxury multifamily and 75 custom homes. Where we're at today has been a significant reduction in density. So we're down to 2,104 luxury multifamily and 65 custom homes. So a total density of 2,169. And the reason only a development agreement is before you tonight is because the overall density calculation comes in below the 7.29 units per acre, which is allowed within an RPD 7. So there's no zone change request, no GPA amendment. The only application before you is this development agreement. The minimum lot sizes have actually increased within development area 4, as I mentioned. We started at 1 acre, it went down to 1.5. We're now at a minimum of 2 acres. These are huge estate lots again, with the exception of that one portion down on Charleston. The towers, we originally started with 3 high-rise towers. Those have been reduced to 2 mid-rise towers. And when I show you the plan, you'll see that those have strategically been placed to not inhibit views from One Queensridge Place of the mountains to the west. The heights of the towers were reduced from 250 to 150. Residential adjacency compliance, we initially were attempting to waive the residential adjacency, which was granted at One Queensridge Place. We have now agreed that we'll comply with that residential adjacency, which is in the city code. Ancillary commercial, this new agreement has gone up slightly with the ability to have up to 15,000 square feet of ancillary commercial, none of which would exceed 4,000 square feet in any scenario. So really the idea is for the residents of the area to have some amenities within their community that they can utilize close and within walking distance. I will show you on the plan that there is now a no building structure zone along the edges of the development area 3, which is specifically put into the agreement to protect the residences that are on the edge of the golf course. And additionally, a 75-foot transition zone, which limits the height after that 75 feet to 35 feet above the finished floors of any of the existing homes. So essentially, right now there's a proposed 150 feet of protected area on the edges of the property. The drainage infrastructure has been changed from all box culverts to a mix of box culverts and open channels, which none of will be open concrete channels that you may see in other communities. The concept is to have, if they're open, that they be natural, with the exception of some lining possibly, but for the most part those would be natural channels. And then design guidelines. We do have design guidelines included as part of this agreement, and one of those stipulations is for the custom homes, they would meet or exceed the current Queensridge design guidelines. So for development areas 1, 2, and 3, it's approximately 67 acres. As I mentioned, the unit count is 2104. Approximately 2,000 trees will be added to this area. And there's also now a high-end boutique hotel that's been added to this development agreement. That was, I believe, at the request of some of the homeowners that would like to see a high-end opportunity for families and friends to stay at when they come to visit this area. This is what's already approved, as Chris mentioned, on the corner of Alta and Rampart, 435 units that are for sale units. And those were, if you recall, designed and approved to be below the podium of One Queensridge Place. This is the design that was approved for that project, and in the development agreement there's a requirement that all through development areas 2 and 3, this same design should continue through those projects. They'll have to come back through a site development plan review to make sure that they're compatible and consistent, but the idea is that they'll all be consistent with this architecture. This is what I was talking about with the transition and no build zones. So on the edges of these properties, to the north is Tudor Park. Along here is Revelle Court. These two areas, we are continuing to work with residents, and as I mentioned, Mr. Jerbick has kind of been our neutral body talking between the parties, but I understand we're not yet fully in agreement, but we promise tonight we'll continue to work with them, and we hope to come to a resolution before City Council. I will tell you on the record what we're proposing to change to these areas that we think protect both Tudor Park and Revelle Court. Currently in the agreement, what exists is this blue area, or green area, excuse me, is a no-build zone. So 75 feet of absolutely no building can go in there other than landscaping and emergency roads. The red area is that transition zone I mentioned, where it's limited in height to 35 feet above the average finished floor of their home. So it's essentially, if I'm standing in my 35-foot two-story home, I have adjacent to me a two-story home that's 35 feet as well, is what those folks will see, and I'll show you those slides here in a moment. We had heard that people wanted to see a little bit more of what conceptually is going to go in this area, so this is attached to the development agreement to show conceptually the layout. With the park in the middle of the property, the two towers are located right here in development area 2, and then you'll have the rest of the buildings in development areas 2 and 3. Again, those have to come back through with the site development plan review to show you aesthetically what that's going to look like. The concept was inspired, as you probably have heard before, from Spectrum Center in Irvine, California. This is what that property looks like. Just some examples quickly. That is 3,000 units on 59 acres, so it's a much more intense project on less acreage. With respect to Development Area 4, I've already gone over some of this, but as I mentioned, there'll be a minimum 2-acre lot size in here, 1.5 acre in Section A, and there'll be an additional 7,500 trees planted in this area. The idea is to keep it as open and green as possible so that people have the continued open space that they see today. And again, that's a maximum of 65 lots. This is a sample 5-acre estate. In the agreement and in the design guidelines, there's what's called a buildable area. This is an example here in this dotted line of where the property owner would be able to build. The remainder of the 5-acre lot would have to remain open space. So the trees that are planted in there will either be maintained by those homeowners or by an HOA, and the buildable space is limited on each lot. This is a before and after of what you see currently on the golf course versus what you'd see once a 5-acre parcel is developed out. And I talked about Tudor Park and Revelle Court. This is looking from the backyard of a Tudor Park home at the development in the background. You can't really even see the buildings with the landscaping. There's a significant elevation change there. This is from a top floor if you are on the second level from Tudor Park looking into the project. This is the reverse, looking from our project at Tudor Park on the ground floor. There would be a street in between and then the wall and their community behind it. This is from the top floor of our project looking at Tudor Park. And this is what's proposed in the addendum I'm going to talk about. Currently, Tudor Park has some rear yards that we've offered to extend and deed over to them by giving them an additional 15 or possibly 20 with an easement for the additional 5 feet of land that would extend these homeowners' properties by, as I mentioned, 15 or 20 feet, and then also have some landscaped area here. So this would be a significant improvement for the folks that live in Tudor Park that the developer's willing to do. And again, this just dimensions it so that you can see their current property line is in red. This middle dotted line is the 15-foot extension that we would do, and that would be developed up to the same grade as their yard so that it'll be usable property. And then if they wanted the additional 5 feet for the easement with landscaping, we'd be willing to do that too. From Revelle Court, this is a sample of what it would look like from the Revelle Court homeowners' backyards and our project in the background. As I mentioned, it's 35 feet above their floor level, so as you can tell, it's just like looking at a home next to you. From their second floor homes, if they have 2-story homes, this is what they would see as the roof lines of the buildings. From our perspective on the project side, in the no-build zone, there would be a significant amount of landscaping terraced down because of the elevation change. So this is what we would see from our perspective on the ground floor, looking at Revelle Court. Again, second story, this is what you would see looking at Revelle Court from the second story. And then dimensions, these are the homes that are on Revelle Court, the 5 homes. In red is their existing property line. This dotted line is a 15-foot easement that currently exists, and there are some improvements within that easement area. That property would be deeded to them so that they would own that property. And then the no-build zone would be extended from the 75 feet I had suggested as in the agreement right now to 105 feet. So they'd have some additional space of a no-build zone with landscaping, and then again the transition zone with the limit in the height. Oops, sorry, that's an old one.
Good, Steph, before you go any further, if I could ask the clerk to stop the clock for a minute, I just want to make an observation here that'll help save some time later. I talked to Stephanie before the meeting. We have representatives of Revelle Court in the audience. They were nice enough to have me over for pizza and salad last week to discuss their concerns. I can tell you for a fact that this is not acceptable to Revelle right now. and so it's going to require continued work. I don't see anybody here from Tudor Park. They have got just some conceptual drawings, and I haven't heard anything, so I can't tell you that they've rejected it, but they certainly haven't given me word that they've accepted it either. But I thought before we go any further, I didn't want anybody sitting in the audience to think that we're sitting here silent saying that this has been agreed to. It has not.
I appreciate that. And actually, Brad, I think you had stepped away. I, on behalf of all of us here, wanted to thank you for all the hard work you've done as being the neutral body between everyone. We will give you our assurance we'll continue to work with Revelcourt. If we can come to an agreement, we will. For purposes of tonight, we're just working with what we had proposed and what we've included in an addendum for you all. I think you have a copy of this. I just real quickly wanted to go through this. The development agreement is not changing significantly, so I'll tell you quickly why these addendum points are in here. But basically, the first three are public works cleanup items that Bart was kind enough to bring to our attention, so we've simply cleaned them up in the agreement. The fourth item is a very important point. We met with Boyd Gaming and your traffic engineers last week and had a very productive meeting where a traffic signal was agreed upon by the city to be placed, let me show you on the map, to be placed at the intersection next to the Cheesecake Factory on Rampart. Initially, our development agreement said that that was not yet warranted. After talking with Boyd Gaming and our overall project, the city has agreed that we can install that light as part of the first development phase of Development Area 1. So that is what this addendum number 4 addresses, is the installation of that traffic light. We also have a letter that we've been working with the traffic department to address the Clubhouse Drive access into the South Point, or into the Suncoast, excuse me. That letter wasn't finalized yet, but Boyd Gaming did ask me to put that on the record that we are continuing to work with them. We'll finalize that letter with the traffic engineers and have that as part of the record at the city council. Other security was number 5. That was at the request of one of the homeowners to address that we would meet or exceed Queensridge security. Number 6 was the ability for the developer to sell or deed property to existing homeowners should they want to buy property and extend their lots. And then number 7 was the Revell and Tudor Park information that I went through previously, so I won't go into all the details. But those are the points that I need to put on the record, so I don't know if, hopefully I didn't exceed my time, but we've come a long ways. We think this is a great project, and we would very much appreciate your approval tonight.
Thank you. Do you, we have 8 minutes if anybody else had anything.
Can we save it for our rebuttal?
Yes.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Well, this is a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. And we'll start with the 30 minutes for the opposition.
Commissioner, Chair, members of the board, Shauna Hughes, attorney for Queensridge HOA 1210 South Valley View, Suite 208. Yes, I'll try. Thank you. Chairman, I'd like to start by asking if you could explain to me and to my clients who are here why you did not follow what you said you would do at 6 o'clock when we spoke earlier on the record and begin the meeting on this item with our opportunity to talk about an abeyance. We feel that we have a very important open meeting law problem here, but by calling the applicant to the podium and having them go first, you've mooted the entire point. And I would like it to be on the record that I've got a strong objection to that, very strong.
Okay, I'm just going to let you know that our rules of conduct state that the applicant goes first.
I asked you at 6 o'clock if we would be heard on the abeyance item before the application started, and you said yes, you wouldn't do it before that. You wanted to do it at not before 9 o'clock because people were on notice, but that we would start with the abeyance issue, and that did not happen, obviously. And we'd like to continue making our record on the open meeting law issue. Since it's moot now and the meeting's halfway over, we'll obviously continue it, but we have some things to put on the record.
Okay, and I apologize, I'm confused about what abeyance item we're talking about.
Todd Bice, my address is 400 South 7th Street, Las Vegas. When we were up here before, We were told that the abeyance issue wouldn't be addressed until 9 p.m. It's that specifically in the record. The record will speak for itself on that item. The presentation, however, I would submit reinforces what we think is a very serious and rather obvious open meeting law problem now in light of the representation that are being made. Now there's even a proposed addendum that no one has seen to this development agreement that you are being asked to now vote upon. You've got provisions being added that I haven't seen, provisions being added that no one over there has seen. The open meeting law requires notice and an opportunity to be heard. That right is being violated because you're being asked to vote on something that, quite frankly, I will bet none of you have seen either. And that's what's going on here. And this is the constant moving target with this applicant. They show up at these hearings and they've got something new they want to throw out. It's like a shiny little penny over here, so that everybody will look at it and not pay attention to what the substance is behind, or the lack of substance behind these documents. All of you know that when we have been here in the past, there have been hundreds of homeowners present. You'll notice that there aren't tonight. And you know why there aren't tonight? It's not because they're all in support of this. They're not tonight because they've been given conflicting information about when these items are going to be heard. We had one agenda item set at 6 o'clock. There were a lot more people here then, and of course that one gets obeyed now. This one now, what is it? It's 11:30, and we're addressing this item, and we're now hearing a new pitch about new items for purposes of this development agreement. And other people will address this development agreement and tell you that it's a complete illusory fiction. But the problem here is that the homeowners, and under the law, are entitled to notice and a fair opportunity to be heard. That right is being deprived in the manner in which this meeting has been set up and in the manner in which it has been conducted. And so we have asked you before that this matter should be abated and there should be a fair notice to the homeowners at a time set where they can actually be heard and have an opportunity to be heard. There's nothing unfair about that, by the way. You've accommodated this applicant I don't know how many times, including setting special hearing dates just at the applicant's request. But that right is being denied to hundreds and hundreds of impacted homeowners for no justification whatsoever. Where is the urgency on this issue tonight? Other than the election that was held today, there is no urgency. What the applicant's urgency tonight is that the applicant now needs to avoid the will of the voters. And that's why you're being asked to rush this thing through, and then let's put it on the city council meeting for next week. Did you notice that all the other items that you were considering tonight, when you were telling those applicants when their items would be held in the city council meeting? It'll be off in July. But not for this applicant. This applicant, we're going to have a special meeting. We're going to set this right up for them and hold it next week. Again, we ask you to abate it. The open meeting law is being violated. We're not waiving that. I'll turn it over to the other applicants.
Thank you, sir. And if I could ask the city clerk to pause the timer real quick. Just due to what this gentleman was speaking about, I'd like to talk to Brad because earlier I thought he was talking about items 34 and 36. I didn't know that he was talking about 82. And I just want you to reiterate what we talked about, or what you said earlier about the open meeting law, and if there's any violation there.
Well, I'll be happy to. Let me also state I have the enormous amount of respect for Mr. Bice. We've worked together for years on Fremont Street experience and other projects, and I'm sure we will in the future as well. But sometimes attorneys just of a different mind disagree. I disagree, and I'll put on the record why. One, I think the earlier argument was that because there was a Kalita project across the street and the same people that might oppose it might oppose this, and these had to be heard together because of some reference to an open meeting law manual produced by the Attorney General's office. If there was any validity to that at all, which I've even questioned that, it went out the window when that item was held in abeyance. There was nothing to link this to. Second, I will put on the record that we didn't say this would be heard at 9 o'clock. We said this wouldn't be heard before 9 o'clock. This was the last item on the agenda, and out of courtesy, what I thought was courtesy, and what I will tell you, I'm not going to burn anybody by name, but I gave the HOA the exact language to put in a notice to the neighborhood last week that said it wouldn't be heard before 9 o'clock, and I talked about the 5 items that would be discussed that were still open-ended, and that went out in an email. Everybody's email address was in the possession of the HOA. So I thought we were extending a courtesy so that people wouldn't come here and sit at 6 o'clock for an item that is the last item on the agenda. And as you can see, the last item on the agenda comes up at 11:30. That is not by deliberate design. It just is the way it is, and we thought we were saving people 3 hours. I also had a request to provide security because I was told that a number of people would be afraid to walk from the parking garage to City Hall. So I called up our marshals and I made sure there'd be special security to escort people across the street. I don't know why any of that even suggests a violation of open meeting law, but let's go to changes to the document. Open meeting law requires that you give notice as to what's going to be discussed at the meeting. It doesn't guarantee that what's going to be discussed at the meeting is what's going to come out of it. Mr. Bice and I have been at meetings where ordinances have been discussed, and they've been amended on the fly at the meeting, sometimes by members of the panel, sometimes by people at the podium. Sometimes when neighbors come to us and they request changes to a document, and then we try and accommodate those changes, it seems a bit foul to me that somebody would accuse us of violating the law by trying to accommodate what the neighbors want. And so I really take issue with the fact that none of these documents are cast in stone when you come to the meeting. If you've noticed it up for a development agreement and you vote on something different, we've got an open meeting problem. If this document changes substantially, you may have an open meeting problem. If you're not giving notice to people, you may have an open meeting problem. But it doesn't require that a document word for word that comes up for discussion can't be changed by this panel, even if Stephanie didn't stand up and give you several areas where she's suggesting some changes or an addendum or whatever she wants to call it. Doesn't mean you couldn't do it. You could ask a question of the developer, and you've done it tonight. You looked at various people at the podium and said, would you lower your sign, or would you do this, or would you change this? Would you go for a tavern limited as opposed to a tavern license? You see this all the time. And that is not a violation of the open meeting law. So I think I've overspoken myself, but on that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jervik. I don't agree with you on everything. I agree with you on a few of those points, but not on the modification of a document that is purportedly before this commission for approval. That, quite frankly, I would ask the city attorney to make sure that all documents are preserved, because I seriously doubt many of your own council, the members who are being asked to vote on this document, have seen it.
I will say this, Mr. Vice,
seen any of what's being proposed. So I just want to make that clear, because on June 1 of 2017, the City Council published an agenda item which purported to introduce an ordinance for the adoption of, quote, that certain development agreement entered into between the city and 180 Land Company et al. All right? That ordinance went on to, that public statement went on to announce that that development agreement was on file at the city clerk's office. That wasn't true, because that development agreement hadn't even been deposited with the city clerk's office until sometime well after June 1. In fact, the version that was on file was dated when one of my clients went down to get it, was dated June the 6th of 2017.
That's correct, but this is becoming an elusive target. Are we talking about a line item regarding an ordinance, or are we talking about tonight's line item? I thought we were talking about tonight's line item and an open meeting issue tonight.
I'm talking about an open meeting issue tonight, as well as one previously, because this is a moving target. And documents aren't on file, and then they get changed, and then they get switched out. And again, this is why we asked originally, when we started this whole process, this item should be held in abeyance so that people would actually know what is even being discussed.
And Mr. Vice, I respect that. I don't vote. So let me just say that. I don't care. I don't care if it's held in abeyance or not. I have no dog in that. But I do have an issue with this open meeting allegation, because I can tell you that the document that's in the backup has not changed. It's the same document I provided to the HOA that was blasted to every member of the community. So I doubt that anybody could say that they didn't have a chance to read it and that it's changed from tonight. Now, what changed happened at the podium. We didn't change documents on anybody. What we put in the backup is in the backup. And that's just a reality.
And when was that added to the backup?
Document for tonight's meeting?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'll have to ask the clerk, but I will tell you.
Sometime after the ordinance was adopted, saying that it was on file with the clerk's office.
You're talking about apples and oranges here. There are two things. There's a development agreement that's on tonight that goes to the council on the 21st, depending on what this planning commission does. There's a separate item on before the council to adopt an ordinance that adopts the development agreement that gives the developer a right to record it. That's two separate issues. And I will tell you on the record, you are correct. when that ordinance was originally filed, the development agreement was not attached to it. And there has since been an addendum to the clerk's page with a link to it. And we'll continue to make a record on it, at recommending on Monday, and at the council on Wednesday. And you can make your objection, and I respect you.
And we are making our objection, because I don't believe that those are two separate and distinct items. I think they are inextricably linked to each other. And when it was first announced, this agreement was purportedly on file with the clerk's office, that just wasn't true.
But you would agree, under the open meeting law, we're not even agenda to discuss the ordinance tonight, let alone make an objection to that ordinance. It's not on the agenda.
No, not on this agenda. I agree with you on that. But on this agenda, you have a draft agreement that is now being modified on the fly, changes that you don't even know what they are, quite frankly. And that is not in conformity with the open meeting law, Mr. Jervik. You and I are just going to have to fundamentally disagree with that. And unfortunately, if it comes to that, the court will have to decide that. But to tell us that we just have to sit here and let the applicant make up stuff on the fly, and that we just have to eat it, I disagree with you.
I don't think those words or anything close to that came out of my mouth. I told you I respect you. I respect you as a lawyer and I respect you as a person. I would never insult you and say words like that.
I didn't mean it. I didn't say you told us to eat it, but quite frankly, that seems to be the suggestion that whatever they come up with, that's what is going to be voted upon, whether it's been published, whether people have been given notice of it or not. And I just don't think that's appropriate.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, and we are going to go ahead and I gave you the courtesy of not counting against your time, so we can cut the timer back on.
Mr. Chairman, again, George Garcia, and let me, before you start that timer, I want to go back to where I started and clarify that there was a different comment I made at the outset, which is I had requested an abeyance for the reason not related to some of the other notification and open meeting stuff that Mr. Bice has referred to. My specific request was the fact that some of the documents that we had seen, there's no red lines. We're still seeing changes. We've heard about changes. In fact, the applicant has further reinforced those changes tonight. Ongoing negotiations. We have not been privy to those, nor do we have documents that easily makes it to compare and see and analyze what we're actually discussing. So we were requesting an abeyance based on that in particular and pointing out, as was said. So what we had hoped was going to be discussed was that abeyance before we started. But then let me resume, now start the timer, and we'll talk about some of the issues that we believe are pertinent for you. And starting tonight on the development agreement, I think the Planning Commission has a very serious obligation, because ultimately this is an ordinance that you're leading to. This is and it's not a small matter. There are probably 1,800 homes, a lot of people, a lot of property values at stake, and private property interest on both sides certainly at stake, with a lot of infill ramifications, not only here, but for golf courses throughout the community and master plan everywhere in the city, as well as perhaps in the valley. Your one standard that you have to adhere to, the one standard you have, is the requirement that you have to say that the master plan and the development agreement are basically consistent. So in NRS 278-0203, we can go to the overhead, and Doug will pass these out for distribution so you can see as well. Specifically, it says this is the requirement of the governing body, and this is the requirement the governing body through the city ordinances has placed upon you, and I'll get to that in a moment. But this statutory requirement is the governing body may, if it finds the provisions of the agreement, in this case the development agreement, are consistent with the master plan, then you may approve the ordinance, and that's what this development agreement is and becomes, is an ordinance. Essentially, that ordinance is a contract between the city and the developer. That's the standard. That is the only standard. There are a bunch of other details that you have to have in terms of contents, but the required reviewing standard is it consistent with the master plan? Your city ordinance, 19.16150, says Planning Commission review. Before the Planning Commission enters into a development agreement pursuant to this section, the agreement shall be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and here it says, for consistency with the city's general plan. That is the one standard of review that you have. It has to be consistent with the city's plan. So if we go to the staff report and just briefly start talking about that, what does it talk about at the outset of the issues? The intent of this development agreement is to provide for orderly and consistent. There's that magic word being inserted here. So it's not inserted telling you exactly that that's your duty, but you can see that word is appearing here. And we're going to pick that up as we go. Another portion is it talks about here in this next set of bullets is that it refers back to the prior ordinances that under which this should be considered, relating to the RPD districts and how it's to be treated. Well, you also should know that in your ordinance, and the staff made this last year, and let's go back and say that everything associated with the original 250 application should be included for the record, because there's a lot of information in that, including the point that today in the code it says that any application for RPD is essentially not to be allowed. There are new zoning districts which are supposed to take the place of the RPD. So you have an application in front of you that shouldn't even be in front of you because it is an RPD zoning. So using RPD under the development agreement is not even allowed by your own city code. Okay, so here, next box, Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0349. Well, that's it. First off, 0349 is incorrect. It should be 278.349. States that where the zoning ordinance is inconsistent with the master plan. Again, inconsistent with the master plan, and it goes on to make points about that. But that particular language is being used improperly in this context. Here we have this section here, which Doug handed out. NRS 278.349 specifically refers to actions on tentative maps by the governing body. So if we were talking about a tentative map, we could use that section and maybe make reference to it. And this is the specific section that's then quoted in the box in the staff report. But we're not talking about a tentative map. It's not applicable here. So then we go on in the staff report and we talk about that this, if we go to the second page, the development proposed thereon is intended to conform to the requirements of the RPD. The version of the zoning code adopted the Uniform Development Code, and under which this portion of the property was originally rezoned. Again, I go back and say that RPD, as we've talked about, is not provided for and allowed for new development opportunities. Let's skip over to page 4 and take a look at that, applicable rules and conflicting laws. Two sections in this area generally relating to this in planning and community development. The Unified Development Code, 19.16150, again, we talked about has to be consistent. That should be in here. And there should be an explanation of how this development agreement is consistent with the plan. That language is totally lacking. There is no finding in here. There's no explanation of how consistency is achieved with the master plan. Why? Because if you go back in the document later, what it says is the city's going to go back someday, revise the general plan to achieve consistency. We're putting the proverbial cart in front of the horse. You can't do it that way. You can't clean up the development agreement and make it consistent after the fact. It has to be consistent now as you're considering it. It should not even be before you if it's not, or it should be recommended for denial. And if we take a look here, we can go look at some of the city documents, plans that show you that, in fact, your plan is not consistent. This plan is proposed, this development is not consistent with the city plans. So if we look at the city's, here's the city's plan for the southwest sector. This is the area that, of course, constitutes the part of the Peccole Ranch, Queens Ridge area of the Peccole Ranch Master Plan. It includes more than this for the entire Peccole Plan, but you can see the area of the 250 is all in green, dark green, on this exhibit. I look specifically at what dark green says. It says park, recreational, open space. It doesn't say anything about residential development in there. It's very clearly park, recreation, open space. And if we go back, if we were to go back to the original master plan, which we can show you, that would be reflected in that as well. So the city's plan, the Peccole Ranch Master Plan, all refer to this as parks, recreation, open space, drainage. It is nowhere called residential. So if we look at the city's land use, what do we see? General plans and major modifications are mechanisms used to modify the master plan. You have none of those before you. You do not have a general plan and major mod. Last year, of course, you recall, it was staff told you specifically this could not proceed without both a general plan and major mod, and yet you have that before you, a development agreement with neither of those. Therefore, the master plan is not being corrected to achieve what the developer wants. So what do we have currently under PROS? Maximum allowable density for under PROS, which is over here. There's the category PROS, as you can see. What is the density allowed? It's not applicable. It's not allowed, period, end of story. It is not consistent, therefore, to have residential in the PROS. Therefore, the development agreement fails. we look further into what does staff suggest later on in the staff report, that there is an urban hub here by which this would qualify. So if we take a look at the urban hub, which are these green dots where there's an urban hub, and we take a look at this as portion out of the city's master plan, 2020 plan, and we look at where there's an urban hub, it's right at the intersection of Charleston and Fort Apache. The area we're talking about is not there at that urban hub. There is no urban hub qualification, which is there's a way to amend this master plan, portion of the city's master plan, to achieve that. That's not before you. No general plan amendment, no modification to the urban hub locations. Again, development agreement fails to meet consistency requirement. So let's take a look at, just briefly then, numerically, if we go to the staff report, and look at a couple of things in the staff report, it points out the existing general plan is PROS, as I just indicated. That is what the plan says. The development agreement is not consistent with that. Furthermore, to the point I think that was made by Ms. Allen, that this complies with the density requirement. So let's assume we're even talking about specific details. If we take the existing charts here, and you can see there's 2, 3, 4 for acreages, density, and all added up. But what was left out, if you go to the chart up above, you see there's 1. 1 is this 435 units on 17.49 acres previously approved by this body, the City Council, ultimately, although you approved it at a higher number. So if we look at the chart below, when we add in development area number 1, we add in the 435 units and that total there, and Mrs. Allen had this up on the chart if she had, the total number of units is 2169. You add that up and divide by 250.92, the density is 8.68. That's not 7. It's not, which is what was originally approved here, was 7 units to the acre. 7.49 is an artifice that came in later. So with the Pecoly Ranch master plans, it's 7, not 7.49. But even if it were 7.49, 8.68 is not 7.49. And you can carry it over and do it on the next chart, and it's basically the same number with a slight difference. So the reality is it doesn't comply. It's not consistent with any of the city's two layers of master plan. You have your general plan, and you have the Pecoly Ranch master plan, which is in the city's master plan. There is by no measure, by anything, we could continue going on at length, there is no way that it is consistent with the either of those master plans. And we'll go back to the original master plan just for quick reference to history. You guys want to give me the other one? Which one? This one. In the original Pecoly Ranch plan, this is the chart here that talks about what's in that plan. And basically it says on the golf course drainage, which is now from not 211, it expanded as the additional golf course areas added. But essentially it's contained in the revisions as we go forward over time. This chart basically doesn't change. The net density is 0 in golf course. The net units is 0. That's what that PROS green space that's shown on the city's general plan. Their city's general plan and the Pecoly Ranch master plan are basically mirror images. What's being proposed here is adding residential units where none contemplated, agreed to, proposed by at any point in time up until this development agreement. Therefore, it is not consistent with any of the plans on record with the city, nor ever approved in any files to be found in the city records. And so with that, I think we can pretty much, I'll conclude my portion, and Doug may have some additional comments. And let me turn this version in for the record as well.
And very, very quickly, Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road. It's nice to be back before you here tonight. In regards to what was permitted under the RPD, RPD requires open space. You have to provide open space. The Pecoly Ranch Master Development Plan provided that open space, 250 acres of golf course, open space drainage. No residential units were planned upon that. They planned it as open space. It was required as part of the zoning. Taking away and putting residential units within the open space area is not part of the RPD plan that was approved. The 7.49 units, actually 7 units, which was approved in 1990, is distributed throughout the plan. But they were required to have open space. All RPDs are. In this case, this would remove open space. This exhibit here indicates that also the unit cap was provided as condition of approval by Z1790, and it now exceeds the unit cap. With the approval of the 435 units, there's a negative 152 multifamily units. There were 969 single-family units not constructed as part of that unit cap, leaving 817 total units by condition of Z1790, a condition approved by the City Council. This plan exceeds that. So not only is it not in conformance with the general plan, it's not in conformance with the RPD zoning approved by City Council. And that'll conclude my statement, and I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Good evening.
Just
to
Mr.
let you know,
Chairman.
we have about 11 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Michael Buckley, 300 South 4th Street, Las Vegas. Represent the Mr. and Mrs. Fertitta Trust. 2 points I want to make. The first point, I think, is that what you have before you that is supposed to be an agreement is not an agreement. As the Henderson City Attorney testified in the legislature in 2015, a development agreement is a bilateral contract to give the developer certain assurances. It gives the city certain assurances to know what infrastructure will be built, the quality of the construction, the time frame for completion, and an enforcement tool. This development agreement permits development as the market demands and at the sole discretion of the master developer. This is what the courts refer to as an illusory contract. And I'll quote from some court cases: when by its terms the promisor retains an unlimited right to determine the nature or extent of his performance, the unlimited right in effect destroys his promise and thus makes it illusory. The restatement of contracts states an apparent promise which according to the terms makes performance optional with the promisor is in fact no promise, although it is often called an illusory promise. This developer may build the most quality projects imaginable, but if the developer determines when the market, if ever, supports the project, the city has no assurances what infrastructure will be built, nor the time frame for completion. Since the developer's illusory promise does not result in a contract, the city has no enforcement tool to make sure everything in the plan ends up in the development. According to the Planning Department's 2015, well, let me just say this. Recital M claims the agreement will minimize uncertainty. Recital O claims the city will receive a greater degree of certainty. In fact, the opposite is true. In the absence of any milestones, this development agreement perpetuates uncertainty for 30 years. Two other points I want to make. One is Section 301 on the infrastructure phasing is inconsistent with the Development Code. The Development Code requires that infrastructure be phased at the same percentage as the project is developed. This provision requires that the drainage infrastructure in Development 4 to be completed prior to the approval of construction of the 1,700 residential unit. That's 80%. Section 301F7 likewise fails to comply for the 250 Drive extension, an important access route, until the construction of the 1,500 residential unit. These are not consistent with the Development Code. Lastly, let me mention the development guidelines, and I'm going to submit, I have copies of my remarks, and two documents I want to submit. One is the supplemental declaration for the adoption of Section B of the Queensridge Master Plan Community Standards, which was recorded in 1996, and the supplemental declaration for the adoption of Section C of the Queensridge Master Plan Community Standards, recorded in 1997. What these are one is a 60-page document, and the other is an 80-page document, and they have extensive design requirements for homes in Queensridge, and they include golf course views. So what I want to say is that, I mean, there's language in here that is recorded of record that refers to the large lots completely surrounded by the golf course. These provisions also were enforced by the city. All construction activities, as it states in the declaration, must be reviewed by DRC in the city of Las Vegas. The city will require a review approval letter from the DRC prior to reviewing any documents or issuing any permits for work. So by the city's approval of this development agreement, the city will be destroying values it helped create. While the city claims fears of inverse condemnation by the master developer should the city not approve the 2,100 units that the master developer may or may not ever build, depending on its discretionary review of market conditions, by approving this development agreement, the city is in fact participating in the taking or destruction of valuable rights belonging to the owners of custom home sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Shauna Hughes again, HOA attorney. These are exhibits that I'd like to leave. They went with Mr. Rankin's comments.
Shauna, can we get your address for the record?
1210 South Valley View, Suite 208.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the commission, when I was here before you last in, I believe, October, I had an extensive, I believe, review of development agreement issues that we talked about. At that time, I had compared several of your other development agreements to this development agreement, and I set forth items where there were what I consider to be major discrepancies, and I submitted a chart to you that I believe you all followed along. What I'd like to do tonight is keep my comments along those same lines, just focused on the development agreement for tonight. When I look at the development agreement in front of you today, and I'm cutting this down because I know time is getting very short. Let me just point out some of the more, I think, obvious problems. The 250 development agreement does not have a phasing plan. All your other development agreements do. Specific phasing plans. And if there are deviations from those specific phasing plans, the council is required to vote on it. There is no phasing plan in this document. There's an exhibit that is titled Phasing Plan, and it lists all the things that need to be done, but it doesn't have a start date, it doesn't have a finish date, it doesn't have any dates, period. So it's not a phasing plan. It's a list of things that needs to be done with no correlation to the time that would be involved. The 250 design guidelines, which has been a point of contention to the HOA from day one, do not actually have guidelines with respect to architectural styles, color palettes, detail elements, building materials, nor do they include landscaping materials, plant palettes, or detail. All your other development agreements have those things very, very clearly. This development agreement states there will be 7,500 trees planted. There is absolutely not one word about the size, type, or timeline of the landscaping. This is another point that I think is worthy of your consideration. All of your development agreements contain grading plan items relating to the mass grading, because most development agreements cover large portions of property. This development agreement has nothing about, first of all, most importantly, they're not required to file a completion bond. Everybody else is. Now, personally, I think a completion bond would be more important in an infill piece than in a piece that's out in the middle of nowhere, that if it didn't get completed in a timely manner, they're not surrounded by houses. So I think a completion bond is more important, not less important here, yet there is no requirement for one. Your typical requirement, just as a backdrop, is $1 million completion bond per 200 acres of site grading. That's what's required in all your other agreements. This agreement allows for importation of fill, rock crushing within 500 feet, and stockpiling. Now, that's allowed in your other development agreements too, but here's where it's different. In your other agreements, the aesthetics of the stockpiling must be approved by Director Perigo. In this 250 agreement, nobody has to approve anything. So, I mean, I think it's obvious why that could be a factor, particularly, again, when you have existing homeowners looking down at the stockpiles. You don't want a 400-foot stockpile, but it could happen here because there's no requirement that Director Perigo approve the grading plan stockpiles for aesthetics. There's a couple of other, these are, in my personal opinion, a little less important, but I think they make the continued point that this agreement deviates in almost every respect from all of your other development agreements. This one provides for a 90-day default cure period. All your other ones have 30 days. This agreement is 30 years. All the rest of yours are 20 years. And the infrastructure completion requirements here are very, very inappropriate. For example, the Clubhouse Drive extension is not required to be completed prior to the issuance of the 1,500th building permit. With the new numbers that Ms. Allen put on the board, that's 75–80% complete before that completion kicks in. The one, however, more concerning, and then there are completion requirements associated with the parks, which if you live there, that's an important issue, but this is the one that is most concerning to me. The drainage infrastructure required in Development Area 4 is not required to be completed until the 1,700th building permit is issued. That's awfully, awfully late in the game, considering the total number of units you're being asked to approve. There are some positives. I don't want to not acknowledge the hard work that's been done by your staff and by the developer in making some positive changes. For example, the agreement sets forth some really terrific additional improvements that the developer has agreed to make to the existing Queensridge neighborhood, the people that are there now, not the new development. For example, new gates, new entry features, parks, additional landscaping. But as you read through the development agreement, and those were really important things to the neighborhood, and they were used as a means of, by the developer as a means of enticing agreement. But when I got the development agreement and read it, I discovered, unfortunately to my surprise, that all those enhancements are contingent upon two things. Receiving, number one, community approval to access the existing internal roads, and also getting approval from the Las Vegas Valley Water District to use one of their roads for access, which your traffic engineer has opined that without that road from the Las Vegas Valley Water District, this can't be built. So, setting aside for a minute the cart before the horse argument that raises, actually the neighbors are being asked to be supportive of something because all of these additional amenities are going to be created, but it's contingent upon something over which they have absolutely no control whatsoever. They have control over whether to allow internal street access. That would require a vote of the existing property owners. That they control. But that's not the only thing that triggers the receipt of any of these enhancements from the developer. So it's very, very illusory. And if you go back into your record from my comments in October and look at the chart, there are additional things, but I don't want to belabor the point since you've already heard it once. I don't want to make you listen to that whole thing again. But I guess I was disappointed when I saw the development agreement, the new one. I was disappointed to see that not a single solitary one of the issues that we brought up in October were actually addressed. And not only weren't they addressed, but there were new problems added to the agreement. As I say, I think there's some progress has been made. What's the rush? Keep talking. Keep making progress. Move it closer to a place where everybody has some satisfaction here. I don't understand why. I really do not understand the rush and why I am standing here tonight representing the HOA, seeing for the first time exhibits that are obviously were available to be sent to me. And I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything wrong there. People have been very forthcoming with documents, definitely. But this is not the first time. Several months ago, when many of the members of the HOA board met with Mr. Johan Lowy and his staff at the Badlands Country Club, the chair of the board, who is not able to be here tonight because she had a pre-planned family vacation, first meeting she's missed, she explained to Mr. Yohe that what she wanted to do and what she felt her obligation was to have him make the proposals with the changes in a way that it could be sent out to the neighborhood. And then we can survey them. We can get votes. We can ask for computer responses, so that she felt her obligation was to notify the community what is going on in a way that was clear and concise, and using documents provided by the developer so they would be accurate in that regard. So people have known for months now that she was asking, and I don't think unreasonably, to be provided with some finality here so she could survey the community. Now, you know from prior meetings, and maybe from even reading about council meetings, this audience has been packed with hundreds of representatives at each and every meeting. This is shameful, what's going on here tonight. It's shameful. And I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything shameful, but I'm telling you, when you've got a community this concerned, this impacted, this active, and nobody's here, something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. They're worn down. It's too late. It's a weeknight. It's just shameful to have all these people so actively participating and not here now. And it's not an indication of their opinion. It's an indication of the inconvenience and the intolerance of the continued meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. So we went over by about 3 minutes, so we'll go ahead and start the individual presentations. Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Frank Schreck, 9824 Winter Palace Drive in Queensridge. I'm part of the presentation, but if we run out of time, I've got my couple minutes, and I have a couple of my neighbors that'll give me their couple minutes. There's a major thing that I want to add to some of the information that's already been presented.
Sure, if you want the couple of neighbors to raise their hands.
Yeah. Jerry, where's Jerry? Eagle is over there. And there's another one back there in the blue shirt.
Okay.
And I'll try to be quicker than that. There's a couple of things I have to say. First of all, when the first application came through in January of 2016, it was for 720 units. There was an application for an amendment to the city's general plan. Why? Because putting residential units onto the golf course, which is PROS, was inconsistent with it. So the city required that to happen. The city staff also wrote in the report that there had to be a major modification to the Piccoli Ranch master plan because it was inconsistent with the master plan, the Piccoli Ranch master plan. And they wouldn't let it go to you until that was done. The developer then let those sit, then filed 4 other applications for 3,020. In that, there was a request for an amendment of the general plan, the city's general plan, because it was required, because it was inconsistent with the PROS. And it also requested a major modification because that was inconsistent with the Queensridge Piccoli master plan. Then you got the one with the 61 units. When that came forward and it's still pending, it came before you, it had a general plan amendment because it was inconsistent with the general plan to have the residential there. And then it also, unknown to us and as a mystery, and I presented it to you, why wasn't there an amendment to the Piccoli Ranch master plan at that time, which was consistent with everything else that had happened? It was just dropped. They didn't pursue that. Now we have this plan, development plan with no application for a general plan amendment, which is required because it's inconsistent. And if you take a look at what the statute requires, 278.8.250, sub 2 requires that any zoning be consistent with the general plan. Not in the reverse, as Mr. Jerbick and they're saying in this their staff report, that somehow the zoning trumps or prevails over the general plan. It does not. And what they say and cite for their support of that is the statute that Mr. Garcia mentioned, and that's NRS 278.349 sub 3 sub E, which provides that existing zoning ordinances take precedent over more recent master plans for tentative subdivision maps. Number one, it deals with subdivision maps, but more importantly, what it deals with is pre-existing zoning before the general plan was ever adopted. So it makes sense, and that's what's in the Supreme Court that Mr. Jerbick and Mr. Jemerson argue support the idea that zoning trumps the master plan. It's the Casanelli case. It's an unreported case, Supreme Court case. But that case specifically said that because the zoning ordinance existed before the Paradise Valley master plan, the master plan was adopted and the 278.250 sub 2 doesn't apply. And it's pretty obvious, and we certainly wouldn't agree with it, nor could anybody here disagree with it. If you already have existing zoning, say you have R3 and then the city comes in and develops a new master plan and it says you can't have the R3 anymore, that R3 stays. You can't take those rights away. In our case, that's not what happened. The master plan was, the Pecole Ranch Development Master Plan was adopted pursuant and consistent with the city general plan that existed in 1990. It set the zoning requirements consistent with what the city required, and 3 zoning categories, R3, C1, and RPD 7 on 401 acres, and then the open space that we've talked about, which is 211 acres with no residential. If you're going to change that, you have to have an amendment to your general plan. You can't do it without it. The statutes say it, and this case doesn't say that somehow the zoning, there was no pre-existing zoning at that time. The zoning was adopted in 1990 with the Pecole Ranch Master Plan, and every other zoning that existed by approval of the city council was expunged. So there was no pre-existing zoning, so this case doesn't apply, that statute doesn't apply. You have to have, before you go forward, an amendment to the general plan. Now, why isn't there an amendment to the general plan? It's pretty obvious, because to have a general amendment to the general plan, because this is being rushed through, it would take until July or August, because it takes 3 months. And what is the significance of that? Is because they want to have this heard in front of a lame duck council on the 21st. So that people are disenfranchised, as you know. They overwhelmingly defeated Mr. Beers, who was the prime sponsor of this project, against the will of the people of Ward 2. 9% he lost by, and the other in District 6 as one. Those 2 people should be seated before this is ever heard, because it has such an incredible impact on not just Queensridge, but the entire city of Las Vegas, and it's being rushed through so that it can be voted on by a lame duck council. And that's not right. It disenfranchises people, and that's the reason why there's not a general plan amendment, not this gobbledygook legal argument which doesn't carry any weight whatsoever. It's because they didn't want to wait until July to have it heard, because it would go past the June 21st date for the lame duck, and where the people in Ward 2 would be totally disenfranchised. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Ron Iverson, 9324 Verlaine Court. I am the HOA Board Treasurer for disclosure. Elaine Rosener, who is our board president, was regretfully could not be here due to a family event that she had planned, but requests the following, that you consider the following. First of all, the association fully agrees with the development agreement concerns and inconsistencies that were shared with you by our association's counsel, Shauna Hughes. What we found throughout this whole progress is that this development agreement, this keystone of the next 30 years, something that our city attorney, Brad Jervik, and our planning director, Mr. Perigo, have worked on so diligently, is continuing to be a moving target. We got something, last Friday, which was put together. We tried to get it out to our community as quickly as possible, but there's still inconsistencies with it, and even Stephanie said tonight, we're continuing to work on all of this. We have concerns that we shared back in October that still have not been addressed in all of this. And it just seems to us as a community that all we're doing is continuing to try to get this planning agreement in front of the city council, as Frank Schreck said, in front of a lame duck council. Why? Why are we hurrying through this? This is 30 years that we're going to have to live with, not only with the city, but it's going to be in our backyards. And believe me, if this was in your backyard, you would want to have this development agreement completely buttoned up all the way through, and for the public to make proper consent with it. The Queensridge community also continues to have concerns about project density. Our city attorney, Brad Jervik, met with the HOA board in mid-May basically said that he had met with Mr. Perigo, himself, and other city officials, said that the maximum number, okay, of units that would be allowed was 1,850. This planning agreement doesn't agree with that, and we're asking why. So they basically said nothing else would be agreed to, but here it is in front of you. So I know I'm over my time. I think I've said enough.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and Commission. My name's Ann Smith, and I'm on Revelle Court, and I'm going to be speaking for at least two people, so I would...
Can they raise their hands?
Raise your hands.
Okay.
Okay. So, the high-density condos in Development Area 3 immediately abut Revelle Court single-family homes. We've been trying to get Johan Lowy to address the impacts to Revelle Court since February 2016 to no avail. On May 25th, 2017, Revelle Court finally got to meet with Johan when the City Attorney Brad Jerbick interceded as the city recognized that Revelle Court was disproportionately impacted. The starting point was multi-story condo blocks 75 feet from our property lines, which is actually 15 feet inside the fence lines. This picture here that we're showing is what a condo rising 35 feet above the floor level of existing homes. Can you zoom in on that, please? Thank you. And that's per the development agreement, 35 feet above the finished floor of existing homes looks like when photographed from 75 feet away. The landscaping shown in Johan's conceptual renderings earlier won't obscure the looming building walls. This does not comply with the compatible and complementary requirement in the development agreement. Secondly, here's the map from the development agreement. There are 50 homes here, here, and here that are adjacent to Development Area 3. All the other existing homes face these green areas, adjacent to single-family homes in the green area. These 50 homes should be treated exactly the same as these homes in D4. So the first suggestion that we had when we met, that Revelle Court offered, was that leave D3 as a park and open space to provide a buffer to the high density from D1 and D2 and provide attractive amenities for existing Queensridge homes and also the new homes here. Johan rejected this and only offered more landscaping in front of the condos. Revelle Court then suggested houses throughout Development Area 3 instead, like the rest of D4. Johan rejected that. Brad finally stopped the meeting and asked Revelle Court to meet together and come back with a consensus request. Revelle Court worked hard and in good faith, and on May 29th reported that consensus was for single-family homes of compatible and complementary density throughout D3. On May 30th, Johan responded with a proposal of 5 single-family homes, 1 behind each Revelle Court home, and then the same condos right behind them. Revelle Court told Brad that this proposal still did not comply with the compatible and complementary development requirement and was unrealistic because no one would build just 5 houses within a condo development. Brad said that he told Johan to rethink his proposal. On June the 5th, Revelle Court met with Brad where he presented Johan's revised proposal to move the condos a further 30 feet away. That's the 105 feet that Stephanie talked about. So compare this right now. This is the view of these same condos 105 feet away, and this is the original one of 75 feet away. Not much difference in terms of the two, is there? How can this be complementary and compatible when condos still loom over our backyards? So where are we now? The key threshold issue for us is the elimination of all condos in D3 adjacent to existing residences. Treat these areas the same as all other homes abutting D4. Contrary to what you've been told, Revelle Court has always negotiated in good faith, especially over this last 11 rushed days to get through these negotiations. We've met and responded when requested by Brad, yet Johan sticks to his original D3 condo plan only moving a few feet back. None of us should be sacrificial lambs in this. And we strongly condemn what right now looks to us like pure greed at our expense. So it's now up to you all to tell Johan that you won't approve a development agreement until he comes back with one that is fully compatible and complementary to all adjacent land uses. If it doesn't comply, you must deny. We stand ready to negotiate further, but this agreement doesn't comply, so you must deny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm
Hello.
Eva Thomas at 652 Revelle Court, and I'm here just to make two short comments. Number one, because the meeting was at 9 o'clock, there were a lot of people that wanted to come this evening. They asked if they could carpool, if we could get a bus. We couldn't get it together, but a lot of people wanted to be here tonight and talk, and they are missing out on it. That's the first thing I want to say. The second is, we all have met on Revelle Court numerous times with Brad, and we thank you for that, because he did keep us talking with Johan in a compatible no fighting zone. And I stand behind that he should eliminate D3, should be all homes, only D2 or D1 should have condos, but where we should have homes behind us like everybody else does, from Revelle Court all the way to Tudor Homes.
Thank you.
Hello. Deborah Kaner, 660 Revelle. I'm standing here again in agreement with all my neighbors. We want single-family homes behind us. We see the proposed plans, and they show green space everywhere. It's beautiful. The plans for all the other areas are gorgeous. Behind us, we have condos. Why are we being the sacrificial lambs? We've repeatedly requested changes to that. Please move them to Area 2. It's already a dense area. The response has always been more landscaping. The developer stands to make millions and millions on this project, while residents on our street have lost over 30% of our values on appraisals as recently as April. This is pocket change to the developer's projections, but this is huge to a retired CCSD employee. Surely he can move the condos to Area 2, once again, where the density is already projected. All Business 101 students learn that profit is the key motivator for business, but they also learn that profit must be tempered by ethical and moral actions, and these appear to be lacking in our situation. They are profiting at our expense. When we ask for compatible single homes in all of Area 3, just like the rest of Queens Ridge has, we were threatened with just 5 homes and then condos, as Ann Smith said. But this feels like punishment for the audacity to ask what the commission requires. Development that is complementary and compatible. You've been presented with a plan, and we want a plan, but this is not yet a good plan. The plan still needs work, and I ask you to require compatibility and back of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Jerry Engel. Live at 700 Pontchartrain Drive, which is right next to Rebel Court. And Ann Smith talked about February 2016 when we were introduced at the Badlands Country Club to a beautiful rendering by Johan Lowy. He had a beautiful plan showing green belts, what was going to be developed, and of course I was convinced because we had our attorneys there telling us that he had the right to build on the course. We were never guaranteed a golf course. And so I got up and I actually recommended that if we had to have a building, I'd rather have someone like Johan Lowy, who has proven the quality of Tivoli Square, Tivoli Village, and the Queensridge. Beautiful construction, a quality builder. I said I'd rather have a quality builder like Mr. Johan Lowy build than some unknown who could go there and give us multiple units. That was based on a beautiful rendering that was given to us that showed green belts. Everything was a beautiful green belt of the 254 acres. This is not the case. Now, you saw, Ann Smith showed you, within 75 feet, I'm going to be looking at a 40 or 50 foot wall, and the high density in that area is unconscionable. We have a quality community. We've got to keep it that way, and the high density is what I'm against. I'm for Mr. Johan Lowy's beautiful rendering of green homes, of green belts, beautiful homes, and I could go for that, but the high density has got to be taken out of the picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Johnny. I've been 12 years in 656 Robert Court, and I'm here tonight, my understanding from Mr. Johan last meeting in his office. For this whole project, he's losing money. So I'm coming here to say, let's stop this thing right here. Forget it. If it's losing money and make all the Queensridge residents suffer and loss, and why we are doing loss business. And I'm a businessman. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say good evening, but I'll say good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Larry Sadoff, and I live at 9101 Alta Drive. And I want to say I've listened to a lot of presentations, Suncoast, other places, about the development here. And they've been excellent presentations. And I want to start off saying I'm not against development. I'm not against growth. But the issue that, to my mind, that's been glossed over even in the presentation earlier is we talk about all these big lots. We talk about the 5 acres. But we're not talking about what I think is the biggest problem here, are the high-rises and the low-rises. You've got 2,000 units and about 65 acres. That's about 35 units per acre. And if you remember, Mr. Perrigo, I asked you at the Suncoast, I said, are there any other places in Las Vegas area that have that high density? I was in the U.S. military for 24 years and lived all over the world, and I worked for a private engineering company for 16, 17 years and lived all over the world in urban areas, rural areas, and suburban areas. So I'm not against urban areas, but what you're doing is you're taking the fabric of a neighborhood that is suburban and you're making it urban. And then if the Kalita things get approved, which are in abeyance, you got 23, 24, 2,500 units in a very small area there. It's a suburban area. I'm not against development, I'm not against growth, but the density really, in my mind, is unreasonable, and you will dramatically change the fabric of the community and the neighborhood. So I ask you to consider that in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Terry Holden. I live at 9101 Alta Drive. The bad thing about being last in line is everybody steals your thunder. I was going to talk about the density, which, was just discussed, the 35 units to the acre, and that doesn't even include the fact that they have a boutique hotel and they have some retail space with all the parking that goes with that. So the reality is that 35 is really a higher density than that. I'm an apartment person. I've been in the multifamily business for 35 years. I think I understand density. And when you're talking 35, maybe even pushing more like 40 when you take into account the hotel and the retail space, that is dense. That's going to end up with a lot of very, very small units, whether they're apartments, whether they're condos. They're going to be the 700, 800, 900. By the time you get the parking to balance out, they're tiny. Again, we're in the suburban. I was also at the meeting where Mr. Perigo said, yeah, this is the highest density any place in Vegas at that time. I just don't understand why we have to have that kind of density in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you.
I get to be last. I'm Herman Allers. I live at 9731 Orient Express Court. Can you throw this picture up there? I think you saw it already.
Overhead. Okay.
Is that
Yes.
right side up? Okay.
You can see on the screen next to you.
Oh, okay. Very good. I saw this rendering over a year ago. Now, all of a sudden, this latest plan says, this is it. This is what we're going to do. Well, number one, it's very similar to what I've seen over a year ago when I attended a few meetings. But this is such a fabrication of what they're going to build. It looks like they're making this rendering look like they're going to build a 250-acre park. They're not building a 250-acre park. They're going to bring in 2,000 additional homes. They're going to bring in, if they can get a hotel, they'll bring in a hotel. If they can get assisted living, they'll bring that in. This is a fabrication. Now, this picture here is Queens Ridge North and South and Queens Ridge, what we have now. This, comparing to what they're doing here and what they're doing to Queens Ridge is not going to exist anymore if this plan was approved by you. And I think you've already recommended it. This is good. Now, EHB is about aggressive developer that I have ever experienced, and I've experienced quite a few of them. And they're very well connected. I mean, they deal in so many things with city council. They know them better than they do our homeowners. But anyway, their reasoning is high density. They got a project across the street at Trivoli that is way overbuilt, way overbuilt. They need bodies. If they can get 2,000 condos in there with 3 people in each condo, now they got 6,000 people across the street that'll come eat at their restaurants, which are not doing very well, okay? So they're highly motivated. This approval by the city council of the 435 acres, I was shocked. I've been coming to this meeting, and I'll end this. I was shocked when that was approved. But Mr. Beers, he did the biggest bait and switch that I have ever acknowledged. First he said, okay, we're getting ready to vote here.
And just to let you know, I did let you go over by a minute, so if you can wrap it up just as quick as possible.
I'll wrap that up real quick. I'll tell you what, rather than 50 per acre, I'm going to get the developer to cut that in half if we can get approval. And they got the last guy that was leaving town, one of the councilmen, to vote before he got on the plane, and boom, they passed 435 condo units, which I don't think fit in the Queens route at all. But anyway, that's the scenario of what's going on here.
Well, I appreciate your comments. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this back over to Stephanie and Chris, or whoever they want.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, with regard to the neighbors' comments, since they're neighbors and they feel very strongly about it and it's their homes, I understand what they're saying, and I appreciate how they feel. With regard to the first three speakers, I feel like I've fallen down a rabbit hole, and I'll tell you why. First of all, with regard to Ms. Hughes, we were told specifically that the HOA could not and would not negotiate on behalf of the neighborhood. And so as a consequence, to say that we failed to provide her with documents or failed to do something that we were supposed to do with her, when we're specifically told that the HOA is not going to be negotiating with the neighborhood, it's the same thing that was, I'm sure, told Mr. Jerbick. So we've been dealing with neighborhood groups and entities, and through the great efforts of Mr. Jerbick have been trying to do what we can. One of the reasons that you may not see a lot of people here is that there was a meeting that was held at the Suncoast that was entirely different than the first meeting held at the Suncoast. The first meeting held at the Suncoast probably a year and a half ago was as disturbing an experience as I've ever personally suffered, with people very much concerned, but issues not being raised as much as just people being upset over the process, and I don't blame them really for taking it out on me, but I'm just saying that was a different meeting. The meeting we had a while ago, there were questions asked about home issues and lot lines and things that were reasonable and rational, and so there was a different feel there. And part of that feel is because the realization that development can take place. Now, Mr. Bice, I agree with Todd, as fine a lawyer as you'll ever come across, no question about it. Now, I have to tell you though, in development agreements and everything, we negotiate those right up to the very end. And I don't believe the suggestion is appropriate that if we brought a development agreement to you and somebody came up and said, oh, by the way, it's 100 feet, we'd like 125 feet, and we said okay, that all of a sudden there's a violation of the open meeting law because we agreed to something that somebody asked. This is an always changing process that we're in the middle of. And also with regard to Mr. Garcia, I appreciate the professionalism that he has and his presentation, but it also ignored the existing zoning. The property is zoned RPD 7. Nobody can deny that. It's zoned RPD 7. And that means it can be developed. Now, I thought that everybody believed that putting an agreement together that dealt with the whole property was where we wanted to go. I can assure you right now, if that's not what people want to do, if people want to go back to compatible and comparable zoning so that we have 61 lots on 35 acres and I have quarter-acre lots behind me and we have half-acre lots if you have a half-acre lot. Revel Court gets half-acre lots. If they're on a half-acre, they're probably on the same as me, quarter-acre lots, so they get quarter-acre lots behind them. If that's what the idea is and the plan is, I'm sure that's something Mr. Lowy would do. And the 1,800 number that you said that was set out here, we'll build 1,800 homes. That's not what this community needs or wants. And the reason that you have density where you have it is because you have no real density on 183 of those 250 acres. 183 acres, 65 homes. I mean, you do the math. I mean, that's incredibly low density, 7,500 trees, open space, all of that. Now, Revelle Court, are they still in the process? Is that, still, is there a concern there in Tudor? Yes, there's no question about the fact that they've not been satisfied to the extent that others might have. But again, this process is an ongoing process. But if we don't get something approved, if we don't say this is the development agreement we want, and you have a city attorney and a planning director who have said the development agreement before you is in a position to be approved. We'd ask that it be approved so we can move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I'll be really brief just to, I guess, echo some of Chris's comments that, yes, there's a lot that's changed between the last few hearings we've had. And the reason is because we've been working our tails off to come up with an agreement that we thought was what the community wants. And to be honest with you, from what we heard tonight, maybe they don't want it. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. I think that we've been trying really hard to come up with a plan that benefits the homeowners, the existing residents, the developer. But it's been 2 years, and we're standing here 2 years later asking once again for your approval with some major changes in the agreement. We've lost 900 units. We've lost a tower. We've worked with every single different type of neighbor, Queensridge Towers, Queensridge homeowners, residents on the golf course, Tudor Park, Revelle Court. It's not easy to get all of these people to agree and come up with something that they're all going to be happy with. But I would argue that the fact that you don't have a room full of neighbors is a little bit different. The neighborhood meeting was different. People listened, people compromised, people talked to us afterwards. We came up with some really good changes to the agreement and incorporated them in there based on feedback from the neighbors, from the commissioners, from staff, from what the council said they wanted. And what the council said they wanted when we came to them was an overall comprehensive plan. And you all said you wanted an overall comprehensive plan. So here we are one more time. It might be the last time, we hope it's the last time, but we think this is a good plan. We will continue to work with the neighbors and we will continue to change things if necessary to better benefit the community. But as far as we're concerned, it's been 2 years. Please vote on it. We've got to move forward. We'll continue working with the neighbors. I'll give you my word on that, but we can't have the perfect plan. If we come back to you in a year from now, I'm sure there's going to be 20 people that still are not going to be happy with this project. So with that said, I'm happy to answer questions you have specific to the agreement or the addendum. I can go through those. But the reality is that all development agreements develop as market changes. Things are flexible in development agreements. That's the whole point of it. And I'll turn it over to Jim Jimerson.
I'd just like to say one thing if I could, please. My name is Frank Pankratz, 9103 Alta Drive. I heard Shauna Hughes previously talk about the shortcomings in the development agreement. Mr. Jerbick gave me the transcript of when she presented previously and talked about the shortcomings in the development agreement. I went through every one of those items, and we had them covered or they weren't applicable. And the same thing happened tonight. When she brings up the design guidelines are 15 pages versus ours at Queensridge are 80 pages. A lot of the 80 pages was filler. It's not applicable. Notwithstanding, in our design guidelines, after we specifically listed out all items that need to be addressed, we had a caveat that said our design guidelines will meet or exceed those of Queensridge. She talked about the plant palette isn't addressed. It's addressed. She talked about the development agreement doesn't talk about specifics on stockpiles. Well, it doesn't talk about more specifics than what it does, because when we come in with our grading plans, the UDC is very clear that the grading plans have to specify where the cut's going to happen, the fill's going to happen, the stockpiling and the screening and so forth. And I could go on and on and on, but the points have been addressed that she talked about tonight, and so I don't know why all this innuendo keeps coming up. Thank you.
Good evening. Good morning. My name is James Jimerson. I have the privilege of representing the three entities who are before you, 180 Land Company, 70 Acres LLC, and Solar Stars LLC. I also have the privilege of representing these companies in court, and I have brought to you today, in a very brief time, a set of documents that I'd offer your city clerk that evidence where we are from a legal position so that you have a good understanding as you deliberate following our completion of our product, of our presentation. The courts there have been two district court proceedings, one to completion before the district court, now on appeal, and one almost through completion with trial set for September. And in those cases and in these rulings, we have the trial courts rejecting the arguments that you heard by the lawyers that made presentation or by the city planners, for example, Messrs. Bice, Rankin, Buckley, Garcia. Their arguments have all failed, and we have brought the court decisions that evidence of that. One of the things that strikes me that I would want to do if I were in the privilege to be in your position is to look at your staff. You know, there's not one suggestion in any of these comments that the staff doesn't understand the significance of what they're doing, that their job is not being performed to the highest level, that your city attorney isn't performing magnificently. The time of effort, I mean, you've heard one theme tonight from all sides, is thank you, Mr. Jervik, for the time and effort that you've undertaken to try to work together with everyone to try to make this work. But when it gets right down to it, there's been an absence of negotiation by the opponents to this plan for the last 20 months. Nothing will satisfy them. That is the reality as I listen to this, because we all negotiate in good faith. We offer so many different opportunities, so many gives, so many expensive items, and it's never ever good enough. And so that's what you face. But then they take legal positions, and what we've discovered is this. Number one, in terms of highlights, you were told in October, this very commission, of the hard zoning that my clients enjoyed. You heard from Mr. Kempfer about the right to develop. The land rights of my clients stem right from the state constitution and from the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution. My client's ability to build has been established. You heard arguments before you that they didn't have the right to build next door, that somehow they were subject to the CC&Rs of Queensridge. There's a district court ruling that makes it very clear, and not only is that not true, but the arguments being made by those individuals are such in bad faith that sanctions of $128,000 were issued against them. So at some point, you all have to look into your own heart and your own common life experience. You know, common sense I found sometimes is not so common, but I would ask you to look at that in this situation as to what makes sense for the most people. Not necessarily what makes sense for everyone, but what makes sense for the most people. You also have within the findings that the demands of these certain wealthy homeowners have been rejected by the court. They're arbitrary and capricious. They're unreasonable. They make no sense. And so there have been findings that have found that. And the argument that you heard from about a few months ago, the NRS 278A somehow gave consumer rights to homeowners. What did the court say? The city of Las Vegas is in control of this. The city of Las Vegas uses developer agreements. The city of Las Vegas has its own policies, long-standing since 1972 and later, with regard to how they wish in their sole discretion to have the properties around their city developed properly, and not going to be hoodwinked by some fancy lawyers who come along and then have their arguments rejected. So the court rejected that 278 would ever apply, and that's the present order at this time. The other, excuse me? Yeah, there's also a lack of standing. The courts have found, for example, that the men and women who are from Queensridge don't have the ability to dictate what happens to property they do not own. You've heard arguments about open space. You can't have an open space on somebody else's land. I can't have an open space claim against your land. That's why you have title insurance. That's why you have deeds. That's why you have records that are recorded so that you know what is present and what's not. And the rights that some of these homeowners are asking for tonight don't exist, and there's certainly not a record of the property that is owned that's being sought to be developed by you, by us, with your consent tonight. And there's one other overriding air of arrogance that you need to be appreciative of, and I know you are. There are three entities who own these 250 acres. The three entities I mentioned at the top of my remarks. 180 Land Company, LLC, 70 Acres LLC, and 4 Stars Limited. Without the cooperation of the men and women of those companies who work so diligently every day to try to meet the demands of the homeowners, to try to meet the requirements of the city staff and of you as the city planning commission and city council, there is a determination to act in good faith. In this case, you have a situation where there has been an absence of good faith by some of the homeowners, and the court has made those findings as I'm going to present to you and to the city clerk. Let me also indicate to you that you have not violated the open meeting law at all. Not only did Mr. Jerbick give certain language that many, many homeowners would be able to receive notice, but if you look to your own links, you will find the development agreement that is appended there too. You will find that notice of tonight's meeting that was given. You were told that they were set at a time when all would be available and be aware of if they would, take a little time and look at their notices.
If I could ask you to go ahead and wrap this up.
I'll do it. Yes, sir. Thank you. And the preoccupation by some owners that, oh, this developer, or they call him out by name, is going to, make a profit. They lose sight of the fact that there is a commitment by this developer to build a project of quality that tries to meet the needs and input of every one of the homeowners. This is a person who has made so many changes because of the demands of the homeowners, because of the demands of your staff. And now that's been turned on him as a weapon to say, well, the target keeps moving. No, the target keeps moving. It's because you're making requests and I'm trying to do my best to meet them. And what I wanted to conclude with by mentioning to you that we have demonstrated not only through the court proceedings, and I'm presenting to you the court decisions in Piccoli and the court decisions in Binion and the court motions that are pending, the affidavits of certain individuals that we'll present to you here, part of the court record, is that from a legal perspective, you're on solid ground approving this project. And from a legal perspective, courts have looked at this and have rejected the arguments, because when you look at these rights my client has, you had a 2001 city ordinance that said this was RPD 7, and it was hard zoning, and it said that it came before the 2005 mistaken action of the city planning department to impose this PROS, or Parks and Recreation finding, and that is why you have the citation to 278.391 that the opposing counsel referenced tonight, that says that zoning trumps land use designation. And doesn't that make sense? And it's that common sense and that rule of law that we ask prevail tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You bet. And Madam Clerk,
all right.
If I could hand you our exhibits, please.
Let's start off with Commissioner Moody.
So, Mr. Chair, before we start getting into the merits of this, and I hope I'm not stepping on the chair's toes, but I heard from Ms. Hughes, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Garcia, and Mr. Schreck all requests for an abeyance. I listened closely to the colloquy between Mr. Weiss and Mr. Jerbick. I disagree that there are grounds for an abeyance, but I think we owe it to them to at least vote on whether or not this board thinks there should be an abeyance. So I'd like to see a vote, and I'm happy to make that motion.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to second that motion, simply because I feel that this development agreement, although it's gotten better, it's not inclusive of, there's rhetoric in here, they might, they could, they would. This neighborhood deserves more, and they're getting more. And I believe that Mr. Johan is giving them more, but they're not there yet. There's 9 consultants, and they're not there yet. So I'm seconding your motion.
If you would like to, well, I'd say if you'd like to make a motion, but
I will make a motion.
Well, there is a motion on the table, so we should.
Well, my motion is to deny the request for an abeyance.
Oh, it is?
It is.
Oh, I don't agree with you.
Oh, well,
I disagree with you.
But I think there should be a vote. That's my point. And my motion is to deny that request for an abeyance.
From Ms. Hughes.
to all those who made the request for such an abeyance.
So it's to no?
If the motion passes, you will continue your debate tonight on the merits of the development agreement, up or down. But right now, the motion is to deny the request to hold it in abeyance.
Motion's on the floor.
So no vote to.
Vote no, that means you're for obeying.
No vote.
Okay, just to make it clear, a yes vote. There's a motion on the table for denial, so of the abeyance. So a yes vote would mean that it does not get obeyed tonight. Okay, the motion carries. So as of right now, it's not getting obeyed. We'll discuss this item further. And if you would like to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. I want to make it clear that I have both seen and read the addendum to the development agreement tonight, and I agree with staff's recommendation for approval for the following reasons. Number one, the density and intensity proposed by the development agreement conforms to the zoning district requirement in all 4 development areas. Number two, the proposed development is sensitive to the single-family homes on adjacent parcels and is harmonious and compatible with those neighborhoods. And 3, the development agreement is consistent with the city's 2020 master plan that calls for walkable communities, access to public transit, access to recreational opportunities, and puts the density near the intersection of primary roads. And for those reasons, my motion will be to follow staff's my vote tonight will be in accordance with staff's recommendation for approval.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I really, it might sound a little strange, but I enjoyed the passionate presentations by all the parties. Learned a lot, heard a lot of fantastic attorneys use their skills. Good people. I have been through, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of hours worth of hearings, public meetings regarding these issues. I listened very attentively to what the people were saying, and I investigated and read the proposals relating to all the issues that were brought up, ranging from the density to the impact on the population of the additional population on schools, the open space, the zonings, the access, the ingress and egress, the impact of traffic on Alta and Rampart, the development schedule, the construction activity, the stockpiling of fill, the aesthetics and compatibility with the community, all those types of issues. I've gone through agreement after agreement looking at the changes that have occurred. You know, I've sat through all the numerous abatements and continuances and modifications. It seems like all of those are being presented as that they're coming at the request of the developer. It's really not the case. I think that the majority of them came forward as a result of requests by the city or by the opponents, just call it what it is, for changes. And so if you compromise and you have to redo something and you can't do it on the fly, you need to prepare a new document and you ask for an abatement. If you do that, they say something negative about it. It shouldn't be something negative. It'd be say, hey, they're trying to work with us. You know, I was at the meeting and sat there for a couple, 3-4 hours when there was a presentation before the city council. And Mayor Goodman was pretty adamant, and she asked the attorneys representing both sides She asked Ms. Hughes to get with the HOA and get with the attorney representing the proponent and see if they come up with some kind of resolution. That apparently went no place. I understand the frustration of dealing with multiple groups and the uncooperative HOA. You know, I, for a long time, negotiated labor contracts, and you've got all the different factions involved in those things. Quite candidly, it rivals this situation. An example that was pretty blatant here this evening was some of the comments made by the folks at Rebel Court. They wanted single-family homes. The proponent offered, well, we'll put 5 homes behind you and move the condos back. That was rejected. And so I said, okay, I'll go back to what I had presented before. That's a reasonable response to getting slapped in the face. I don't know what to say. In order to accommodate 65 homes on 183 acres, when you've got 7 units per acre authorized, means that you are going to consolidate your entitlement. And that's where they have the condensation of development. They're closest to Rampart. It's just a natural consequence. So some did quite well. You know, to get a 2-acre park or 2-acre parcel behind you, when you're on a tiny little 1 acre, you've made out. You know, the fear that, you know, the development schedule is inadequate. Well, when did we start developing Queens Ridge? In the early 90s? And there's still lots that are available for sale. And to say that these lots are going to be sold and completed in a certain period of time is just unreasonable. The market will dictate when the lots will be sold. That's just business. So I can go on for more than my 3 minutes, and I'm sure he's going to buzz me out in a second. But I would just simply like to say that I'm satisfied with the agreement. 2 years to work on an agreement is long enough. The faces keep changing. The arguments maintain the same, no matter what's going on. Court cases have been resolved. Finally got the we're entitled to our golf course argument out of there, but it took a year for that to happen. You know, I'm ready to move it to the city council, and let's get this done. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair. Through the chair, I do stand with my 2 commissioners that just spoke. I do have some questions for the city attorney, for Mr. Jerbick. It's my understanding if there's a major modification of this agreement that it would come back before the Planning Commission and then on to City Council. Is that correct?
Correct. If this agreement were modified in any form, it would come back before this for an amendment. It would come back to the Planning Commission and the City Council.
Okay. It's also my understanding that there are SDRs required for development areas 2 and 3.
That's correct. There are a number of things that you would review in an SDR that are already called out in one of the exhibits has already been agreed to. So those won't be re-agreed because they've already been agreed to in advance. But there are about 4 things, including aesthetics and things like that, that obviously are not part of any package right now, and they will come back for a limited SDR to the Planning Commission and the City Council.
And so is that where we see the protection of a potential boutique hotel coming forward, that it's not going to be adjacent to Rebel Court in that instance?
Right. I think that we already know the location of the boutique hotel, but I think that could well be one of them because that's not called out in the exhibit where it's going to be located. If you find for aesthetic reasons it's not designed properly, doesn't look compatible, or is in the wrong area, you could reject it at an SDR.
Thank you. It's also my understanding that each one of these legs in their 65 home areas has, it's either 6 or 9 months to complete each section.
Correct. There are development areas A through G. The developer can begin in any development area he wants, but if he begins, whichever one he begins in, he has 6 to 9 months to wrap it up. That's to get in, do the flood control, install the offsite improvements, and restore the turf and the trees.
so through landscaping of the common areas.
That's correct.
Okay, and then, so that kind of leads me to the applicant, a question of, if this is approved, what do the homeowners see on the golf course where the 65 homes are going, and more specifically, the flood control? It doesn't seem to be specific in the sense that there could be an above-ground culvert that a homeowner sees as that infrastructure is put in. Seems like there's three options that you could have: a fully underground culvert, a three-sided above ground, and then more of a natural one. Can you
Correct.
speak more to that, please?
Sure. So there's a flood control section, and it requires us to submit a phasing plan for the actual drainage and flood control. So that will be submitted to the city, and staff will have to review that and approve it. But you're absolutely right. There's options, and the reason those options were put in there is there was feedback that some folks would like to see some of the more natural Arroyo-style drainage facilities as opposed to everything concrete underground. So there's options in here, but we did confirm today, because you had raised that question, there won't be visible concrete channels throughout the community. Though if there are open channels, those will be natural channels.
Okay, so a homeowner's not going to see any points, collection points, or anything of concrete nature with regard to that.
Unless, Mr. Chairman, if I might, unless somehow the city were to require that as one of its conditions. We have no intention to put any concrete where it's visible, but if for some reason the city were to say they needed something, we have no control over that.
Maybe I could jump in here, though. I think that the question is, are going to be collection areas, and that's a little different. I think it's conceivable, at least based on some of our conversations, and stop me if I'm going, off the deep end here, you could do 1, 2, and 3, and have a collector at that point, and not do a pipe all the way to Wallapai, at least not immediately. That is an option, is that correct?
Mark Faulkner, 1555 South Rainbow Boulevard. Yeah, if you've got some open areas, obviously, if you leave it open on the east side of Wallapai and let it flow natural through there, you'll have at some point you're going to pick it up and put it in either an underground box or one of the other options. But so you will have some collection facilities. We'll obviously design them as inconspicuous as possible, that you will have collection facilities when you go open to closed.
I just want to make sure that the Vice Chair's question was properly answered, because I think it is absolutely conceivable that if the main pipe from Wallapai to Area 3 were not put in, I think a collector is necessary to collect the sediment and slow down the water before it goes into the pipe. So I think it actually should be expected if that pipe isn't completed all the way to Wallapai. Is that correct?
Yes, you're going to have some sort of collection facility. What that looks like right now today, I can't tell you, but yes, you will have a collection facility.
So there is a possibility that a homeowner at one of these areas will be looking into the open end of a tunnel that picks up to take everything out.
We're getting you the exact answer.
Where we believe our collection facilities will be, they're in the deeper parts of the arroyo, so they should be fairly deep in the existing part, in the deeper parts of the existing golf course. So they should be out of sight for the homeowners.
Okay, should be is a bit of a concern. And I understand we can't sit up here and design this development. I understand that. but I will say that is definitely of concern. So it sounds like there's two options. It could be like a natural pool setting where a collection point comes, or more of a concrete infrastructure. I mean, I would say I certainly wouldn't want to see this new concrete infrastructure, you know, from a view standpoint
Yep.
of a homeowner looking out.
So,
Or if it was offered in a way that it's mitigated significantly.
Let me explain. I apologize. Good morning, Johan Lowy. I'd just like to help out this issue with the culvert. Our intention is to put a box culvert for the entire 250. So no pipe and no washers are going through the property. There's an issue at Public Works which may require slowing down the water with an open arroyo. We agreed to it. It may be even certain sections that a three-way box will have to be put in, but we offered to cover it and put artificial grass on top of it, on top of concrete plates that will be able to be lifted at times. But for the time being, the 70 acres have been submitted as one district of FEMA remediation, and as such, there will be two head walls to collect the water from the 180. The second phase is the 180. The pipes will run all the way to one to Halapai, the longer distance, and one to the culvert under Charleston. And with that, you would have no ability to see those pipes or to see any connection points or any water or any holes, basically concrete holes. And the property would be protected from Halapai and from Charleston all the way to the other side of Tivoli. That's the intention, and that's what's being proposed under this plan.
Thank you for that. Question for Public Works is so we can have a three-sided culvert. I guess it's almost a full-sided with some type of removal device and artificial turf on top of it.
Well, as I understand it, that would be more of an actual box culvert, and he was proposing artificial turf over those areas where we require access into the box culvert for maintenance purposes. Box culverts are typically maintained by the city, and we require access points every 400 or some odd feet to be able to get in there and clean them up if they need to be cleaned up. Rather than having an exposed manhole, I gather he's saying he'd disguise the manholes. As long as they are accessible to our vehicles and are all weather conditions, that's fine. It's not mandated, as I understand it. That's what he's proposing, and that would be acceptable. In the meantime, if there are areas, or as the representative had mentioned, some people might prefer that there be open conveyance corridors that have a more natural arroyo look. The city will not maintain those, and so those would have to be maintained by a homeowners association. That's kind of an incentive to the homeowners to select the more invisible improvement, you know, the one that they don't have to maintain. So that takes care of the head wall problem and the visible concrete bulk that you were talking about if they go that route. If they don't, and they do have areas of open channel, there would be areas of head wall where you collect and reduce the velocities. Those can be done aesthetically pleasing. But the flood control district guidance manual does not require that. So if they came in with something ugly, you know, it might get approved as a technical standpoint, but not as an aesthetic one, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So certainly they have the ability to do exactly what he's saying and disguise any ugly manholes or access points.
Okay, and through the chair, one more question. I noticed that the flood maintenance bond increased. And could you talk about that, please?
Correct. There is currently, or there was originally a maintenance bond on this site when it was a golf course. When they proposed to end the golf course use with the original development, we required them to increase that bond from $75,000 to $125,000. And that's a maintenance bond in the event that there is damage caused by erosion and they don't maintain it. They have the obligation to maintain. In the event that they don't, we can call that bond, go in and do the maintenance, and it's like an insurance policy. Furthermore, there is a requirement that before they can do any construction within the area currently encumbered by the FEMA flood zone, that bond has to be increased yet again to $250,000 because those are more sensitive areas and there are potentially more damage. You know, the effects of damage could be more intense. And so the development agreement has that two-phase step of insurance.
Okay. And then I think my last question for now is directed towards the city attorney, Mr. Jerbick. How did we come to 30 years on the development agreement as opposed to maybe 20 years that the other city development agreements had?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I came into this negotiation 14 months ago. Another attorney in my office was handling it, and that had been a number, and I don't know how they agreed to it. I don't know where it came from. I wish I could give you an answer.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to hear from the rest of my commissioners. Thank you.
I have a comment. Commissioner.
It's going to make a difference.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Thank you very much. I have a question. You were talking about the boutique hotel, and people could potentially stay there that don't have relatives or friends that live in this area. Are they going to have access to walk through the community? Because I don't think the homeowners are going to like that very much. Having people that are just there to vacation walking through the community is going to be some sort of barrier so they can't get into the rest of the community?
That's a great question. So if I could show you the overhead, development area 4, no one will be able to access development area 4 other than the 65 new residents.
Okay.
So within development areas 1, 2, and 3, there are walkable paths, but obviously like the towers will be similar to 1 Queensridge Place where they're secure. I'm sure some of the other developments will have their own security as well. So while the streets are walkable, the actual residents won't necessarily be accessible, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me make a couple of statements. I think the fact that we're having this discussion at 1:30 in the morning, which affects so many residents and has ramifications not only for Queensridge, Badlands, but other communities as well, I think is inappropriate. This is not the time to be having this conversation. You know, we've had special meetings before specifically on this, and we could have had a special meeting on this at a reasonable hour so that residents could come out and express themselves in a appropriate manner. This is just too late. I don't think people are watching. I don't think people are tuning in, and I think that I don't think we are at our best also at 1:30 in the morning discussing this issue. So I'm not sure why we are, pushing this to get this done so quickly. I also don't understand why this is being pushed to go to City Council on the 21st when every other item has July the 19th. I think that was a very valid point that Mr. Vice made, that we aren't going to abate it, even though there's a lot of discussions even tonight about the flood channel. We're sort of making this up on the fly. Conversations are happening, and I think that the neighbors aren't had an opportunity to discuss that. It just seems as though we're just really pushing this so quickly when we've been dealing with it for such a long time, and everyone, I'm sure, is ready to move this forward. But we have been dealing with this for a long time, and I think it deserves the proper attention, and I think the neighbors deserve an opportunity to weigh in on the development agreement more so than just getting it on the agenda item. Even us, we got it on our agenda items are agendized the Tuesday before. This isn't our full-time job. So you have to realize when you get around to be able to look at it, understand it, and ask questions about it. I don't think a week is enough time to deal with something like this. And I have another question for either Mr. Jerbick or Mr. Perigo. It was also brought up about there's no major modification associated with this, or the general plan or the zoning is going to dictate the general plan, or the general plan should be dictating the zoning, which seems appropriate. How come we do not have a major modification on this, or a general plan, but we have one for the Kalita group in agenda items 37 and 36? How is that? Are we within the code for that?
The zoning for this property, RPD 7, was in existence prior to the change in the general plan. The general plan was a staff-initiated change that I believe came in about 2005. The applicant has a right to that zoning, and there is a requirement that the land use will be amended at some future date in order to make it consistent. But even if that action didn't come forward, it doesn't take away the rights that the applicant has to the zoning. The previous the application for the project across the street that requires a GPA, or is it a major mod? I forget now.
Well, there's a major mod.
It's a major mod because that did substantially change what was planned for that site. Previously, when this application came forward and it was significantly more units, we did feel that it was significantly outside of the that original plan. This proposal is within the existing density of the zoning, and is not completely outside of the unit count for the plan. So at this time, we felt that the development agreement could be the mechanism to exercise the RPD zoning.
I could jump into and just say that everything Tom said is absolutely accurate. The RPD 7 preceded the change in the general plan to PROS. There is absolutely no document that we can find that really explains why anybody thought it should be changed to PROS, except maybe somebody just looked at a map one day and said, hey, look, it's all golf course, it should be PROS. I don't know. But either way, there will be an attempt in the future, because we don't do general plan amendments monthly or weekly, we do them quarterly. And at that appropriate time, you will be able to consider a general plan amendment. If you vote for it, great, they're synchronized. If you don't vote for it, it doesn't change a darn thing. The zoning's still hardened in place. With respect to the number, Tom alluded to it, but I think we need to hit it with a little more of a fine point. Planning staff, 3 members of planning staff, including Tom and Peter and Steve, looked at the RPD 7 and spread it out over the course and figured what the unit count would be. The reason you weren't able to do that with the Kalita piece is we were only talking about the Kalita piece. We weren't talking about being able to utilize the RPD 7 over the entire course of the golf course. And so that did require a zone change and a GPA.
Okay. So I'm clear then, we do not have to have a major mod or have a change in the general plan amendment prior to us approving or not approving the development agreement.
In my opinion, you've made the finding that they are inconsistent right now, and you've been informed that there will be a general plan amendment in the future. I believe that's all you need right now.
Okay, but that doesn't really answer my question. So we do not have to have a major modification based off of what it is, even though we're going to have one in the future. We do not have to have a development agreement, a major mod in place or a change to the general plan before approving the development agreement. You're saying that we can approve the development agreement without it, knowing that it's coming?
That is my opinion, but let's break it down. Those 2 things you just said, major mod, that's completely different than JPA.
Right.
No major mod is required here.
Okay.
That's what the planning department has determined. And as far as the GPA is concerned, at the next quarterly opportunity, you will be given an opportunity to consider it. It does not have to come first.
Okay.
Could I clarify one part of that briefly, if that's okay? Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The major mod for Renaissance is completely different than this entirely. It's to amend the design guidelines that were previously approved. So totally separate issue, totally different item, totally unrelated to this application.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the residents have to realize that something is coming. I don't know what that is, but I still think we need to do it appropriately, and I still think that, once again, the residents really haven't had a chance to fully absorb this, and that's the reason why I won't be supporting it, and why I won't be supporting it before. I just don't think the residents have had time to really understand this, the development agreement. And I'm not saying that it won't get approved or at some point get approved, but I think they should have the ability to weigh in more so than they've had the ability so far. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everybody, right? You know, I probably don't express myself too well, Mr. Johann. I get a little bit passionate. But I want to first start with a general comment tonight, and thank you, Stephanie Allen. I think that you have worked so hard, and Mr. Johann and Mr. Kempfer should be proud of you, and most importantly, maybe send you on a vacation, in my opinion. So here's how I look at the facts, okay? And I spoke with you on Monday. We had a nice meeting, and that was that. The fact number one is Johann owns the golf course. He owns it. And fact number two is he owns the water rights. He owns them. And fact number three is there's a zoning in place for RPD 7. It's 7 houses per acre. That's there. Another fact is that with all these consultants on both sides, city, homeowners, all of you people, you can't get along. It's a fact. You can't come to a conclusion. Another fact is that October 2016, we had a letter from the school district that all the schools were over capacity and that they'd have to build another one. We've never heard back from them. We've never gotten, this was just like in the river. But in 2016, they were worried, and now who cares, right? So here's the school. This is a fact. Here's the letter. The other fact is that Ruffell Court, these women sitting here at 2 in the morning, 3 of them, are the most affected. One woman's house has gone from $1,700,000 to $700,000. They have renters on the end of their street that are not what you'd want to live next door to. I'm looking for a detective to help them because there's such junk going on at the end of the street. So I say in good faith, Mr. Johann, buy their houses. It's just 7 of them. Everybody else in these developments looks like they're getting a better deal. They're getting half acres, 1 acres, beautiful fencing. These people on Ruffell Court are simply screwed. The rest of it looks beautiful to me. What do I know, right? Okay, I know a lot, and Jay Brown will tell you I put a lot of thought and heart into my decisions and my stuff. Another thing that's a fact was said tonight by the brilliant attorney that I respect so much, and if I ever got divorced, I would call him Mr. Jim Jemerson, said tonight that it's a fact that these people here have been an absence of negotiation, and I quote him, of this plan right here for 20 months. I got it Thursday at 3 o'clock. So I don't know how they got it 20 months ago, it was around for 20 months, because you know, I got it Thursday at 3 o'clock. And the other fact is this. I did not see any kind of drawings or anything until we met on Monday. And what did I say to you, Jen? I mean, I'm sorry, Stephanie, I'm tired and I don't feel very well. But I said to you this, and this is honestly, Mr. Johann Page, please listen, because I know you think I'm stupid and a woman, but let me tell you something, what I said to her. I said, listen, Stephanie, do me a favor. I've never seen these beautiful pictures and these trees and everything else. I said, please call these women on Ruffell Court, didn't I? Please go show them. 5:30, 6 o'clock, the Monday before the meeting. They had never seen those pictures. So the issue is simply this. It might be a development agreement, and here's a couple other things that, I'm not a really good reader, but I did read this. And this isn't coming from anybody but myself. This development agreement, and this is fact, it's in your book, is based on an assumption that the portion of the property currently zoned RPD 7 and planned development, it's an assumption that it will remain that through the duration of this agreement. An assumption. That's what we're voting on. The other thing it says here is, this bothers me a lot, and I asked you this, right? I'm up front, right? And I asked you this. I said, what does it mean when it says unspecified amounts of senior living? Is that 200 units? Is it 300 units? And you said, I don't know. Whatever we can build in there. We're not sure. So we have unspecified. We have assumptions. We have schools that don't matter anymore. And we've got Revelle Court completely screwed. So here's how I look at it. This is a beautiful development. You've come so far. So far. But I'm not going to support this item tonight because you're going to go ahead to City Council with an approval, and you've worked for it, Stephanie. You've worked for every vote. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, could I just say one thing real quick? I'd like to just, at least the school district address that. We've continued to keep the school district in the loop for the last 2 years. Every time we have a revised agreement, we send it to them. We sent them this most recent version as soon as it was submitted to the city, and I met with them as late as last week to discuss this. So I sat down with them a week ago. So they're in the loop. They know what's going on. They are a part of these discussions, and if they want something in this agreement, we'll end up putting it in.
Well, just one more comment through you, Mr. Chairman. Here they wanted another school. That was 2016, so I don't know what happened between then and now, but let's just let it go. Okay, be happy with where you've come from. You've come a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the reasons why I didn't want to hold this in abeyance tonight was because I wanted to hear what the neighbors had to say and all the consultants. And at the end of the day, beginning of the morning, it's almost 2 o'clock. We didn't start this until 11:30 at night. It's director's business, and director's business always comes at the end of the meeting. And then plus I wanted to hear from all of our commissioners, and that was one of the main reasons why I voted against the abeyance. Most of my questions have been asked by everybody else up here today. I just hate to see this thing being obeyed over and over and over, because all of the homeowners have to come back out to everyone in the planning commission hearings, and then they have to go to the city council. So I'd like to see it go forward to city council, and if it has to be obeyed, then it could be obeyed at city council and held as long as it needs to be held. But to have all these people come back at 6 p.m. and have to wait up with us until 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't think that's right. I did hear something about a completion bond, and this is for Public Works. I'm not too certain what a completion bond is, but I think I read somewhere in here where there's a performance bond required for the utilities. Is that correct?
There will be performance bonds performance bonds required for any development, any construction of public infrastructure. That's typical Title 19 requirements. What I recall the concern over the completion bond was with respect to mass grading. In many other development agreements, we've said, hey, you've got 2,000 acres, you're going to develop it. If you want to come out and grade 200 acres at a time, we need some insurance, once again, I'll use that term for the bond, so that if you get a third of the way through and then go bust, we can mitigate whatever you started. This particular development agreement is a little bit different in that it's much smaller than most development agreements, and it's already surrounded by all of the public infrastructure really is already in place. They are not proposing any mass grading. particularly in the 180 acres, they'll be grading small portions of it at a time. So that's the reason that specific language about mass grading isn't in this development agreement. It's really not applicable to this particular development agreement. So standard Title 19 grading requirements and bonding requirements should suffice for this development.
Okay. And a question for Stephanie or Chris, and I've asked this many times, and I don't know if I ever got a real clear answer. When it comes down to, you know, the individual portions of the 180 acres where you're allowed to have 60, 65 houses, or 62, whatever it is, how are you going to go about building that out? Is it just going to be one portion at a time or multiple portions at a time?
So it'll be probably one portion at a time, and the timeframes are in the phasing exhibit that I know. It's Exhibit D to the development agreement. Those phasing plans aren't determined yet. They are market-driven, but I can tell you the FEMA flood zones are probably the later of the phases because there's more approvals necessary before you get to those, which is Section D and Section A.
We could be here at the same time because it's two different offerings and so forth.
Depending on if there's a lot of market demand, then we could start in two sections and go at simultaneous as well. But the plan is to do them in sections.
Which, Mr. Chairman, would get this done
Your
quicker.
microphone.
Which would get this done quicker if we were able to do it in a couple different sections.
Okay. How do we go about mapping this site on the 62 acres? Because are you going to go through and take one section and sell every one of the lots and then come in with a complete map?
Various sections, and here we don't do tentative maps.
So the plan is in Development Area 4, we'll do tentative maps by section as we come through for the developments.
Okay. So we'll see individual tentative maps as
Yes.
this goes along,
Yes.
and we'll see the SDRs, and we'll see the buildings and every bit of that.
The SDRs in Development Areas 2 and 3.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions. Do any of the other commissioners have any questions?
Ready for motion?
Well, Commissioner Quinn just stepped up back. All right. Commissioner Trowbridge, yes, I'd like a motion.
I think I'm ready for motion if there's no further discussion. In regards to the Director's Business 7539, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Is that with the addendum language read into the record by Stephanie Allen?
That's right.
Thank you.
There was a motion for approval. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 82 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you
Thank you
very,
very
very
much.
much. We appreciate all your time and lots of deliberation. And
Good morning.
thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
all. And thank the neighbors for coming as well. Thank you.
Moving on to citizens participation, number 83, citizens participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all very